Greetings, gamers, and welcome to the 134th live stream for the Misfit Gamer Studios. I'm your host, Vortex, and this is D&D Discussions. On today's episode, we have a community creation coming from Hecate. This is going to be a wizard subclass called Curse Monarch. This is in a long series of his. We have the Ice Monarch. We've had the, what was the other one? It was Ice Monarch. It was the Shadow Monarch. And now we have the Curse Monarch. So it is kind of a series, which I'm really curious because I don't know if we've quite figured out what the overall tone is of why they're all Monarch. But maybe Hecate can lend some ideology to that. But otherwise, yes, I did just put a poll in chat, by the way, because we have some big updates. So let me switch over. Now, guys, we are so close. This Saturday, we have a community stream that
very exciting.
We have in the Discord, we have the poll that is going on right now to decide what we're going to do with that. And we are tied with 3 votes to pop culture builds, 3 votes to subletting subclasses, and then a tertiary 2 votes to critical cocktails. So we absolutely need to resolve this, and we only have 19 hours left, and that's because I also need time, depending upon what it is.
That's very true. We got to plan
out what subclass we're doing. Well, I already know what subclass we're going to do. If it's subletting subclasses, if it's pop culture builds, I think I've already chosen it, but I got to do all the research. And if you guys come out of nowhere and do critical cocktails, I might have to go buy some more alcohol. Well, actually, I did just do a big ass purchase of alcohol.
Fair enough.
So I probably have enough, but I digress. So I just put a poll in chat here in Twitch, guys. So if you guys are in Twitch chat right now and you look at the top of chat, there should be a poll that you guys can vote on. Should I at the Discord? Should I at everyone in the Discord to ask to break the tie between pop culture builds and subletting subclasses? Because typically what we don't do, we really try to stay away from that. But we do have an announcement and a voting notifications poll. So I usually don't use both of them if it's a standard poll, because most people don't want all the voting. But I will do both of them specifically for the community streams, just because those are a bigger discussion.
That's very fair.
And those aren't just standard polls, but it doesn't cover everyone in the Discord, and so I do try to post in community chat. I'll make a post, but at the same time, community chat, that not everyone sees it.
Friendship again.
Big dungeon.
Boop to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
We were just talking
4
about that
months
before
in a
stream.
row. Oh my
too.
god, 4 months. Have we
That's
been affiliate that long?
It doesn't feel like it. It really doesn't, man. Dude,
Like
that's why
I remember. Oh my god, the dungeon. You're just like, it's so funny. Like, it wasn't that long ago, but I am now just remembering like how long we were not even considering affiliate, and then when we were like right at the cusp, like how many weeks we were just like, we're almost there, and now I've just kind of totally forgot that affiliate is like we've had the emotes for long enough now, so I'm just kind of like, oh man, thank you so much.
we appreciate you.
Thank you. I appreciate that so much. Where was I? Oh yes. So yeah, normally we don't like to post, we don't like to do like at everyone's for any reason, unless it's like a big deal or we kind of like, you know, think it's a big enough post. But yeah, so it looks like we've already had 8 votes. I think that might be the standard. Like that's the main crew. Let's face it, like 8 votes. That's pretty much like the standard crew that we get for voting, which is usually pretty good. That usually, based off of the numbers, usually like gets us somewhere.
Right.
That's not enough. But I know we have a couple people in the Discord. I just don't know, you know, I don't know if they care. I don't know if that they don't hang out enough in Discord to like
fair enough
updates, or if they're just not interested in the community streams. But yes, okay, so we have a couple more minutes to vote if you guys are coming in. So at the top of chat, just check out the poll. We have 2 for yes right now. So 2 people have voted that we should just ping them all and say we need a tiebreaker.
Tiebreaker.
Soul, I think you're always the first to vote. To be honest, I usually post a poll, and like by the time I hit enter to ping everybody, there's already like a vote in there, and I'm just like, oh, okay.
Wild. All right.
Awesome. Okay. Yes. So we have 3 votes for ping them all. Oh no. Everybody just wants to watch the world burn. That's what it is.
Ping them. Ping them.
Oh, that's rude. All right. How long? I don't know how long it's going to be. I think I set it for 10 minutes, so I'll just let that run. Anybody else can see that. So we have the community stream this weekend. Hopefully by tomorrow, y'all will finally decide what you want, and then we will prep for that.
Yes.
It is going to be a relatively early stream, so kind of like the first one, we're probably going to shoot for 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time to start. And that's mainly because I have plans that afternoon, so I will have to figure all of that out and get this squeezed in depending on what we do. Pop Culture Builds didn't take us that long though.
No.
So
and we were still trying to fully figure out the format. Now I feel like we've done it one time. It'll be a little bit of a smoother of a process as we go through.
Yeah, so we'll figure that out. But yeah, I think we'll be fine. I mean, I honestly have a feeling it's going to be Pop Culture Builds, but we'll see.
Fair enough.
But if we start at 11, that will give us around like 5-6 hours.
Yeah.
So again, that's kind of what we want to shoot for in terms of community streams. Whereas the poll, it should be in Twitch. Or the poll in Discord is in the community streams channel. So that one is under the D&D discussions group or categories. It's the last channel under submissions and under community ideas. That is the poll there. But the poll for Twitch should be at the top of chat. Right?
Yes. Yeah, it's sitting there at the top of chat. It starts with should I add everyone?
Oh, we do have 9 votes. Was that? Oh, Big Dungeon came through with the 9th vote, so we now have a tie. Now the tie has been broken.
Oh, is that so?
The tie has been broken. I think I'm still.
Is it?
I think I still add
Pop
everybody.
Culture?
No. So right now we have Subletting Subclasses is leading by 1 vote.
Wild.
I think I'll still add everybody. If the vote in Twitch comes back yes, I think I'll still add everybody and make sure we get as many votes in there as possible.
For sure.
It just won't necessarily be a tiebreaker.
Got you.
But I'll just ping everybody and let them know that we have until tomorrow to decide.
That's fire.
Thank you, Dungeon. That's
love
awesome.
it. Love it.
And a quick note as well for anybody who is currently a sub or anybody who is thinking about supporting us and becoming a sub. We do have a sub-only chat in the Discord where we kind of like to post a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff that's going on. We'll do definitely early updates before it goes out to the rest of the Discord or anything else like that. We'll have like a bunch of updates in there for the Misfit Gamers Tavern build. And we just posted some like weekend photos of like what Kage and I were doing. So yeah, if you guys are interested in some like behind the scenes stuff, you can check that out in our Discord as well. Mind's Eye, you might be the tiebreaker depending upon how it is. It really depends. I would have picked Lauren Poor, but I wanted to give you the tiebreaker. I really enjoyed Lauren Poor. To be honest, part of me was expecting that to be like our claim to fame. Like I thought that was going to be like everyone's favorite over time.
Right.
That was going to be like the one community stream that we always did. But I think Pop Culture Builds might end up being the overall favorite like down the road. So we'll find out.
Pop culture is very popular.
Soul, you don't know if you can see that channel. Which channel? I thought you already voted, Soul. Yeah, you've already voted. You voted for Pop Culture Build, so I'm not sure what you mean. Oh wait, no, Soul. If you're a sub, and you can't see the channel in Discord, what you need to do is it only works if you've linked Discord to Twitch. So in your Discord settings, if you go to your account settings and what's it under? Connections. So yeah, if you go to Discord, go to account settings and then connections. Is that where it is? Yeah. And then No. Oh, sorry. Mind's Eye. No. The poll is not in the sub only chat. The poll is in the community streams channel, and that's a public channel that everyone can see.
That's okay.
No. I wouldn't post the at. So the at would go in the main chat and just let everybody know that they can go to the community streams channel too.
Gotcha.
That's
Yeah.
No, what I'm talking about, I thought Soul was saying that he can't see the sub only chat, because if you can't see the sub only chat and you are subbed, you have to connect Discord and Twitch in your account settings. But no, the here, I can actually just do this real quick. Here. Oh no, that's spoilers. Don't do spoilers, y'all.
No spoilers allowed.
So this is what I was talking about, y'all. So yeah, if you go in over here to community streams, we have, this is the poll for the community stream right now. We are sitting at 9 votes total for subletting subclasses.
My stuff is linked. Awesome. There's no community streams channel. Let me check your guys' permissions. Or your roles.
Yeah, if y'all can't see it, let me... Yeah, you check their roles, I'll check the permissions for the channel.
Most definitely. Okay.
As long as they have the followers, they should be able to see it. Anybody who has follower.
Yeah.
And everybody should have follower.
Yeah. Let me check out mine's. Yeah.
So wait, who says, okay, so who can't see that channel? Mind's Eye? Okay, so you see going live, announcements, FAQ suggestions, topic submissions, and community ideas, but you don't see community streams below that.
Interesting. Wild.
And Soul can't see. So Soul, I don't see you. So have you connected your Discord yet? Have you gone to your settings? Go to settings and then your account settings and then connections. And then you should be able to connect Twitch and Discord. Once you do that, it should register you as a sub in our Discord, and you'll see the channel. You did that a while ago.
Yeah, it's weird because here, I'll try and add him in this one too.
Because I can't manually do it, right? It's like it's all automated. So
yeah.
The thing is
and so when I go into the channel, when you go into the channel, you should be able to see his name under the followers side if they have access to that channel. So over there in your far right pane, everybody who has access to this channel, you'll see their name.
So no, Mind's Eye, that's an old thread. My bad. That thread was supposed to be deleted. That is an old thread that you just got tagged in. Actually, thank you for reminding me. That thread needs to go away. Thank you, Big Dungeon. That thread needs to go bye-bye. So here, let me... Yeah, Mind's Eye, you should be able... All right, let me know if you got that ping, Mind. Yeah, that thread was an old one, and that was an old poll.
So Mind's Eye just sent me a screenshot of... Interesting. So you do see that.
This is now visible in the suggested. Oh, that's weird. I don't know why it would have done that. Okay. Okay, so both of you can see that now. That's weird. Yeah, that's weird. So I know that, yeah, it's my bad. The original thread being named the same thing, totally my fault. that was absolutely my fault for my confusion.
Interesting.
But now I'm curious why this channel isn't visible in the normal list. I just right click it and add it to channel.
Oh, that's weird. That's interesting. Yeah, it shows up all the way at the top. That's very interesting, Mind's Eye.
You know what? I wonder if it's because it is one of the more recently created channels. So maybe it highlights it at the top for a time being.
You know, each section that you have, you can set standard permissions. And so I don't know if there are any standard permissions that are set for any new channel that gets created.
I don't think so. I've never said anything where a new channel should do anything like that. Yeah, this is just because I usually keep the permissions all the same, right? So. Okay, cool. So you guys are able to see it. That's awesome. Next issue, let us figure out. Can you do a quick like Google search and see why Discord wouldn't see a subscription?
Okay.
Like
so somebody it does
so linked account. Yeah, basically can we see like what happens if you've linked your account but it still doesn't see your subscription?
Okay.
Because I want to figure out now what's going on with Soul. And we have a hydrate from Aki. Thank you so much. That was 4 minutes ago. So much nonsense.
Thank you so much, Aki.
Yeah, this is going to be... Oh, awesome. Oh, wow. Now we have 11 votes. Jeez. Now we have 11 votes. Let's see. So Mind's Eye wants Lauren Pour. Oh, that's a great choice.
Love it.
Also wants Critical Cocktails. So we have 1 for Lauren Pour. We have 3 for Critical
Wait, you
Cocktails.
could multi-vote?
Oh, absolutely. I usually allow multi-vote.
I didn't know you could multi-vote. God bless America.
It usually says down at the bottom whether or not that you can do single or multi-vote.
I put my vote in, and that's that.
Big Dungeon didn't know you can multi-vote either. Yes, everybody, if you didn't know, you can multi-vote. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes we need it like straight. But
right.
Usually, okay, so here's the reason, guys. If you ever want to kind of have a predictability on whether or not it's going to be multi-vote, a rough estimate that you can, I can't say you can guarantee on this, but on average, if there are 3 or less choices, so basically if there are, 2 or 3 choices, it's probably going to be a single vote. But if there are more than 3 choices, excuse me, I'm more likely to do a multi-vote because once you get to so many choices, we don't have that many people in the Discord. So if there's 10 choices and everybody wants something different, it's literally going to come down to 2 people wanted an episode while everybody else wanted something different, right?
Yeah.
Until we get to a stage where we have 100 people regularly voting, I can't give you guys, 7 different options and expect you guys all to unanimously want the same one. That's unfair.
For sure.
Because I really would hate it to where we got 2 for Lauren Pour and then 1 for everything else. So no one wanted Lauren Pour except for 2 people. That's kind of how I didn't want to do it. So when I do multi-vote, at least this way it's proportional. You may want Lauren Pour, but as long as you also wanted Critical Cocktails, at least
you got something you wanted.
Exactly.
I feel that.
Yes, for anybody out there who did not multi-vote, and anybody in the future, when you see my polls, typically you can kind of predict if there's more than 3 options, it's more likely that you're going to get multi-vote. At least until we get a much bigger Discord. And then at that point, there's going to be too many people that it's going to work. So
it'll be fine.
Yes. Yeah, cocktails and D&D are awesome. I'm fixing up the bar more and more, the tavern in the back. So I'm really hoping to do more Lauren Pour and Critical Cocktails in
that's going to be good shit
situation as well. I still like how nobody really wants to just listen to us talk about D&D drunk. Like no one ever chooses tavern tangents where
what I think would be really cool for that is telling like it's almost like D&D story time where you tell like stories from your D&D past, like stuff that you've been through as a player, and just like because I think that like going back and kind of like seeing like where you've been and stuff that you've experienced, either as a DM or a player, you know.
Right. Just
I think
like take all of the anecdotal things that we say during streams, but compile it into just a. That would be interesting because one of my favorites, like the reason why I came up with this is one of my like favorite YouTube things was Drunk Histories. I used to love watching that a while back.
Yes,
they just
hell
get
yes,
an expert and
hell
just
yes.
watch them just get tanked throughout their abilities. And that's kind of what I wanted to have that, right? Is us just basically doing our normal thing, but just seeing how bad it gets. But I can understand how that's a little not as entertaining.
Sure.
But I do kind of like the idea of maybe turning the Tavern Tangents more into like what you were saying is kind of like a storytelling, but maybe more like a storytelling with an interview feel, where it's like I could ask you specific questions about like Cineverse and a certain history point, and then just dig deeper. And then a different episode you could dig into like a history or a specific deity or an event like one of the Great Wars, and we could just sit there and then just dive into those topics, you know, drinking the whole way. So I want to make that more appealing.
Okay.
Over time.
Yeah.
So we'll kind of figure out what that one actually is.
I'm here for it.
But yeah, I think I like Lore and Poor. Like conceptually, I think I like Lore and Poor the most, because it is really a cool concept to do our deep dive, but add that little extra, like that little customization to it. But yeah, Subletting Subclasses is still in the lead with 4 votes. I'm actually really surprised. Oh, and Mind's Eye, amateur bartender and mixes drinks for friends. So that will be fun to have you in chat when we're doing that. Maybe you can help us, especially if we ever do an episode of Critical Cocktails. I'm really curious how you'll react to like the lore, the stories, and even some of the recipes that we come up with. Every time you see us, we're talking subclasses, so I'd like to see something different. Yes, we've had a lot of subclasses, but that hopefully should be changing here in the next couple weeks. I think we get a couple more.
Yes. I mean, last time we did a background. I think the time before that it was a species, a race.
Right.
Yeah. So you know, we were trying to mix it up as much as we can.
We should do jumping jacks while we discuss. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Yes. Listen.
I am not the
after all the days of work. I think sitting down
is a race for us. Good. Please submit that. Yeah, we got bombarded at one point. I think at one point we had like over 20.
I feel like
subclasses.
Pokeniner just gave us an entire compendium of subclasses.
Pokeniner gave us, I think, like
it went
20
hard
or 25 subclasses. So,
but.
We need more stuff submitted, and we need new things to review. So
whatever you guys got, come on,
that will grow.
Sling it our way. I know we do got some new stuff from Cosmic coming through. We got some new stuff from Dez as well. So
looking forward to that.
We'll be getting it.
So it does look like the poll ended. Everybody said that we should ping. There's actually quite a big amount.
Ping.
Oh, and Mind's Eye, is that oh, is it like a YouTuber that you is that what you sent over? Oh, wait a second. Do you have that? Is that yours? That like little robot thing? That looks dope. That's so cool.
That's definitely an amateur bartender right there. That's fire.
I really like that bar though. That's very elegant. You've had him for 2 years now. Can I show this on stream? You mind if I pop that over? I do like the face.
That's wild. It's like, sure, pull it up.
Oh, hey, mine's not uses Obsidian.
I know. Yeah, I was talking with him about it earlier. I was told him that once I actually get everything set up properly, I'm gonna try and stream what I'm doing.
All right, so we have Dean, everybody.
That's his name, Dean?
We have Dean the bartender.
That's awesome.
Pours drinks and chit chats.
Why does this remind me? Every time I hear the name Dean, I think of the movie The Iron Giant. Right? That is very cool.
Where did you get this? Did you build this yourself? This is
Supernatural.
So awesome.
I get that. Big Dungeon. That's very fair.
Oh, think of Supernatural. Yeah, that's so. Oh, Home Depot.
Home Depot.
That's actually really
Now,
good. Are you able to just like move it aside, or is that like just like do you have to have it like permanently in the center of the bar?
did the
Like,
bar
scoot it by to do your
come
drinks?
with the robot?
No, I think this is just like it's one of those like you know how like you have the inflatable things.
Yeah.
Like right now, like for Halloween, you'll have like the skeletons. It sounds like it was just like
It was just a little okay.
So he went viral and sold out in less than 2 days. Pottery Barn Bar, and then this is just an animatronic. That bar though, you got that from Pottery Barn? No joke. I was actually about to be at Pottery Barn today.
For real.
So yeah, so we were out and about. Decided to go over to a Costco to check out non-food stuffs because we had some extra money. We wanted to see if we can get anything for the back room in the backyard. Ended up buying the fridge for the back room. Did not plan for that.
Well,
but ended up buying a fridge. So
okay.
I have now my fridge finally in the bar.
Sweet. All right, badass.
Yeah, that stopped us from going to Pottery Barn because we wanted to get home and get the fridge upright.
Right.
So I will have to keep that in mind because I am in the market for my bar furniture. So that looks awesome. Yeah, if you could send over like a pic of it, just like curious what like the setup is. That looks kind of dope. And of course, Pokéniner, of course you don't think there's anything wrong with too many subclasses. Only because you have probably so many more that you want to submit to us.
No, listen,
he actually has a better point though. It's because it's actually one of the best ways for like newer homebrewers to really approach homebrewing.
That's fair.
It is one of the best structured formats that you can follow to kind of help feel it out. So it is an easy way for people to get into it. So it does make for a very
but even still, like I do love the fact that like even though I do understand that a lot of people can kind of get paralyzed with the amount of choices that are out there, but I do like the idea of being able to create something that works and that you feel like you can actually use in game. And to be honest, that's why that's why I've been taking so long. I know everybody is always talking trash about my slow samurai class. That is
I'm
slowly
still waiting for that.
I know.
Samurai class.
It's slowly growing legs, man. I have lots of ideas for it, but I keep finding different ways to implement these ideas, and I'm like, oh I can do this. And so like I want
check.
Posture check, please and thank you.
Thank you.
Is that Aki again?
Of course.
Love you, Aki.
Taking care of us.
But yeah.
All right, that is awesome.
Anyways, all good.
All right, well, cool. Well, yeah. So, let me get. So, I was coming here to ping everybody. All right, we have 19 hours left.
Yes, Big Dungeon. Aki is our group mom. Every D&D party needs a group mom, and Aki has adopted that role naturally. I bet your friend group loves you, Aki.
It has legs. I had no idea.
Wild.
I just expected it to be like on a pole.
Wild.
It has legs.
You remember that? What's that movie, Interstellar, with the
Oh, it is. Oh, and it is. It's a skeleton. It's like. That is so.
That's
awesome.
so clean, dude. That's so clean. We're gonna have to try. We need to do a cooking episode now. Aki makes good soup. we need to have one of Aki's recipes. Tesla bartender? Holy mackerel. I don't even know that was gonna be a thing. I bet money they'd actually be able to make you a drink. Wild. Wild, wild. All right, I'm here for it.
Bam. All right, let's hopefully we don't get anybody ditching the Discord now because we just pinged everybody. But you guys voted for this. It's your fault.
Oh, wow. No, that's fine.
Oh, a cooking stream. I really want to do. So Vixie's done a cooking stream. And it was so fun because I basically got to be like stream manager because she wasn't 100% sure if she wanted to do it or if she even could. And I got super excited because this was long before I was even streaming. This was like 3 years ago. It was like when we first moved in the house, and she was just like, I'm not really sure. And I got super excited. I'm like, oh no, we're doing this. And so she was like, oh, okay, fine, we're doing this. And so she was just like, okay, I don't know how. And then I just went like nuts. I got as much of our I got like a spare table. I got a spare TV that we had from the other room. I set it up all janky wise. I had cables like everywhere. But we did it with like an old janky tablet. I think I sacrificed my phone to be set up in one of the corners for the stove. So it's like I didn't have a phone all day just so she would have like an extra camera. We used like an old janky tablet. I had a giant TV set up on this like rickety table just so she could see chat because she was gonna be doing stuff. She couldn't lean over to the laptop all the time. So the laptop had to be put off to the side so it wouldn't get dirty, but she had to be able to see chat. So it was crazy, but it was so much fun.
You made it work.
And I, after watching her do it and just coming up with ideas, I'm like, I want to do that now.
There is nothing but cooking stream hype in the chat.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Cooking stream time. Yes. Let's do cooking streams. Let's go. Why am I a silly goose? You guys voted for this. Do not call me a silly goose for doing what you want. Well, okay, I know exactly what's wrong here. I figured out like half an hour ago what's wrong with the damn lights. And I've been telling myself, ADHD, like,
do something about it.
Fix it. But then we keep going to difference. I got to fix the damn lights. Ooh, there's
Oh my gosh.
If y'all want to see tasty food, join the Discord. Damn, that looks good.
Hold on. Let me look at this.
Hey, doesn't that look a lot better? Oh my god, does that not look like normal stream time?
Hooray.
It was literally the bulbs were switched.
Goodness gracious. What a wonder that'll do. Just switching it from the
like literally I have to because I used to have it them both on and I hated the single tone, so I made two different tones so when it's all on, the light's better balanced in here. But it's too bright whenever we stream, so I never have them all on anymore.
Got it.
I just have the stream set up, but I was cleaning and I think I clicked it by accident, so it went to the other ones, and I'm just like, that looks like crap. The video quality just didn't look good, and I'm like, it's because of those lights.
Wild.
Oh man. Oh, and that's what you did on your cooking stream? Oh man.
That looks phenomenal. Oh, I would mess that up. Let's go.
All right. Well, I'm not doing a cooking stream no more. Not as long as those photos exist in the Discord.
Wild.
Remember to delete those photos.
Listen, I'm saving those. I don't know what you're talking about.
Man, that looks is that video saved? How long ago was that? Oh man, look at that setup. Look at that setup. Gorgeous.
That's clean.
Oh, moved 2 years ago. Oh, so that was a while ago. Gotcha.
I can taste it.
Sol has the best response to that. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So yes, so we pinged everybody. Stream this Saturday. We will hopefully it looks like subletting subclasses might actually win. We'll find out.
Woo woo.
19 hours left. Subletting subclasses is in the lead by 1. And yes, I will look into doing a cooking stream probably after next year. Yeah, probably starting next year sometime. I'll probably have to wait until we do some final last touches, but yeah. Okay. Well, I guess we can get into today's topic. Have everything ready to go. I'm gonna step away for just a second, and then we'll get down on it.
We'll get going. Oof.
And we'll be right back, y'all.
Oof, oof, oof. Well. I'm excited to be here, y'all. Listen, homebrews are always one of my favorite days of the week. You know, I just love getting to see what you guys create. I love getting to put together the things that you guys create. I wish I could put a little vote in the chat right now. I don't know how to do that yet. But there are some times where the submission doesn't come with art, and there are other times where I'm like inspired to like find art that fits the description, like especially if a description's given. And I don't want to take liberties with like other people's art and like trying to like say what it looks like, but I don't know. What do you guys think?
What you stealing people's art for?
Just giving suggested ideas of what things could look like.
Oh, all right. Take it easy, mind. Thank you for stopping by. Hopefully we'll see you in a little bit. Okay, so wait, what's going on? Why do I have to do a poll? Mine wanted me to do a poll or something?
Oh, I was talking about figuring out. I don't know how to do a poll. I don't know how to like.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Just it's if that's what he's saying, it's just /poll and then.
Yeah, that's how I did. Yeah, you just do /poll, and then if you have I think I give you mod, right? So as long as you're a mod, you should be able to do polls for us.
Okay.
So yeah, if you just do //poll, and then it should even pop up like in the chat. It even pops up like you're trying to do a poll.
Oh.
And then when you click on that, it will bring up the interface, and then it's just an interface that you fill out.
Okay.
And then you just say what the question is. The question's pretty limited in characters, though.
For sure.
So just that, and then some basic options that people can vote for.
Well, I was talking to them about doing a poll to see if I should, because a lot of the times some of the submissions that we get don't include art, right? And sometimes, but there will be times where I have found or I know of art that would theoretically fit perfectly for based upon the description that's happening or like what it's supposed to be. And just as an example, and I know most of the pictures that we get are just found on the internet anyways, you know, just by one person or another. You know, sometimes they are personal art like we've seen from a couple of our submissions. But you know, outside of those ones, you know, I was going to put a poll. Do you think I should find stuff? Because I did for a couple of our upcoming submissions. I have some that we could use. Can go into the
Discord. We can just put that poll in the polls channel, like the regular polls channel, and then just ping those that want the voting.
Okay, that's fair enough.
That's what that other channel's for, right? Like that's just for little small stuff. So we can always do that poll in the Discord as well. And yes, I do have a question in the Discord that I have to answer, but I want to actually spend some time answering that and make sure that I have all of the information for you, Soul. So again, give me till at least tomorrow morning, but I will have that for you probably with my morning cup of coffee, because that sounds like a fun way to start the morning.
Nice. Very nice.
All right. Well, if that is all of the updates, I don't think we have anything else.
Yeah.
So let us begin today's topic.
I'm excited.
I do think we have Hecate here in chat. So
I saw him hanging out somewhere.
I really hope they're still here. All right. So let us begin with today. I need to now pull up. What up, Cosmic?
Cosmic, welcome to the party.
Where is it? Oh. As. All right.
Oh, your question in the Discord. Okay, I'll
hit you once I do my research tomorrow morning. I can send you I'm gonna post real quick. And
okay.
If you want to append anything, I can add it to it before I post.
Cool.
So yeah, we'll talk about that in the morning, or after stream, and then we'll figure out the time.
Fair enough.
But yes, we'll get you some more information. So today we have a wizard subclass called the Curse Monarch, and this is from Hecate, another subclass review. Let us see if this matches up to the Shadow or Ice Monarch. And again, I'm really curious, Hecate, please let me know in chat and let us all know, actually. Is Monarch intended to be an overarching umbrella term that we just haven't seen the connection to yet, or is it just more of, say, your signature? You know, this is just your series of self-made subclasses, so adding Monarch is kind of a way to just say that these are all mine, or is there something more to it that we're not seeing? Or is it setting based? Is it something that only really applies when you DM? I'm really curious about that because from my understanding, looking at the Shadow Monarch and looking at the Ice Monarch, I don't remember anything that really tied them together. I don't remember any one thing that I could say really made them feel like they came from the same place. So I don't know if there's just something I'm missing that we haven't seen yet, and maybe we'll see it in this one. But if you have anything for us, Hecate, let us know. Because I'm really just curious, what is the Monarch part? Why is it named Monarch, or is that just because it sounds cool? Which, I mean, there's no wrong answer.
It very much very well might be, but I kind of look at it like they're all the masters or the queen of whatever. Because I mean, that's kind of what I think of when I think of Monarch. It's like
the monarch or the ruler of that particular skill set.
Right. That's like what I've.
Oh, okay.
What
badass over here. Soon will all be revealed. Or all will be revealed.
Oh, so very nice. I guess
we just got to sit tight, y'all, and figure out why they're all Monarch. Well, let's just continue, and I guess we'll find out when we're ready, or when we're supposed to. All right, so let us begin with our description. To those eagerly young wizards who are just starting off learning magic and stumble upon a dark cover grimoire full of curses, or to a wizard who harbors dark hatred for another and turns to curse magic. Throughout the history of Curse Monarchs, you can find their obsessions or curiosities of curses traced back from these instances. If you find yourself meeting a gloomy or strange wizard, it's best to ignore and walk away, because you may never be seen or the same again. Interesting.
Very interesting.
I kind of like that it's not super specific, but it kind of gives me the same vibe as like a sorcerer or a warlock. It's giving that ideology of not many tread this path, but you can usually rely on a few sources.
Yeah.
It's basically not something that just happens by natural cause. You typically don't, you're not born into this. You
choose it.
Yes, it's something that, or it chooses you based on something that happened.
Sure.
I kind of dig that. You know, it's just a subtle nudge.
The way I heard it, it almost feels like it's almost talking about curse magic as its own type of magic, kind of like blood magic would be.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And so it's like you're actually, I don't know if you're like drawing power from something specific, like a certain type of magic. Like that's kind of what it's stirring in my mind from that description a little bit. So I'm very curious to see if we go down that road.
Okay, we get a hydrate. Thank you, Alfie. Appreciate
please
you.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'm trying to think of where this is taking me. I mean, obviously with curses, I'm expecting some new spells. I'm expecting some debuffing.
We got new spells.
I'm definitely thinking, offensive, but not so much damage dealing. I'm thinking off, like
interesting. Yes,
like offensive support.
Mm-hmm.
Very big debuffs.
I'm here for that.
Okay, let's continue. Got a nice solid picture here to go along with that. Very creepy, very much occult level.
Yes, I was just about to say that.
What up, Cosmic? Oh. All right, then. Let me get the timer set up for that. Where is it?
What is happening?
I gotta find it. Where the hell is it? There we go. All right. Have fun. I'm on voice band for 10 minutes.
You're on voice band? Now, rudeness, Everdeen. All right. So does that mean we're just going to, like, I know you're not going to talk, but does that mean you're just going to, or do you want me to read through it? because I'm happy to read through it. Shrug emoji me. All right. Let me actually run in here and pull up a copy of this real quick. I am very much a fan of this artwork, by the way, just to continue off what you were saying. But this is, I want to know where people go to find stuff like this, or if you're like just straight up like have an AI made it, or you just happen upon it and it becomes so crazy beautiful. But whatever, it's fine. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I don't talk enough. Oh my goodness. Listen, I mean, that's fair. If you use it on me, then it would, yeah, but still, listen, whatever, it's fine. All right, let's go back to this item. Where am I at? There we go. All right. So we have forbidden knowledge. Actually, let us go back because we want to make sure we start from the very beginning when it comes to wizard stuff. This is actually likely where I would be talking anyways, so that's fine. First, we are working on first level arcane recovery. You basically get to get some of your spell slots back at first level when you're a wizard. You also just get your regular spell casting, nothing crazy. Your intelligence is your modifier for this. And yeah, outside of that, that's everything you get at first level. And then at second level, you get to choose your arcane tradition. Unless this is moving off of the base of the 2024 stuff. I don't know how recently you created this, Hecate, but I'm pretty sure wizards get second level subclasses. But this, let me actually check to make sure I didn't do this wrong. I'm being punished. Listen here. It is fine. But I do want to, it is off the 2024. Okay. So let me see if I can't pull up that foundation real quick. So you guys get your spell casting, which is, I'm assuming, not a whole lot different. Then you get something called Ritual Adept. Ritual Adept just basically says that you're a ritual caster and you can cast ritual spells. Awesome. And then you also get Arcane Recovery, which I'm assuming does the same thing. On a short rest, you can, you can get a number of spell slots back. And you can only use this feature once before you finish a long rest. You can't just spam it. Then at second level, you get something called Scholar. Scholar is, while studying magic, it says while studying magic, you also specialize in another field. Choose one of the following skills to have proficiency in: Arcana, History, Investigation, Medicine, Nature. Okay, so you just get a couple extra skills. Okay. And then you finally get your Wizard subclass. All right. All right, I apologize. I saw you show in the chat what the timer was. Does somebody in chat want to run it out to me real quick? I missed that. Perfect. That's how much time is left? What was it, a 10-minute? Goodness gracious, that's expensive. That's gonna be real expensive. All right. So, forbidden knowledge. Here's the problem, because at least when we switch seats, I can interact with you, and I can see this is This is teaching me what it's like to be Vortex when I'm not here. So whenever I have to like go do something else, this is what he has to do without me. He doesn't get to talk to me, doesn't get to bounce stuff off of me. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to bounce stuff off of him, but there's no, even though he's right here, there's no him to bounce it off of. Whatever, it's fine. All right. So we finally get our first feature, 3rd level. Forbidden knowledge. Your curiosity for knowledge of curses and spells has not affected your mind, but your spell focus as well. When you cast a non-curse single target spell, including cantrips, you can add curse effect to it when you hit. Interesting. So whenever you cast a cantrip or any spell that isn't a curse spell, you can add one of these effects to it. So you can make your non-curse spells into curse spells. Okay, I'm kind of getting that vibe. I'm kind of getting what you're trying to do with this. So let me look at these first abilities real quick. So we have the Dreaded Curse. It says the target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or become frightened on a failed save. Okay, that's a nice little add-on. Allured Curse. The target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or become charmed on a failed save. Bet. Disarmed Curse. The target must succeed a dexterity saving throw or their weapon or item in hand 10 feet away in any direction. Okay. So they have to throw their weapon away. All right. And then the last one is Pureblind Curse. Okay. Succeed a Constitution saving throw or become blinded. Okay. Interesting. The target is cursed until the end of their next turn on a failed save. You can do this up to your proficiency bonus number of times and regain the ability to do so on a short or long rest. I like things coming back on short rest. Okay. All right, let me catch up over here in chat. 10K for 10 minutes, 10 minutes. Oh, you guys are just still talking about how painful this is for me. I wish I had someone on stream. See, I'm telling you, Big Dungeon, it is so crazy helpful. I'm so glad we get to do this like this. New pool in chat. Oh, there is a new pool in chat. Stand by. Is a 10-minute voice band too long, too short, or just right? Interesting. Well, for me it feels like forever. Okay, like I'm just putting it out there. For me it feels like forever, but I don't know about you guys. Does it feel weird? Does it feel off? It just feels different to me. All right, it feels almost as weird, if not weirder, than when we actually switch seats. So you know, it's wild. Oh, we're oh yes, too short. Somebody thinks it's too short. I think it's too long. See, I try to avoid these votes because I don't think it's my opinion we're looking for. It's their opinion. Whatever, it's fine. Uh-oh. 3 to 3, right? Short. All right. Well, anyways, so let's and here's the deal. You guys can't get Vortex's perspective on how this is actually going to get rated in the end. You just get my Cineverse perspective on what I would do with or without this thing. So I'll say I really like the idea of adding effects to things that don't already have them. I was talking to somebody earlier. Actually, it might have been Vortex and I when we were talking about the different types of cantrips and how we could like separate the different categories of cantrips and stuff like that.
Like a new category of low level spells.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm so glad you're back with me. Welcome back to the stream. But when we were talking about that, like the idea that there are some cantrips that can do more than just deal damage. Like Fireball, it's just gonna do damage. But something like Ray of Frost is gonna actually slow somebody down for 10 feet. So, you know, it's I definitely like the idea that you're adding something onto it. I think it's very cool. It's a very cool idea. I'm excited to see how this like plays out with the rest, because it's not just your cantrips either. It's like any non-curse spell. Although it does say single target damage dealing, non-curse single target spell including cantrips.
Yeah, so the including cantrips, that that's interesting. Before I give my perspective on this, because I do have a couple ideas. Following up the poll in chat, so only one person thought that 10 minutes was too long. I feel like 10 minutes was a balanced amount. I feel like definitely 5 just goes by way too quick, especially if there's any kind of stumbling or if there's any kind of pause. Like 5 minutes just really does go by quick. 10 minutes doesn't feel, I mean, it feels like a long time, really isn't. Like we don't get through a lot in 10 minutes.
I mean, that's fair enough.
I will say this though, my biggest concern about increasing it, like anything longer than 10 minutes, like the hat wearing, basically anything that we do, my biggest concern, y'all, for going beyond 10 minutes is essentially how disruptive it will be to the content. Like, I love these things for live interaction.
Yeah.
But considering that if we do eventually get to a stage where we can start turning this into valid, editable YouTube content, things like that could make it more fun, but it could also make it more difficult in certain situations. You know what I mean? For editing purposes.
Definitely.
Like a whole section of me not talking could be very weird if on the YouTube video there's a lot that you're covering, but just suddenly I'm not talking forever. Yeah. It's one of those making sure we can put it in the edit why it makes sense. So that's my only hesitations. It's not so much that I don't want to do it. It's just that from a business point of view, how much will that affect the quality of an edited video versus the engagement of a live stream?
Sure.
So the poll out right now, we have 1 vote for 10 minutes is too long. We have 3 votes for 10 minutes is too short. And we have 4 votes for 10 minutes is just right. Now, granted, there is multi-voting, but it does cost. So if you spend XP, you can vote more than once. Oh, but it's like 500 XP per extra vote.
Well, I will dump my 30,000 into just right. I'm just kidding.
So yeah, so if you guys are interested, you didn't want to use channel points. I mean, again, I would not be opposed to increasing it to 15 minutes. Right now, the poll says 10 minutes was just right, but that was the first time we've used it, though. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So maybe I can do it the next time someone uses it, and we'll do the poll again when we, and see what people think. Because right now, the majority of people say it's just right. Okay. At least according to the poll. But if that's the case, then yeah, I think that I will increase it to 15, at least for a trial run. Because 10 minutes was a good amount, but I could have been comfortable with another 5 minutes. You know what I mean? Like, okay. I wouldn't have been that upset with another 5 minutes. Beyond that, though, that's really getting into the vibe of the whole show. So, yeah, now we have 5 votes for just right. So maybe chat's just... It's telling us 10 minutes is done. Soul could just voice ban me again. He could.
Wild.
Oh yeah. Oh, now you guys are just plotting against each other. Now they're just talking about how they're going to use it to each other. And so now it's not even about us.
Wild.
I love that.
Disrespectful.
Cosmic saying, oh, we're the only channel that you follow. That's awesome, Cosmic. Thank you. There's another one that did marble races, but they haven't streamed for 8 months. Wow, that's unfortunate. That does kind of suck. You know, you never know what like causes, you know, streamers that are pretty active to
kind of fall
go
off.
out.
Yeah.
Well, and you know, you never know. Is it like, did they move to Kick? You know what I mean? Like, did they go to Kick? Did they go to YouTube? Did they stop streaming altogether? Did they get a new channel? Like, it's so difficult sometimes to figure out like what happens, because I know that, you know, I mean, streaming is just kind of volatile sometimes. So
yeah,
when people disappear, they just kind of disappear.
Yeah, Cosmic, totally.
All right, poll just ended. So for right now, with 5 votes, 10 minutes was just right.
Okay.
So next time we do it, maybe these are one of those ones where, oh wow, Cosmic contributed 1,000 channel points trying to win that vote, man. Wow. I applaud you. So how about this, Cosmic? I'll make you a deal. The next time this happens, we'll do the same exact thing. During the ban, I'll run another poll.
Okay.
Because as we get bigger, we'll get more votes. So every time we do an IRL voice ban or anything that has a time limit, we'll do a poll that says, was this long enough? And we'll allow chat to constantly let us know what the pulse is. Because maybe there's going to be a day where 10 minutes isn't long enough. And chat's going to be like, no, go to 15, right? So that's what we'll go ahead and do, is every time we do a timed channel point, we'll go ahead and do a poll just to make sure everyone's cool with it. Because I don't want people to feel like we are, you know, that things are too expensive and that they won't use them.
Yeah.
But I also want to make sure that we don't want them to just be spammed, you know, indefinitely.
Yeah.
So we want a good balance, right? So we're gonna continue doing the polls to make sure that we are giving y'all what you want in terms of that interactive experience. Oh, they moved, changed jobs, life was all over the place. I mean, and that does happen. I can easily see just 1 or 2 things happening in my life and suddenly this becoming not an importance.
Yeah.
You know, especially if you're not a streamer that uses this for
your income,
your salary. Yeah. If this isn't your bread and butter, I can totally understand that. Just 1 or 2 things, job, family, and this becomes a secondary.
You gotta take care of something.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but you know, hopefully they're doing better. You know what I mean?
True.
What you can only
True that.
on.
100%.
Pokénighter's going back to this. Yes, let's get back to this. So Pokénighter's saying, kind of like how this is just an Eldritch Blast effect since it's only on a hit. So any saving throw, cantrip, or any spell that's a saving throw doesn't work. I think it'd be a lot more effective if it was just a cursed option effect on a target. Gotcha. Okay, so Pokénighter's just hoping that this is like more of a
side ability you can just do.
Like a class feature that you can just add on. So so let's get back to this. So I would say that my first initial response was, I wasn't 100% sure if I want this available on cantrips. Now, granted, at level, I'm kind of torn on this, right? Because at level 3, it's so low that, you would want something, because at level 3, I mean, you're casting, what, 2-3 spells max?
Yeah.
So it's like,
and I will say it does have limited use. It's not infinitely spammable. Like, you could use these 3 times, well, 2 times per short rest when you get it.
Right.
And
so I totally get the idea behind wanting to expand it at the lower level. The single target spell, including cantrips, I very much get where Pokénighter's coming from in terms of it really doesn't capitalize on the vast majority of spells. But then again, you know, it really comes down to, like, Pokénighter put in a comment. What was it? So saving throw cantrips don't work. And what's interesting about that is, part of me wants to reverse this. Part of me doesn't want this to trigger, if we're going to go cantrips, why instead of it triggering off an attack cantrip, why wouldn't it trigger off of a failed save? So whenever you attack with a spell that requires a saving throw and they fail, you can also curse them. Why isn't it that? Because then you can add in cantrips and it feels okay. Because you're cursing.
That feels beautiful for cantrips.
You're cursing the failed
that
save,
feels
not. You're not.
It makes cantrips feel like they're not going to just fart in the wind.
And the thing is it's you're not imbuing magic with anything new. You're casting a spell, and what you're doing is you're targeting the moment of weakness. They failed their saving throw, and so now you get attack on, you failed against me, now you get attack on that curse. So it does suck. It's like a double down suck. But at the same time,
Oh, so I don't
Like-
know why I was thinking this the wrong way. I was thinking like if they passed their saving throw, then you
still
could do this
curse
to them.
Oh no, I was just trying to say in different directions.
yeah.
If instead of it being
Interesting.
based on attack spells, why not add this on? Because it is limited, right? You only get so many, so it's not perfectly spammable. But it is one of those when you cast a spell and they fail that saving throw, there's a moment of weakness, and you can just dig at it and just salt on the wound kind of moment. Because these aren't huge. Again, going back to some of these, like they're pretty big to have like out the gate. Like this option of frightened, blinded, charmed. Those are pretty big to have like as an option set right out the gate. But again, in context, you're only getting one at a time,
And it's only lasting till what, the start of their next turn?
Yeah. So, and again, adding these onto an already failed saving throw seems kind of legit. You know what I mean? Like you just failed a saving throw against a spell, you already had something happen to you, and then a knock-on effect. So that's my first initial thing. Is I wasn't happy about the cantrips, but I wouldn't mind it if we kind of switched what type of spells it targeted. And then I don't mind the wisdom throw on frightened, the wisdom throw on charmed. Those are fine. My biggest thing about the disarmed curse is I don't know about the throwing it 10 feet. I don't mind the idea that they drop a weapon. Like I'd love it. I could love a good disarm.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I would love a good disarm. I don't know about the 10 feet away. That seems a little excessive, especially for low level, because that's really beneficial to be able to like distance them from their weapon. Because then they can't just pick it up, right? They have to move, opportunity attack. At least dropping it just causes them to burn their action, not get an opportunity attack kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I'd feel better if it was just dropping it. But if you wanted to go one step further and actually make this a curse, instead of automatically dropping it, right? They fail their save or whatever, it happens, they get cursed. So it's not so much that they automatically drop it, but what if anytime they make an attack, they have to roll a dexterity save, and if they fail, they drop their weapon for the next X amount of rounds.
Interesting.
So the curse is affecting them. Like again, if they fail, so the target must succeed on a dex saving throw or drop their weapon and throw it like 10 feet away. But what if that was just for the next X amount of rounds? Anytime they attack, they have to succeed a dex saving throw or drop their weapon. You know what I mean?
Interesting.
So it's more like Butterfingers, right? It's more
right.
You've cursed them with being very bad at holding their weapon. That feels to me a little bit better than just an automatic drop or a toss 10 feet away. Because at this point, especially if you could say make it last like, until the end of your next turn, that's essentially, if you're, depending on what your initiative is, that's like a round and a half, 2 rounds that, especially if it's a fighter and they get 2 attacks or they get multi-attack.
Right.
That's literally every attack they drop it. Like it's 3 chances, multi-attack, multiple chances they could drop it. It feels kind of more in line with how you'd want combat to unfold. I feel like the 10 feet away is almost too good. Because like I said, if it's 10 feet away, they have to move in order to grab it, which means they're going to do an opportunity attack or attack you unarmed, which really is the worst type of mechanic that D&D has, is unarmed attack, right? Like when it's not proficient, it's just kind of crap. So I feel like it punishes almost too much when the other ones, like frightened, just go away from the target, right? Like,
I think there's nothing wrong with it dropping at their feet. And I think that if you are a crafty wizard, you could set it up to where you use catapult as soon as they do.
I mean, yeah, there's
like I will give you spend another spell to get it away from them. But like I do agree, like maybe throwing it away is a little much.
My biggest thing is just because I can just see the fact that you're basically forcing an opportunity attack for them to stay in the fight.
Sure.
That's what it is. If it's 10 feet away and they're anything but a monk, they need that weapon to continue. They're going to go for the weapon. It's so I'm looking from the player's point of view. That's how I would use it. I would spam the crap out of it to guarantee, like, hey, everyone just walk in a line. I'll make him drop his weapon 10 feet over there, and he'll have to walk past all of us. Like that's what I'm looking at it from the point of view, is doing the 10 feet makes it a little too powerful, especially at this low level. Maybe later down the road, bump it up, right? Early on, it just drops it, and then like at level 10, you can push it 5 feet. At level 15, you can push it 10 feet. Like I could see it being an upgradable feat, but I just don't know at this early level if distancing someone from their weapon is balanced.
Right.
But other than that, I like blinded, I like frightened, I like charmed, and I like some sort of a disarm. So I don't dislike any of the curse abilities. I really do hope we see these expand. Like, again, I hope that these aren't, like we always talk about with subclasses, I'd like to see these hinted back at later. And just kind of like bumped up. But otherwise, as a start, I'm already suited. Like, I feel like I know where this is going. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't confusing. Right out the gate, level 3. I mean, you're giving me brand new types of curses. Now, these aren't necessarily spells that we're unfamiliar with, right? There's nothing unfamiliar here. But I do like the idea that we're starting to set up a reactionary type of, like, again, that support offensive where you're there to debuff the enemies as much as possible. So how you go about doing that, I think, is where I draw the biggest issue. My two biggest issues are, as written, I'm not sure cantrips are the best way, but I get the logic, and I'm not sure about the 10 feet away. My solution to that would be include cantrips, but flip it to saving throw based, so that way it's on a failed saving throw, this can happen. I really like the idea of hitting them where it hurts when they're down, kind of thing. That's what a curse feels like. You have to find a weakness, you have to find an opening, and a failed saving throw is that perfect opening to just throw a curse on you. And then the disarm, I would at least change it to just drop it at their feet. I also kind of like the idea that until the end of your next turn, or until the end of their next turn. So again, that's like 2 rounds. If it's till the end of their next turn, like the idea that, you know, their whole next turn is Butterfingers, they can just drop their weapon. I kind of think that feels better than just an automatic drop, because it's a curse, right? The idea is that you've cursed them with the inability to hold their weapon, instead of you just saying like power word drop,
right?
You know, it's a little more, this feels more like it's a command word, like the command where I just say, hey, you know, drop, and then you drop your weapon. Whereas the Butterfingers one is more about they have to overcome that ability.
That's kind of another reason why I feel like dropping it at your feet is better. Because even if you were to cast a first level spell to get them to do the exact same thing, it would still drop at their feet.
Yeah. So I would agree. That's fine too.
But
let's see. What did I miss in chat? I think we missed a couple things in chat. Oh, we got a posture check. Thank you so much, Aki. Yeah, Pokenizer still wants to keep it off cantrips. I get that. What's going on? Different idea. Okay, so cursing your magic is a very tasking. Choose your spell in your prepared list that causes a saving throw. Creatures that fit. Oh, that could be interesting. So when you prepare your spells as an alternative, you can choose which spells you've prepared that will apply a curse. So basically, I prepared Fireball. Fireball's going to have the curse. So when I cast Fireball, not Fireball because it's an AoE, but when I cast this, and they're going to then make the saving throw at that point. And if they failed, then they get the curse.
Interesting.
So it's more like you decide beforehand what spell is going to come with the curse. That's an interesting way to do it.
What wizard wouldn't pick Magic Missile? Oh, it's got to be a saving throw.
And a single target.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's interesting. I
do kind of like that idea, though.
Soul had a question. So, question: you can have one of each cantrip to 3rd level to have for yourself, not your D&D character. Right? You can have a.
Oh, this is like in real life, IRL.
One cantrip, one 1st level, one 2nd level, and one 3rd level spell. Like you can have one of each of those in real life. I can't answer that right here off the top of my head. I'd have to sit down for a minute because there's so much to think about. There is so much. I'm not going to answer that right off the top of my head. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there's too many variables. I'd have to go back through the actual spell list. Like, cause I don't have all cantrips through 3rd level memorized.
I've got a good chunk of them, and even I need to go scan through. I think Fly's a 3rd level spell.
Yeah, but honestly, like I mean, Prestidigitation is like, is there any other better cantrip? Like in the real world, is there any other absolute like just that OP cantrip? Because that one really suffices for just like for the real world purposes.
Unless you want mending.
But technically, it does have minor mending. Like precipitation is
But
clean
like
and
the
minor
type
mending.
of mending you could do with actual mending, like the limitations of it being at like no longer than like.
Yeah, but I mean, we're talking about like real world, everyday, like what's gonna make, like again, unless you're gonna say like that's gonna be like what I make money
That's
with.
what I'm saying. Like you could.
But then I got the other spells for that shit. Like I got a first, second, and
Sure.
third level spell. I'm talking about like when it comes to cantrip, the thing that I can do without question. I'm looking at what is the most beneficial for my everyday life. What is the absolute? I mean, again, clean drinking water. I can go hiking and never have to. I could just plain drinking water. I never. If I'm out of a shower, I don't have to worry about like disease and hygiene.
Does it clean your drinking water? It'll make it taste fine, but it won't like remove any toxins or anything.
But I mean, but still, like being more pleasurable, like being able to have, you know, a biscuit and still feel like you're having a full-fledged meal. Like,
oh my gosh, you could make eating kale taste like having a steak.
And that's what I'm saying. So it's like when it comes to like, yes, there's a more powerful cantrips that could make you powerful, but you also got to look at like when we think about real world application.
Yes, it would make. I believe it's one of those like I would call a quality of life.
Like
cantrip. Personally,
in the real world, I would probably stay away from any attack based cantrip because it would be too tempting and it would de-escalate
I wouldn't
so
either.
Quickly. It would,
but like I said,
it would escalate
I think
super quick.
Message, I think mending, I think mage hand. Oh my gosh, mage hand.
I think a lot of people would actually probably choose mage hand. But here's the thing: is like at the end of the day, like mage hand, in my opinion, is kind of weak. Like again, real world, it's lightweight,
maybe
basic telepathy. It's basically 90% of what you're doing, what you're having it do, is just get you things.
Yeah,
and maybe help cook. I don't know,
bro. I'm not gonna lie. If I could choose lightweight telepathy over I would telepathy because I will say being able to clean myself and just like never. That would be fire. Like that would be. It would just be so easy, but.
Yeah, we'll
I don't know.
So for the rest of them, I'll have to sit down and actually look at the whole
I
list.
like that question. Thank you very much for that question.
If you post that in Discord, we'll give you a cleaner answer.
Yeah. Or we could turn it into a Friday episode. Shoot, that I bet that would take an entire Friday.
Yeah, that probably because we'd go through all of them, read them all, we'd discuss. Maybe we'll do that. If you write that in the topics idea, maybe we'll do that this Friday.
Dude,
is that what we should do this Friday, guys? Should we talk about how to answer that? Which spells are the best? From cantrip to level 3, we could just talk about what are the absolutely best IRL spells. That might be one. All right, good night, Dungeon. Thank you so much for showing up. We appreciate you. So yeah, so we will answer that this Friday. How about that? That will be this Friday's topic. Is the best real life spells. Cantrip to 3rd level.
Fire.
All right. So that is my that's my information for Forbidden Knowledge. I think it's good. I like the curses. The only curse I have an issue with is the disarm because of the 10 feet. And I would probably just reform it because I like the idea that it's not just a thing that you're throwing onto attack spells. I kind of like the idea of it. Because again, attack spells are already pretty good. I think the idea that if the spell causes a saving throw already, it also simplifies it to not have to do another saving throw. You know what I mean? It's already relying on the saving throw of the spell. And that's what I like about the curse. It's finding the weakness that the person was already having because they had to fail that spell in the first place. And it could be interesting because that means that you could curse people with lesser effective spells. As long as the spell requires a saving throw, then they can get cursed, right? So not necessarily combat spells could also be effective, right? So I'm just kind of curious, maybe like AoE spells, and then we could have a conversation about AoE spells.
Oh yeah,
because if AoE spells could require a saving throw and you could curse multiple people at once, I don't know if that would be OP or not, but that could be cool.
Imagine.
That might be a little OP though.
Because I'm thinking of if I chose something like what is it called? Call lightning.
Yeah.
because what that does is every round for a minute, I can call down a lightning bolt, and anyone within 5 feet of that lightning bolt has to make a saving throw.
But I would rule it as that's, and I would have to rule it that it's a single use spell, not like an ongoing. So nothing that would require concentration.
Okay.
Because then that would be really open.
I was about, because like
But like a quick, again, something that requires a saving throw. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. I still think it could be tweaked, but that's just my ideology behind it. This is a wizard class Pokeniner. Yeah, so right now, so that's why I'm thinking that it would be interesting to do a saving throw just from the lore point of view, that the curse is essentially targeting you at like a weak point because you've already failed a saving throw, so that's how the curse was able to affect you. So, and again, I don't know if that, that may make it feel even worse because it's like a double punch. You've already failed a save and then you get a curse, but that's kind of, I see it both ways. I could see it on an attack, and I can see it on a failed save. So I guess that's really just up to the individual DM. Put it in the topics channel. Awesome. Thanks, Soul. All right, let's move on to the next one. What do we get between 3 and 6? Any major changes?
3 and 6. Again, we're looking at 2024 right here. So, 4th level, you get an ASI. 5th level, you get something called Memorize Spell. This says whenever you finish a short rest, you can study your spell book and replace one of your level +1, so like whatever your wizard level is +1 prepared on your spell list. Okay, so it just basically lets you just swap out a prepared spell.
Yeah
Okay. And you can do that a certain number of times.
Gotcha.
Okay,
all right, that's it.
And then number 6 is your subclass feature.
All right, so we're getting infectious imprecations. Infectious imprecations. Okay. Your study of curses has shown you even deeper secrets of the dark arts, and it starts to become infectious to others who are nearby. When you cast a curse spell or effect that targets one person. Okay, so either a cursed spell or any effect that targets one person,
like hold person or something like that.
You can spread the curse to another target that is within 30 feet of the target.
Oh.
So you can do this up to your proficiency bonus. So you can also take 1 hour to virtually cast a cursed spell on an item or organic material such as hair, blood, skin, and nails. If it's organic material, it targets the creature it belongs to, having disadvantage on the saving throw, as long as it's on the same plane of existence as you. If it's an item, it becomes cursed, cursing the first person it touches other than you. Duration of the curse lasts 6 hours on the item, increasing to 12 hours at 10th level, 24 hours at 14th level. You can only curse a number of objects and organic material up to half your wizard level, rounded down. Okay, so let's break this apart. So first of all, you get an increase in how you can curse someone. So whether you're casting a curse spell itself or you're utilizing the forbidden knowledge ability, as far as I'm reading that. So basically, whether it's a spell that's a curse or you're using this ability to curse someone.
Got it.
One of those two things is true. What this ability is letting you do is you can target a second person with the curse, with the curse spell or with one of these.
Okay.
You can target a second person up to 30 feet away.
Okay.
From the target that you're targeting. So here's my issue with
just with the curse, not with the original effect.
Yes, just the curse.
Got it.
So I don't necessarily mind the daisy chaining because it's like you're being cursed and then it's someone else around you. 30 feet, I think, is very excessive for a curse like this.
That's generous.
I think, honestly, even at 6th level, I think even saying 10 feet might be pretty generous. I wouldn't mind saying an adjacent. Well, I was going to say 5. So you start at level 6 being able to target an adjacent enemy, and then at level 10 you get 10 feet, at level 15 you get 15 feet. Like, I wouldn't mind it increasing, but early on I kind of think I don't mind it jumping, but 30 feet sounds like a lot. I mean,
I was gonna say I think 15 feet is a good place to start at 6th level, because at 6th level, like, I want to feel like I can use this. And how often am I going to find myself in a situation where I can actually use this if I only have 5 feet?
Well, because it would be more of like adjacent enemies. That's where my mind was going. I mean, even 10 feet kind of feels fine. I don't know. It's just one of those. Oh, there's a spider. But yeah, it's I don't know. 30 feet, I think, is just.
I agree. Right, I agree. 30 feet feels like a lot.
I don't mind the jump though. I don't mind being able to curse a second target.
Yes,
that's kind of nice. So I think, yeah, I think I would just reduce the 30 feet to something else.
I do hope that as you get on higher in levels, that number increases.
Yes, I would like, and that's why I want it to be lower now and then see it increase.
Yeah.
So this next part, so this is kind of interesting because we don't really see a lot of people tweak what ritual casting does, because typically ritual casting just allows you to not spend the spell slot.
So the sacrifice of time, yes.
Yeah, so I kind of like that this is taking it a different approach. So we have a 1 hour, because normally ritual casting is 10 minutes, or is it 1 hour?
Normally ritual casting is 10 minutes.
So yeah, so this is a 1 hour, which I kind of vibe with. I like the idea that they're going here. I like being able to curse an item. I also like what they were talking about of having the benefit of the material from the creature and them having a disadvantage on that saving throw.
Okay.
I dig that. I really dig that for lore purposes.
Yeah. Very much so.
I kind of like the idea because there used to be a way to curse items yourself, and I don't know if 5th edition has maintained that mechanic. So the idea that this is a built-in way to make your own cursed item,
not that I'm aware of. Yeah.
I really like that, though I will say I was taken aback a little bit by how early you could curse an item, but then I really did like the time spread. So having it be 6 hours, and then 12 hours at level 10, then 24 hours at level 14. That feels
I see what you're saying.
Great, because yeah, you don't want them to just be able to create, cursed items, right? You don't want that just to be something that you can do so early, but having it to where you can use it as, a prop or hopefully that you can leave it somewhere, but you have a time frame that you need to have it used in. I really do appreciate how that goes. Although I don't know if a capstone of 24 hours really, in-game wise, 24 hours isn't a long time. For a normal role play setting concept, I don't know if 24 hours is really the best capstone. Should it be longer than 24 hours to be the capstone?
I would say, and I think the reason why it was done this way, correct me if I'm wrong, Hecate, but is because 14th level is the last ability you get from the subclass. But what I would honestly do is probably either at level 20 or something, just say it becomes permanent.
Until someone touches it. Basically,
yeah, until
it's still just a one-off, but it'll stay there. Yeah, level 20 capstone for making it permanent would be nice. I wouldn't mind that at all. Because I was wondering if it should be you start at 12, then get 24, then get 48, and then get something like that. But I do like that. I do like being able to imbue it. I like that if you have some sort of organic matter from your target, I love that they get a disadvantage on it. I think that's perfect for roleplay purposes.
Yeah.
And it's perfect for lore purposes as well. When I was reading that, I think it's great as is. I was almost trying to justify in my head, could you justify, and this might be too complicated, this might be more of a DM, individual DM, personal ruling, house rule. But I almost like the idea that if you have material of your target at any point, they have disadvantage. If you're in the middle of a fight and you rip off a chunk of hair, now that person would have disadvantage on, and not even just for curses. I'm kind of wondering, that's a cool mechanic, because I do have something similar in High Point because of the Dresden File series. There are certain spells that work better if you have the materials of the target. This just makes me wonder, is there a missing mechanic in general where if you had a personal object or organic material of your target, is there a way that we could add in a legitimate mechanic that gives you disadvantage on almost any spell? Any spell that targets that creature. It has to be a solo, no area of effect. Right?
Yeah.
But any spell that targets a creature is at disadvantage if you have items of that creature, right? That would be a really unique way to add a new level of.
Could it get
tactileness.
bad if somebody's just like, I want to run around grabbing like hairs off of everybody I meet and like, oh, I have disadvantage on him? Or is this going to be like, can you get like a whole? I mean, I think it would be a cool character idea to be kind of like
maybe it consumes the piece.
What's his name? Dexter, right? He's got his whole vial of like.
Well,
I can see somebody like having like a book full of stuff to have.
So what if it just consumes it?
But I do like that consume
like,
the piece idea.
Yeah, so if you have a lock of hair, but it consumes that hair when you do it, right? So that way it would be more specific to you have to go out of your way. And it would have to be, it wouldn't just be like blood of a creature. It'd have to be blood from that creature. You know what I mean? So it's not like anything would do.
Right.
That could be an interesting mechanic. I don't know. Maybe that's like an ADMG mechanic that we can talk about. Okay. I do kind of feel like there's something there that I want to explore. So Hecate will probably get at least at bare minimum the inspiration point for that.
Heck yeah.
Because that's definitely making me think that we can add something to the ADMG for that. All right. So other than the leapfrogging effect being a little bit far, I really like this ritual casting for curses. No changes. I think that's great.
Most definitely.
All right. So between level 6 and level 10, give him an update. I'll be right back.
Alrighty. Real quick, friends and neighbors, I'm gonna throw this in our chat. Let's see. We're gonna do. Boom, boom, boom. Fantastic. All right. Back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Oh, there goes. Hey, look, there it is. Alrighty. So, next up on the list, here's the thing. It's pretty dead for wizards. I don't know whoever is familiar with 5th edition. Wizards don't really get a lot of stuff. They just don't.
No
Between
love for the wizard.
6th level and 10th level, the only thing you get is an ASI at 8th.
That's it?
That's it.
Ouch.
Everything else comes from your spells.
Mm-hmm. Rough. All right.
Bark.
Okay, well, let's go to level 10 then. So we get the Evil Eye. Ooh, okay. Giving Dresden vibes from this one. The more you read and dive into curses, the more they start to imprint on you, beginning with your eyes. You can cast a curse spell equal to your proficiency bonus on a target that you can see within range as a bonus action. It has no knowledge of being cast upon. However, a divination spell or remove curse spell on the target can show a glimpse of the user that casted the spell. You can cast this ability once without expending a spell slot and regain the ability to do so at the end of a long rest. So basically, you get a 1 free curse spell equal to the level equal to your proficiency bonus.
Specifically with your bonus action too.
And it's a bonus action. So let's break this down, because Evil Eye is a pretty traditional like curse idea. So I really like the idea that we're using this right off the bat.
Real quick, at the end there, do you read that as you can use it as many times as spell slots as you have, but the first one is the only one that doesn't require one?
No, I read that as you can only cast it once, period. It doesn't cost a spell slot, and you regain the ability to use it at the end of a long rest. Now, granted, Hecate definitely confirmed with us on this one. I could see that saying that you only can cast it once without a spell slot, and then you can continue casting it using spell slots.
That's kind of how I read it.
And that's basically just saying that you can then future-wise just use all your spell slots for curse spells only.
If you want to do them as bonus actions and then cantrips for your main action or whatever the case may be.
But
I mean, it is playing into...
I would probably say, I would have to rule it though, that only the free one is a bonus action. I would have to rule it that if you're spending a spell slot, it still has to be an action. For balance purposes, because then you can't cast, because again, casting 2 spells on the same, like, I have a feeling like, again, the first one I can see as a bonus action, but all other ones that would use a spell slot, I think would have to be.
So then what is the ability doing?
Basically, what I would rate it is that you're spending a spell slot to basically cast. Well, I guess, yeah. So, because you would be able to do that anyway. So, I don't know.
Other than the fact that they don't know you cast it on them.
All it's really doing is letting you cast it as a bonus action. Okay, so Hecate means it to be a one and done. So you're only supposed to get it once.
Once per long rest. Okay.
Because I feel like, yeah, if you were just able to just spam out a curse spell,
then I would eliminate the part where it says without expending a spell slot in that last line.
Yeah, it does.
Because hopefully you already mentioned.
Yeah, you could just say you can cast this ability once and regain the ability to at the end of a long rest. That's
exactly.
This makes it seem like you can cast it with spell slots.
Yeah.
So let's go. So you can cast a curse spell equal to. I don't even know I'm not even very familiar with the curse spells, but this one has its own list. Right?
Yeah, I have no idea, unless I'm assuming these are the spells that the spell list that Hecate gave us with this. So at the end of this,
all of that,
there's going to be a big spell list that we're going to go through. But
so a divination spell or remove curse spell will give them a glimpse of who cast it upon them. So it's basically a free curse spell. So when it says that they have no knowledge, does that mean that they won't? That it's just automatic, that they don't even have to have a saving throw?
I don't read it that way. I read it as normally, like when you're being charmed, like you know that it's happening. Normally it's kind of obvious when somebody's like casting these spells on you. I'm cursing you, right? Like you can tell it's coming from me. This feels like a weird wizard version of subtle spell where you're basically getting to curse this person specifically without them knowing that you're the source.
Okay.
With the exception of those types of divination and or remove curse.
Gotcha. All right. You know, it's really, until we see the spells, I don't see this as anything. I don't see this as an issue. I actually really like this because Evil Eye is a very good classic trope for curses. Mm-hmm. And so I'm really okay with this. Giving you a free spell as a bonus action once per long rest is very on par with other magic users, and the lore really fits in. So I'm okay with that.
I'm super here for it.
Yeah, no changes on that one.
I'd be very interested if they would your DM would allow you to let the evil eye appear wherever you want it to. Like maybe you have to like choose like where on your body it is, and that's where it is forever. But still, like maybe it's on like the back of your neck instead of your forehead.
Like growing a third eye.
Yeah.
Because normally the evil eye is it's literally like your eye. Like
it's
just
interesting.
Like, the evil eye concept is basically like that's how you curse people, is like you give them, that's where the took you give them
right.
Like it's a look you can give them and you curse them with it. So it's an affliction that you would actually get. So it's like, and there are other lore based so people's eyes would go red. So like one eye would be red, so people wear eye patches when they're cursed. So they when they have the evil eye, so you don't know it's them.
Got it.
There's a lot of interesting lore behind it. So I dig it. I'm okay with it. Yeah, no changes.
Cool. I'm
anything
here
at level, anything between 10 and 14.
10 and 14. An ability score improvement at level 12.
Great. And Hecate says there's actually only one official curse spell in 5e. So all of this is going to be based on the spells that he adds.
Interesting. Yeah, are you just talking about the spell curse?
Bestows curse, yeah.
Bestow curse, okay.
Yeah. Malediction Mastery at level 14. Your mastery over curses has not only empowered your other abilities, but has given you the power to remove curses as well as amplify your own. I dig that. I dig the idea that you're so... You know what, though? Before we even read on, actually, there is one thing I would change. I get the ideology that you're going for, Hecate, of wanting to remove a curse. I totally get it.
You have power over curses. I get that.
But I have a problem here. Because so far, I mean, this is your capstone, level 14, right? You've done nothing but give curses. You've done nothing but be the flow of curses. So while I understand it, if we were going to allow this class to remove curses, I would have liked to have seen that much earlier. But instead, because we're getting it at a capstone, what I would like to see, Hecate, is that it is giving you the power to transfer curses, not remove them. Because I don't believe, like, it's not that I don't believe it's in its power wheelhouse. It's not in the build to want to remove a curse. Even for your party member, this is not a build that you're about giving curses. You're about putting that energy out there. So what I would love for this is being able to take the curse from someone, but it has to go to someone else.
I'll say from what we've seen thus far, it does feel very much like the entire idea of what's happening here is to, like you said, like curse things, like to put that energy like out into the world.
Because I love the idea of helping and being able to remove a curse, but it sounds like why would you eliminate it? You should.
The way I kind of view the what I call the immersion for me being like to see how this works is kind of the effect of like, I have become so adept at knowing what curses are. Like I have a mastery of curses. Like I can dissect them and I can like almost like take them apart like Legos.
Oh yeah.
You know, like that's kind of the idea. And it's like, I know exactly what thread to pull to like
I said, I don't argue with its ability. It's definitely in its wheelhouse, but if it were truly a remove, like if it were just the ability to just straight get rid of it, I would have liked to see it earlier, because earlier on, like at level 6 even, if we had got that at level 6, it would have opened the door of, hey, you're a master of curses. But the problem is,
how do you feel, because this goes right along with what you're talking about being able to put it into an object, like your 6th level ability.
Oh, like make an object that
contains the curse that you're removing from the person.
Transfer is fine. Yeah, I would be fine with that. But my biggest thing is like, if we had got this at level 6 to where
I like
you can
that
now
then.
remove curse.
I like that then.
Early on, what it does is it gives you a projection, right? It's a fork in the road of, hey, you can now remove curse. Level 6, you can go either way. You're a master of curses. You can give, you can take away. But now at level 14, it's like, I've done nothing but give curses. It's not necessarily out of my power, but why? I have not lived to get rid of curses. I have lived to give curses. So for me, if I'm going to get this power now, it should be in the same projection as my powers have been. And that's why I like transfer.
I like the idea that you get the same glimpse that they would have got of you. So you, like, say you don't know the person who cursed them, like as you're using whatever this is to transfer them, you get a glimpse to see
who cursed them in the first place.
Them. So
I think that could be kind of cool too. So that's just my initial knee-jerk reaction is, if we're going to give remove curses, if it's straight remove curses, it should have been early on, because then it gives the player the chance to decide what kind of curse master do you want to be. But as a capstone, it should fall in line with the ideology of this class, which is giving curses. So I totally love the idea of, hey, I don't want my party members to have curses, but I just don't believe I want a curse to not live. I don't believe I want to eradicate curses. I believe that if anything, I want that curse to live on. I just don't want it to live on in you.
So, I would say you might actually see this. It might be in there because we haven't read the.
But yeah, we still got to go for it. That was just the first sentence. I just wanted to kind of like cut that out there. But let's continue. But that was just my knee-jerk reaction. Is it doesn't feel like it followed along with the ideology that the rest of the class is set. You know what I mean? It kind of feels like suddenly, why would I be the nice guy?
Right.
That's my only question, is either put it sooner or make it transferable, or as an option, get rid of it or transfer it. And like you said, transfer it into an object, so the next person that touches that object picks up the curse. That'd be cool too.
Right.
Like I just like that idea that I don't believe that this class would want to see a curse destroyed. That's my only issue, is that by level 14, how I would play the characters, I'd be like, but it's beautiful. Don't you like, you know what I mean? Like, you're a master, like it's beauty to you to have a curse. I just would like to see it live on. But I digress. Moving forward. So now you can apply your own feature and ability enhancements. Your forbidden knowledge, which is the very first time that you can curse people with other magic. Your forbidden knowledge feature can now be used with any spell that affects or damages any number of creatures. So this is AoE spells now.
I like that
now you can
AoE
mass
spells.
Curse. I like this. I like that it's all not only a callback, but now it's a mass curse. That's a hell of a capstone. I like that. I am not upset with that at all.
Very much so.
I do think, however, that I could make an argument that this capstone would go along better with my alternative, that it includes cantrips, but only saving throw cantrips. Because then now you can expand it to basically then you would expand it to the damage dealing spells. So it's only first on the saving throws, and then this would expand it to the damage dealing spells and include the AoE.
Right.
So both directions I think work still, but I love this. I 100% don't want that to change.
Okay.
Your infectious imprecation feature can now affect all hostile creatures within 30 feet of the target. And when you use curse on an object or organic material, you can take 10 minutes of ritual gas. Okay, so this is basically saying that the leapfrog effect, when you curse one person, you were normally able to jump to another person within 30 feet.
Mm-hmm.
This now increases that to anyone within 30 feet. So it's a mass curse.
So it's like a curse explosion. It's not so just one person. It's okay.
Yes. And that technically means that your forbidden knowledge could go off. So you could target one person with an AoE spell, hit 5, but then all of them could technically get an AoE of 30 feet and attack everybody in within 30 feet of them, because these could, I think, technically trigger one after the other.
This one still says one person for infectious imprecations. It does spread your forbidden knowledge to AoE, but I don't know if infectious imprecations also would get that AoE effect.
That's true. That's right, because your forbidden knowledge would still have to target one creature, which it wouldn't get its AoE. So you can't double the AoEs, but you still get.
Still though.
But yeah, I do like the idea that we're looking at mass curses though. I don't mind that at all, because we're not trying to change the fundamentals of what this is. It's a supporting offensive character, and it's going to stay that way. I like that we're not suddenly dealing shit tons of damage just because. We're sticking with what we know what to do.
We have yet to see what some of these curses do.
That's true. That's true too. I don't know how Subclass all is. And then Evil Eye feature can be cast without any somatic or verbal components. I assumed that was already the case because it was a bonus action.
No, not necessarily.
So now it's like what you said though. Now it's basically giving it the subtle spell.
Yeah.
Okay. So this now gives it subtle spell. Okay. I could see that. I still like that it only targets one person, but it's basically now subtle spell. That's pretty much in line with it. You can now remove any curse on an object or person by ritual casting upon them for 10 minutes. If you ritual cast for 1 hour, you can bounce the curse back with knowledge of who cast it. Your curses can now only be broken by a greater restoration spell. Oh yeah, he also said earlier that your infectious imprecation only takes 10 minutes now. So instead of an hour to cast it, it only takes 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So this other part is saying that it says that you can bounce it back. So I'm assuming that means when you remove curse, you send it back to its creator. Like they're now cursed.
It says with the knowledge of who cast it. So to me, initially, that felt like I'm spending the extra hour to find out who cursed it.
That's okay. Yeah. So not quite that it goes back to them, but just that
I now have that knowledge, kind of like I was asking for. I was like, I really hope you
like it's a pain. It goes back and comes back, being like, that's gotcha. So you remove it and then know who cast it. So yeah, I mean, with that, I see the increase in there. I still don't know if I like.
I still think moving it is a good alternative. Even with that,
you can either transfer a curse from one person to an object or another person, or you can destroy it and learn who cast it, kind of thing, right? So it's like you have to give up the curse, you have to destroy the beauty of the curse to learn who cast it.
If you're really that pissed off at,
or you can just move it. Like, so if it's on your party, you'll want to know. But if it's on just some rando that you're helping out, yeah, sure, I'll help you. Now it's on your son. Oh, well, you know what I mean? Like, it could be one of those dastardly things where you're like, I'll remove your curse. Sure. And then it goes to like their wife or something.
I like the idea of, like we were talking about, like, I'll keep that and I'll use that for later.
Or, yeah, I can.
And I'll like, now I have this object. And like, I like the idea that, you know, however long it would have lasted on the person is however long it lasts on the,
in my opinion, it would be permanent. Yeah.
You know? So if it's permanent, if I'm just grabbing it and now I have it, like, and again, it's still the one use, but
So yeah, so it's like I do kind of like it, but I'm thinking that there would be an interesting way to give options.
This is not the capstone.
Oh, there's more. Oh, we do get level 18. Okay.
Because this is 2024 stuff, so they have a little bit.
Oh, they've actually updated it in 2024.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
I'm happy that Wizards of the Coast has finally realized that subclasses need an expansion.
And they've done this with a lot of them, although a lot of people disagree with some things where even like your cleric subclass starts at level 3 now. So you have no idea who your god is for the first 3 levels of your cleric-hood. Same thing with your warlockness. You don't know who your patron is for the first 3 levels of your
that only works when it works in story. Like it only works if it's working for like the campaign itself, but it doesn't work mechanically. Yeah, that you're right. All right, so let's go back to anything between 14 and 18. Okay.
Ability score improvement.
So we get Malaysian body. Your obsession with curses has now consumed you fully, that your entire body can now become a curse. Interesting. By ritual casting for 10 minutes, you can cast a curse spell upon your body and 1 ally for 1 hour. Anyone you touch or they touch must make a wisdom save or become cursed. However, it doesn't affect you or your ally if they succeed. It doesn't affect you or your ally. If they succeed, they are immune to the curse for 24 hours with knowledge of you cursing. Gotcha. The curse lasts for 24 hours, and any creature that's affected has no knowledge of being cursed. Creatures who are immune to charm effects are susceptible to curse spells that involve the charm condition. You can also take an action to erect a 30-foot cylinder curse barrier centered on you, releasing a devastating curse from you within yourself that targets a creature's most terrifying memories. All creatures must make a wisdom saving throw. Any creature who has been affected by a curse before has disadvantage on the saving throw. On a failed save, target takes 10d6 psychic damage, is frightened for 1 round, and becomes curse, having disadvantage on saving throws involving curse spells for 1 hour. The ability has no effect on constructs or undead. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until complete a long rest. I'm already going to say that this is very complicated and convoluted. I think there's a lot that we can do to sum it up. I think there's a lot of variables here that I don't think a DM is even going to want to deal with, let alone a player. Because how do you sum this up in a character sheet easily? Like, how do you have this conversation with your DM about who's been cursed already, who hasn't, who has disadvantage? Like, there's a lot going on. I mean, I had a hard time reading it, but there's a lot going on. So let's break this down from the very beginning. So right out the gate, you were able to basically, whereas before you could put a curse on an item and then someone who touches that item would become cursed. This is now basically saying you can do that to yourself and an ally. You two can become a walking plague. Now, it says that for 1 hour, anyone you touch, so for the duration of an hour, you can continuously spread this curse on anyone that touches you. There's roleplay uses for that, and there is combat uses for that. However, there's a lot of interesting aspects of, well, if I hit you with a sword, is that touching you? So there's some weird dynamics about what exactly would this be used for, right? But I don't necessarily I get the idea I kind of get the idea of having almost like a 5-foot aura, so anyone that attacks you gets in your aura, has a chance of I kind of like that more than just anyone that touches you. I think it's more, I kind of like it more of like, if anybody within 5 feet of you has to make a save.
Yeah, I kind of really like the idea of what do you call it? Not necessarily like a melee attack, but I do like what was this spell called? Armor of Agathis. Whenever somebody hits you with a melee attack, you take like reactionary damage while you have this temporary hit points.
Right. So almost like a for 1 hour, you have like basically a curse shield. So, or curse armor. So where anybody that attacks you for the next hour, they become cursed. Yeah. I like that better than just anyone you touch. That feels more, because then you can also role play it to where, anybody that, you interact with has to make the same saving throw. But for combat purposes, it does sound better that anybody that like attacks you, right? Like can become cursed. I kind of like it as an armor more than just a touch feature. I feel like that's more in line with how 5th edition would want to use it as well. But I do like it. I do like this idea that you can immune yourself and someone else with a curse. And so I do like that. I do like the fact that there's a save to immunity for 24 hours.
So like somebody can save out of it, and if they save out of it, they're immune to it for 24 hours?
Yeah, and they're immune to it, and they know that you try to curse them.
Okay.
So I like that. I like those. The curse lasting for 24 hours is a good capstone. I don't mind that.
Yeah.
So that part I don't mind. The second part, what I think the second part really should just be is it should just be shortened to you can take an action to erect a 30-foot cylinder, centered on you, and any creature not cursed has to make a saving throw or be cursed. And at that point, it's any curse you choose. So big show.
One for everybody.
Correct.
Okay.
You could just mix it. I think that would be kind of cool. But I think the second part of this should say anybody who's already cursed takes the 10d6 psychic damage. So it's like a really big capstone of if you're not already cursed, you're gonna get cursed. And if I've already
would you still give them a saving throw at disadvantage? Or do they just take the damage?
I could see the saving throw at disadvantage, and then you get the frightened, the d6. Yeah, I feel like it can just be shortened to, because you're trying to curse as many people as you can, right? Mm-hmm. The other part is you're just in combat cursing left and right. I kind of want this cylinder to. I love this idea of this booming like cylinder around you, but it feels very convoluted with how it works. I kind of just want it to be one of those. If you're not cursed, it's going to try and curse you, and if you are cursed, that's the whole point, because it feels like the whole battle I want to get as many people as cursed as I can, bring them all in, and then just blast them with this 10d6 psychic damage. I love that. So the rest of it just seems like it's unnecessary.
Do you read these as options? You can do one or the other, and doing one or the other uses this feature?
So I feel like the ritual cast by itself is its own thing. Like that's just a thing you can do. You can ritual cast a curse upon yourself and an ally. So that is just something you can do now. This other thing is something that is also another feature you can do, which is you can cast this cylinder. So you can either curse yourself, or I don't see them as one or the other. I think there's two new things you can do.
So when it says at the bottom, once you use this feature, you can't use it again.
I look at that as the I look at that as the erection of the 30-foot cylinder, because a ritual cast is just any spell. You're just ritual casting it, right? The idea that you, like, if you're out of combat, you still have to take 10 minutes to recast it.
But I would say that if I ritually cast it, yes, it doesn't use a spell slot, but I don't get to cast it on my body and have it affect people that I touch for 10 minutes. Like, that is what would use the feature for me. Being able, because like you would only be able to do that one time. You can't just do that over and over and over again. You can't just ritually cast this and have you be a leech for 10 minutes, as long as I can ritually, because I could do that infinitely.
Yeah,
I could do that
every hour. You could just recast it.
I would just keep doing this on people and people. So there's got to be, in order for my perspective, this to work, like, yes, you can do this on one person. Now, it'll be interesting because it says the 24 hours. Is that's
if you affect someone. So basically, you cast you spend 10 minutes, and then you and an ally are a walking curse for an hour. But anybody you curse is cursed for 24 hours.
Got it.
But there is really it doesn't have any verbiage that says that there's any limit to this. So we could just say that both of these have an individual limit of 1 day. You can do either of these 1 day. You can ritual cast once per day, and you can...
Or do the bomb.
Each can be done once per day.
Oh, you can do both once per day.
I would say that, because again, I like these as two separate effects. I think these are two things that are two good capstones. But I think that you're right. Neither of them should be spammable. So it does make sense that they should both just be once per day each.
Hecate slung some clarification on something we were talking about earlier. When it says bounce in the last feature, it's talking about you bounce the curse to the original user who cursed the object. So like whatever.
So you said it. So you curse them.
You curse them back.
I'm assuming they have a saving throw for that.
I think that's just what the extra time does.
I don't know if I like that. Like, that gets really convoluted lore.
And find out who cast it. So
I like the idea of finding out who cast it, but like then recasting it at them, do they have a saving throw?
So it's almost like you're moving it to them like you would move it to an object.
But then you have, but then that kind of ignores like distance and all of that. It's like then they're connected to it. I don't know if I like.
It's a bit harder. Yeah.
I don't know if I would be fully behind being able to like recurse them with their own curse. You know what I mean? But then I mean, because then again, it's like why turn that back on the player? Well, I guess because you can't curse things permanently unless you use bestow curse. I think bestow curse is the only spell that actually makes it permanent, right?
I think you have to cast it at a much higher level, but possibly. Yeah. Well, bestow curse is currently the only curse spell, so if anyone's gonna do it, it's that.
And I don't know how effective that is for most gameplays, because most cursed items you find are just that, right? They're just items that are cursed. They're not necessarily things DMs have decided have like lore and a person behind it. So I don't know how effective that ideology is to a player when if they send it back, they really have no idea who they're messing. Like it's just a cursed item. They don't have any lore. They don't know who. So that would be. I think that part of the spell sounds like it's more specific to a setting and a game. Like your
what is
the sending it back to its original creator.
Right.
I think that's useful if the entire campaign and the DM setting has that accounted for. But if I just look at if I just look at a supplemental and I pull out a random cursed dagger and hand it to you, and you say, well, I remove the curse, it's like, well, who does it go to? Like, am I going to spend the time to create all of this backlore for someone you guys don't even know? Like, you found that dagger, right? It sounds like only if you're battling someone who's trying to curse you does that really come into play. So
it really feels like a lot of the things that will do stuff to curses would really only work against somebody else of this subclass.
Yeah, and so I feel like that's why it's like the bouncing back I feel is a big of a stretch. Knowing their name kind of makes sense if for lore purposes, but that's why I think like the transfer makes it more tangible as a tool for this class, right? Like it just seems like it goes along more with it. But I think that might be putting a little bit too much work on the DM to name every item that's cursed, because I don't know how many DMs really think through every cursed item and who created it.
Sure.
So I don't know. That I would like to know more from other DMs and how they would rule that themselves. But yeah, I like both of these abilities. I don't mind being able to make yourself a walking plague. I don't know about touch. I think I like the idea of it being more of like anybody that attacks you.
Right.
I think of it being more of a shield sounds better. I don't mind being able to lock that into a 20 every long rest. I can cast that. So that's fine. And then again, this other one though, I really like this cylinder, but again, I think for me, it just would sound better if it's an additional feat where once per long rest, you can cast this cylinder. Anybody not cursed gets cursed. Anybody already cursed takes the damage, gets the frightened, has the disadvantage. That sounds like a really cool capstone, because that's the whole purpose of this class, is to spread those curses.
I will say I don't necessarily mind the either or. First off, I feel like it's kind of weird that it's you and an ally. I'm not sure why we're adding an ally. Like, I get, yes, the more you have, the more people you could potentially spread it to, but like, you're the curse dude. Like, I would make sense. Like, yes, you cast it on yourself. Like, and like, I am now the source of like all of this cursed energy, and like, I'm gonna spread it everywhere. I can totally see that. But I don't mind the choice, because it's like, either my expression of this curse requires subtlety, and so I want to go in a stealth mission and I want to just embody this curse, and I just want to walk through here and I want to touch everybody and I want everyone to start freaking out and I want chaos to reign.
Right.
Or I'm in the middle of like battle and I want to blow up the enemies like of minion forces that are coming after me, or something to that effect.
Yeah.
Like, so like I don't mind choosing that, like, for the situation, like which one do I want to use. because both of those are really, really good abilities. I do agree. Like I love both of these abilities, and both of them very much feel like you are this embodiment of a curse. But I do believe that both of them are situationally accurate. Like you can use one in a very kind of like, again, role play heavier way versus the other is probably more going to be like a combat specific way.
Right. And we can even do that too. We can split, because if we look at the cylinder as one of those, curses versus does the damage if you're already cursed kind of thing, as the combat focused one, you can even change the ritual casting one to where, if you have like, you could just add some more lore to it, where as long as you have like an organic piece of somebody, right, of the target, you can ritual cast 10 minutes and cast the curse upon them as long as you have something organic and you're within like 5 miles, just put some sort of realistic limitation on it. But how about that? As long as they if they succeed, they know that they only know that they were a curse was attempted, but they don't know like who, right?
They don't know by who,
but they do know that they were attempted, but they saved out. If they fail, not only do they not know that they're cursed, but they do not succumb to the effects of the curse for 24 hours. So you curse someone ritualistically at a distance. For 24 hours, they will not know that they are cursed. No symptoms at all.
They're cursed for that entire time, but they don't know it yet.
But everyone they touch will immediately become cursed. So it's this exact spell, but not on you and an ally. It's on an unsuspecting person. I will curse them. And now so again, this is the out of game one. You have one that's in or out of combat versus in combat. You have the cylinder, which is all about your combat.
Interesting.
But then you have this other one where it's like, I can target someone and unbeknownst to them, they're going to walk around and infect everyone they touch immediately. Like again, whatever the curse does, they touch, they're now affected, but they're not going to know. But at the end of the 24 hours, they stop becoming infectious, but then the curse happens to them.
Got you.
Like an illness. They stop becoming the carrier and then become a victim. But anyone they came in contact with over the last 24 hours is also a victim. That also could be a really interesting way to do this if you like to using your
I do really like that. I would make that again an option. You could do that, or you could do it to yourself.
Yeah, I do agree getting rid of the ally is probably the better idea, but yeah, being able to do a stealth mission on your own or cast it on somebody else, I do like that.
Oh yeah.
But I also
especially if you like left the town and somehow you like got hair from the king.
Oh, I know. And then you just right outside of town, you cast it real quick and then you leave and just let him just curse.
24 hours. Nobody knows anything.
So Hecate says, or they just start realizing that that's the person that everyone's getting sick around.
So
for 24 hours, they're like, you're a witch, or why are you cursing us? And then they lock him up. And then guess what? They find him also cursed at the end of the 24 hours, right? Like there's so much psychological game you can play. So Hecate says that so the ally was added because most games players love to help each other out, and it works great with monks and rogues or even barbarians, so they don't feel left out. So basically, it was more of a cooperation thing.
Let's bring more. Yeah.
And I get that feeling.
Like, I do.
There's a bit of a lack of it, but I'll be honest. This one, I don't know if this was the time to do that. Like, I get the idea that there needs to be more party cohesion, but that's where I think being a support, like offensive support character like this, if you want to involve the party, that should be in your spells. Like if you're a wizard, it's not so much that you should be like, if you're a buffer, you're a buffer, but this feels more like your curses should be the thing that buffs the party. You know what I mean? I don't feel like I need to do this to an ally to include them. Like we've already seen early on, right? Like the very basic things you get in Forbidden Knowledge: frightening, charmed, and blinding them, or disarming them. Those are four, except for really, I guess really charmed and frightened aren't that big of a deal, but disarm and blind, that helps the entire party. So for me, I think that if we're
I'll say frightened, they have disadvantage on attack rolls while the subject of their fears within their sight.
Oh, okay,
so that's huge.
So in that particular case, it's like, I don't think we need to add an ally in order to make this cohesive. I think being that supportive offensive character, your spell should be doing that. These curses should be making your allies have the advantage in combat, and that's the cohesion I'm thinking of, right?
Yeah.
So, we'll see what the spells do and see if that comes together. But yeah, I feel like the ally seems a little bit of a shoehorn to help out when I feel like that could be done with the spells. But again, I do like the idea of being able to be a walking plague. I really like the idea of being able to, unbeknownst, tag someone else with a walking plague. And a 30-foot cylinder. Again, I love the idea. I just think it could be simplified. Just a little bit of an easier capstone of, because we love those capstones of the big ball, right? And this would be cool, you know, because you've spent the whole combat trying to tag everybody with a curse. Being able to do a massive damage to anybody that you've basically flagged with a curse is awesome. And then because again, before this, you had all of those mass curse spells, right? Like you can mass curse people now. So you've hopefully at least have half the battlefield cursed. Then being able to do this cylinder to where anybody cursed gets damaged. Like to me, that's the kind of buildup I want in a combat. I want that gameplay where it's like Hunter's Mark, right? I'm just tagging you one at a time.
That's the type of synergy that I look for when it comes to abilities that you have. Like it's really phenomenal.
Oh my god, I think I just came up with a better version of Hunter's Mark. Well, because Hunter's Mark gives you an advantage on your next shot, right? Isn't it?
I don't know about in 5th edition.
Oh,
I think it just gives you damage.
Oh, okay. Because, man, how cool would it be to
extra d6 damage, advantage on perception or survival checks to find them?
So imagine if like you had a ranger ability, right? Class feat like a ranger, where like for a number amount equal to half your proficiency modifier. I think that would be safe. You could do the whole proficiency modifier. You guys let me know. But I'm going to say half your proficiency modifier. As a bonus action, so a number of times equal to half your proficiency monster, as a bonus action, you can mark an enemy you did not attack this round. Right? So I attack that enemy over there, so I can mark him.
Okay.
And I can mark up to half my proficiency modifier in enemies.
Okay.
And as long as I don't attack them for, say, 2 rounds or 3 rounds, what if you say that you could get like, not necessarily an automatic critical, but you can get like advantage on that shot. So kind of like, I'm thinking like either in Hitman or like in Red Dead Redemption, where you have like the slow shot where you can basically
your bullet time. Yeah.
You can mark out where you're going to fire and then it'll auto fire those spots. Kind of like that for a ranger, right? So if I didn't attack an enemy, I mark them and then I have to watch them for a certain amount of rounds, and then I basically get like a sharpshooter attack on them, like almost like a guarantee. So it's basically, I haven't attacked you for 3 rounds, but I've been watching you, so I'm guaranteed to hit you.
Interesting.
So it's almost like, again, so you're in the battle, you're attacking certain people, but if you're not going to attack that guy just yet, you can mark him, but then guaranteed to get, like, again, better than Hunter's Mark, right? It would be almost like an advantage on the shot, or, you know, like I wanted to say almost like a guaranteed crit, but that would just be way too powerful. But like something, you know, along the lines of you basically honed in and you've guaranteed that you're going to take that shot. Because I
like a +5, because a +5 to your roll feels chunky, and it feels like you're getting a guaranteed better roll than you would have gotten otherwise.
Interesting,
right? Because advantage, and you get 2 1s. Like, it's rare, it's hard, but it's possible. But I mean, granted, if you roll a 1, you roll a 1, you know, but like this, in this situation, like if I rolled a 3, but now because of that +5, I have a +15 total, I rolled a 18.
Yeah.
And that's a pretty good roll. Like, so
yeah, no, I like that. Yeah.
So
I think that there could be something along with that. So yeah, I think that that's an underutilized idea, because it's like certain classes being able to basically just watch you and then wait for the striking moment, wait for your weakness, or just watch you so I know where to hit, right? Hunter's Mark is cool, but there should be something else where you have to flag someone that you haven't attacked, and then you have to wait, kind of like, you know, like you're hunting something, and then you finally get like the guaranteed, I know exactly when and where to hit, I've waited, and now I'm going to take my shot kind of thing.
For sure. I
like something along those lines.
So real quick, I wanted to clarify. So when we came across this ability, this is the 18th level ability. It is the 2024 edition, but the 2024 doesn't actually generally have, they still capped it at 14.
Oh.
So at 18th level in 2024, you get something called Spell Mastery, which is basically where you get to choose a level 1 and a level 2 spell from your spell book that have a casting time of 1 action, and you always have them prepared, and you can cast them at their lowest level without expending so you just basically get a first and a second level that are basically new cantrips for you.
That's awesome. Okay.
It's super cool. It's super cool. So
this is just even more of a capstone on top of that.
And then 19, you get Epic Boon, and then 20th, you get Signature Spell, which is select 3 spells in your spell book that are your signature spells. These are always prepared, and you can cast them at level 3, so you could be a first level spell. So this is basically adding on to spell mastery.
Yeah, you just get more innate. I love that. I love having more innate ability spells.
That's cool.
All right. Okay. So this subclass that Hecate gave us comes with 17 new spells. That's a lot. So far, I really like this build. There are a couple things that I would change here and there, but so far, I'm really positive about this build.
I really love the synergy that's happening with a lot of like the curse explosions and how all that stuff gets put together.
Yeah, so we will see how these actually roll out in terms of the spells and how well it jives with what we know so far about this class. Because I really like how this class works out, but it's all going to come down to the spells.
Yeah.
And what kind of curses.
Yeah.
All right, so first one, we have Jinx. Casting time of 1 action. It is 30 feet, verbal magical material, instantaneous. You curse a creature within range. It must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, you cause it to subconsciously do something trifling that it regards as bad luck, like tripping over itself, causing it to pee on itself, or anything else that's considered petty. So, okay. So wisdom saving throw, or it has to do something that it regards as bad luck. So this is one of those ones where it's definitely more lore roleplay based. Like, it's definitely a lot more of a roleplay thing.
I would ask, does this have any mechanical benefit?
That's what I'm saying. It's like it's very roleplay heavy. And granted, not everything has to be like, I guess you could say not everything has to do something.
That's true. I mean, theoretically, prestidigitation.
Yeah, but it's what's the likelihood someone's going to want to choose this one over the others if it doesn't do like anything at all? So
I will say, theoretically, this counts as a curse, and so could what do you call it? Explode. It could hit anybody within 30 feet. Could also curse them. You know,
yeah,
like you could do weird things with it.
But again, looking at it from the point of view of like, so if it fails the saving throw, it will subconsciously do something that it regards as bad luck. So it's also like it's a curse, but it's only a one-time thing. It's not like it's going to be ongoing.
Correct.
So that's the other aspect of like, so it's not really a curse. It's more of like you just, I feel like it's like an action. It's not really like trying to think of how to make that more tangible to like what a curse would actually be.
I mean, I would say I do feel like it needs to like last, like it needs to like affect the person, you know? So like if they did that, then maybe they have like disadvantage on like wisdom saving throws for a time or something like that, because you know.
What about this? So you curse the creature on a failed saving throw. Subconsciously they begin to like feel the, you know, anxious of bad luck, or they get anxiety, or you basically curse them with like self-doubt. So what you could say is, while they're cursed, basically like for the duration of the curse, which is until it's been removed, do something. Oh, here you go. Here's a fun one. Not something super devastating, because you know they're low level stuff. They have disadvantage on crit rolls. So it's like you've messed with their minds so much that they actually don't believe that they're that lucky. So if they ever crit, they have to re-roll it.
Interesting.
So it's essentially a disadvantage on crit. So if they ever crit, like rolling at 20, they'd have to re-roll. And they get another one, they get another one. But it's more of a, they have to second guess all of the good stuff that they do. So if they crit, they have to second guess it. It's almost like they are cursed to not believe they could be that lucky.
I mean,
and so you could still get this effect where this is what happens. This is the catalyst.
Mm-hmm.
But the ongoing effect until they're not cursed anymore is that they basically can't crit, or they second guess themselves and have to re-roll crit. So it's changing. It's a mechanic, and it could be a great mechanic if
how
you're
long
against something.
would you say it lasts for?
I mean,
a minute?
I mean,
an
are all
hour?
curses permanent technically?
I mean,
because we're talking about like
the only time they become permanent is with a 9th level spell.
Okay, then in that case, yeah, 1 minute, I'd be fine with that. I'd be cool with, because again, that's a combat. You know, just make it basically not crit this combat.
Mm-hmm.
So, and essentially, that's all it is. That feels like a low level curse. You're basically removing their ability or preventing them from being able to crit easily.
I will say though, if they genuinely have to re-roll it, they could miss. So it could turn a crit into a miss.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's like the idea behind it's literally only targeting a moment they think they got lucky,
Mm-hmm.
and they're like, I don't believe I could. Like, it's just that self-doubt. I like the idea that you're jinxing them to the point to where
Does that include ability checks as well?
Is there such a thing as a crit on an ability check?
It depends on your DM, but like, you know, a lot of the times the DMs will be like, oh, that works like extra perfectly, or like, so theoretically,
DM choice, but
you know,
I think it's more or less, I mean, because I don't want this to affect so much that it feels super powerful, but like you said, it just doesn't seem like I would ever choose this because there's nothing that really does, but I could fundamentally understand, depending on what I'm facing, there could be things I will never want to crit. Like crits could be so devastating that I want to get rid of them.
Right.
So causing this, you know, little curse. So yeah.
Okay.
Interesting. So Hecate says he's shown this to 7 other DMs and they all like this spell because of the role play of it.
Actually, I mean, I get it. Like you could definitely do a lot with it. That's what Vortex was talking about with all the
for me, I think that this works so much better for old school D&D. Like, this is definitely something I feel like you would have in old school D&D, but I don't really feel like 5th edition. It's like it's a
plays
novelty.
Into that.
It's like, you'll have someone use it as a joke, but outside of
my water.
Outside of like it being a gag, I'm really not sure players would be incentivized to use this without any sort of actual mechanical like benefit, because otherwise it's kind of a, like you said, it's, you know, like the other DMs, it's more of a role play in the moment. Let's make a humorous moment and then we can like cut the tension. But I don't know, I would like to see it have something sort of long lasting and some sort of a time limit, but I know that you were intending it to just have a in the moment like situation where it just makes them look bad. But again, making them look bad in a role play situation, I feel like over time would make it less desirable to be used. So the idea of jinxing them for, you know, a whole minute so they wouldn't be able to, you know, crit or something like that would be kind of interesting. Or since you're using the term jinx, because normally jinx is an issue with, you know, 2 people like saying the same thing at the same time. What you could do is you could turn jinx into a 1 minute curse where for the next minute, how would you do? No, that might not work. I was going to say something to where like since it's jinx for a certain time limit, they can't do the same action twice. So like for a certain amount of time, they would have to like do different things in order to, you know, because they would be prevented from like, you know, repeating themselves, essentially, you know, being unable to do a jinx. So those are just, you know, some other options and other layers that you could do if you wanted to make it have any kind of actual effect in it. I would agree with you if you have a really good DM and who's really good at storytelling, but the problem with that is that's a very big if for the player to use it in the right situation that could be impactful and not just humorous, and a DM to be able to utilize that moment and enrich the story. I don't know, in my experience, how many DMs that I've played with that I can say would have taken that particular route. I think in my experience, more often people would use it for the hilariousness, everyone would laugh, but then it would kind of be forgotten about. And that's where, with the right DM and with the right party, I agree with you. But yeah, not having a mechanical aspect, it's really going to depend upon the party mechanics and just how, or the dynamics, I should say, the party dynamics of everything. But yeah, one idea I said too, where with Jinx is imagine, because it's kind of like the idea of, when two people do something at the same time, like you jinx them.
Yeah.
So what if it was
I like
for a
that.
certain time frame, the target couldn't repeat the same action? So like for like 3 rounds,
Interesting.
they can't do the same thing. So he can only
If you attacked that turn, you can't attack. You
like
have
the
to-
next turn, right? Like, or yeah, you can't repeat the same thing you did last round for 1 minute. You can't repeat the same thing. So if he attacks this round, he has to like move and shove the next round, and then he can't shove. Just something along the lines of like.
I mean, there's plenty of different action economy. Like, there's plenty of different things you can do with your action. Interesting.
Yeah,
I like that.
yeah. So yeah, I think there's a lot of different ways that you could layer in small mechanical aspects if you're not playing in a dynamic party that can actually utilize stuff like that. Because again, for me, I get the idea behind wanting to have a role play type spell, but while there are DMs and gaming groups out there, I feel like this is very specific to having the right player use it at the right time, not just as being funny, but actually use it in a situation that is impactful.
Mm-hmm.
But you also not only have to have that player use it at that time, but then have a DM who also can jump on that and use that towards the story, right? And there are DMs and party groups out there, but I don't think that overall something like this would be utilized that often. I think that, again, that's few and far between that this would really be utilized that much. I feel like if this were out in the wild, this would be one of the least used.
I mean, I could definitely, I would say I've definitely run across parties who would enjoy using this. But I would say that there are, I know too many what I will call practical casters, which are just people who, they're not actually casters, just people who build their characters for optimization, not necessarily min-maxing,
Right.
but optimization at the very least. And I
Yeah.
think that might deter more people than anything, like I think that there's enough practical use for prestidigitation in what you're doing, even though you're not getting any mechanical benefit.
True.
You're just getting quality of life benefits, right? But
unless you're being creative, and when you have the right player and DM,
Sure, exactly.
that creativity can go a long way.
And
but
so-
but I have the same argument for that. Like, I love that spell, but it is not one that, especially in 5th edition, I would very rarely ever encourage, because from the standard way that people run 5th edition games, it just gets lost. It just gets lost in the, okay, you did that, that's cool. Like, it's just,
which is
yes,
kind of
like,
why it kind of
happened,
goes back
but-
to the fact that I think, like we were talking about the other day, I think there are certain casters that should just get certain things.
Yes.
Just like, you can just do this, so you don't have to take this as a spell. This is just a part of you as a
waste
magic
your
user.
build on things that are basic.
Yeah.
And I agree with you there. If prestidigitation was just given as just to casters, I'd be totally fine with it. But to tell someone in a 5th edition mindset to have that take up a slot, a valued spot.
So what about this? What if this was just a spell that you got? If this was an innate ability of this particular subclass? How would you feel about it then? Or would it be fairly the same?
It would be more approachable as kind of like a version of like a cantrip or something like that. Like, I get the idea behind it. I definitely get the roleplay benefits of it.
Mm-hmm.
I just, again, from the point of view of a review, I like it. I would use it. It would be very valuable and high point, because I'm the kind of DM that would take these kind of creative moments and I run with that shit. Like, that is just exactly how I game. So this runs right into, like I said, this is I I mentioned the first thing I said was like this feels very like old school. Like this would work very much in second edition, because when you go back to first edition, second edition, when it's all about the storytelling, this falls right in line with what you want to be doing. But in a fifth edition mindset, I have a hard time imagining if I came across this in a fifth edition book and this was just available to everybody. I have a hard time believing that, again, like Prestidigitation, I have a hard time believing
People
that this
are gonna
would
pick
be
that.
a choice people would want to fill a slot for. That's all I'm saying is like if we added any kind of mechanical benefit, I think it would be more appealing to the fifth edition in general. Because again, I like it, but I'm not saying that it's a bad spell. I just don't know how universally available it is to most campaigns.
I feel that.
That's my big concern about its universal acceptance.
Now, I know you likely won't have this off the top of your head, Hecate, but I'm curious. There are some spells in here that have material components like this one, but they don't necessarily specify what the material and especially because every other set of material components in 5th edition is just basically, you know, some lame dad joke. Like, I'm very curious.
I already know what I want on this one.
Really?
A Coke.
A Coke? A Coke and a smile?
Well, because, you know, Jinx, you owe me a Coke.
Oh, that's fair.
I want the material component to be a Coke.
Wild.
Not that would actually exist in D&D, but it would be hilarious to be like the material component is a cold glass of Coca-Cola. But no, honestly, I mean, if you think about it, tied shoelaces.
Okay.
Like a pair of shoelaces.
Or a piece of a broken mirror.
Ooh, piece of a broken mirror.
I don't know how you'd fit a ladder into that, but
like a little miniature ladder. No, I like the piece of a broken mirror. That's a good one, because, you know, like bad luck kind of thing, because it does say something that they would regard as bad luck.
Yeah.
So a pinch of salt.
Okay.
You know, because of the whole throw the
You
salt
spill the salt. Yeah.
Yeah. Hair of a black cat. There are curses after all. So.
Ooh, maybe
cat.
a whisker of a black cat.
Ooh,
that would be
a black whisker. That could be kind of cool.
That'd be wild.
I like that. Okay. All right, so let's move on to the next curse. The next one is called Dreadful Mist.
Moving up to first
the range
level.
of self with a 15-foot cone. One action. Instantaneous. Again, it's also interesting because it's like, for me, it's always weird because we're calling these curses, but I guess the problem is we haven't really defined what D&D calls a curse.
Yeah.
Because for me, having a curse that only affects you once isn't really a curse in my opinion. Like, they're just spell effects. Like, what, you know what I mean? Like, I don't understand, if a spell effect can last for 1 minute and a curse can last for 1 minute, what makes it a curse? What makes it different than just a spell effect? For me, I've always seen curses as like, that's why you have the thing remove curse, right? Curses get stuck on you, and they're permanent. That's why I'm like, when I was looking at Jinx and saying like, what if you couldn't crit? Like, that's not really a debilitating issue. That wouldn't stop someone from, say, it wouldn't stop a player from being able to game, wouldn't stop, you know, someone from being able to live, but it would be a really shitty curse until you can find someone to remove curse. Like,
although I will say, there are some players that can crit on like a 19 or a 20. So it'd be cool if that only affected a nat 20. So you could still theoretically crit on a 19 or an 18.
And that's exactly how I would call it. But that's, you know, that would be my thing, right? Is like, as a player, if I got hit with that, of course, the first thing I'd be like is, where are we getting remove curse from? Where do we got to go? But it's not like I'm going to be like, fuck this game. That's bullshit. My character's ruined. I can't play anymore.
Yes.
That's just more of a, I have to really reroll every time I crit. Fuck, let's go remove this. So that's kind of what I mean by like, maybe I'm also just biased because when I see this is a curse, but it's instantaneous, and it's like, basically this is a cone effect, right? So you unleash a cone of misty dark curse energy in front of you. Each creature in front must make a wisdom saving throw. Each creature takes 2d8 psychic damage on a failed and becomes curse only able to move half their speed until the end of their next turn, or half as much. So it's like, that's basically cone of cold. You know, like, it slows them down for 1 round and then does damage. Like, so again, this is not a reflection on Hecate, but just my issue with words, right? When I think of a curse, that just sounds like a cone of cold spell. You hit me with mist, I took damage, and I'm slowed until the end of my next turn. But that's not a curse. That's an effect. That's a condition. That's going to go away. A curse is something that lasts with you. It's a bad aura. You know what I mean? Like,
so
it's just, maybe this is my issue with D&D. Again, this is more of me having an issue with Wizards of the Coast and D&D's concepts, because curses just don't, this does not make me worry about curses. You know what I mean? Like, I should be afraid of curses. D&D doesn't make me afraid of curses.
So
they're just
the
spells.
And put it this way, if you were to make curses the way you're talking about, I feel like they would not be very accessible to players, because it would feel so crazy powerful to be able to permanently affect people with these things.
Oh yeah.
And so
I that's why for me, I've again, this is why it's also really interesting, because I've looked at curses as permanent, but I've never really looked at curses as anything low level. Like, I've always looked at curses as very high level, so usually unobtainable by players, and by the time you're able to obtain it, you're in the big leagues. You're basically playing on par with being able to curse things, right? You're not going to be spamming this out. Like, you have bigger agendas. But that's where it's like, I get it. It wouldn't be the easiest thing, but I've never looked at it as a player accessible mechanic. It's like, if you, like in High Point, if you're gonna like come across like a curse, like I have them, you might campaign and find a spell, like a scroll that's a curse that you can go curse somebody, and that's it. It's like, it's a one-time, use it wisely kind of thing. That's how I've always envisioned it, because they're not. I've never envisioned curses to be things that you just use. They're meant to be like punishments, right? It's not like you throw someone in jail just because they went 5 miles over the speed limit, right? It's like you throw them in prison because they did something really, really bad. Curses to me are like, they're not just things you just throw out because, oh, we're in a fight, well, I'm gonna curse you. Like, I've always seen them as an elevated, right? They're a little bit higher, and I get when you're playing a D&D campaign, you don't want to have
what
a character
about
that doesn't use their power.
in and again, this might be a terrible example, but like, thinking about Harry Potter, don't they call like the unforgivable curse, or like whatever, aren't some of those spells just like the killing curse? Like, isn't that theoretically in their world called a curse?
I honestly don't know enough about the Harry Potter. Like,
to be honest, neither do I. I thought you would know more than I would.
I don't. But that's my thing. It's like, this is my problem with words, right? When D&D says curse, but then it presents us with just spell effects.
Yeah. It doesn't feel like
a curse.
Yeah.
It just makes me wonder, what's a curse? Why are we calling it curse? Again, not you, Hecate, but Wizards of the Coast. Why did you even give us the concept of curse when they're not permanent? Let's
go this route. At the very least, what I was talking about at the very beginning of this build, this feels like this is a certain type of magic, kind of like blood magic.
Yeah.
And so when I see curse on here, that just means that it's coming from a new source of magic. It's just like a spell, but it's just being born of this new type of magic. It's coming from curse magic. Like in the anime Jujutsu Kaisen, like they do spells with curse energy, and so like energy is just what's fueling the attacks and stuff that they're doing. So I definitely do get what you're saying. I guess this feels like a slightly different interpretation of
it's a new element.
Yeah,
essentially, it's like an elemental sense. So, and again, that's where I think I'm having the most trouble with some of these. Is I'm just looking at these and going like, what are these? Because I don't really feel like I'm cursing anything, as I am just
doing spells to them,
right?
Yeah.
But again, if we're looking at it like from what you're saying, from this is just a new way to tap into magic, and it's more of magic to inconvenience people than it is to, maneuver the elements, then yeah, I can get that. But then in that case, I would be hoping that these would be more debuffing and less damage inducing.
I do get that too.
So with this particular one, Dreadful Mist, so you're going to taking 2d8 psychic damage, and you have half speed until the end of your next turn. Or half as much if you saved.
Half as much damage, or
half as much damage, and you're not slowed.
Okay.
And then when you use this spell, or when you cast this spell using a spell slot of second level or higher, the damage increases to 1d8 for every slot above first. Okay. So that's fine. That's always classic. So yeah. So for something like this, again, like part of me almost wants to make the curse like this whole thing now is making me wonder, like you were talking about, right? This is a type of energy. It's now making me want to make, like, specifically for this, curse a condition. Where instead
I was thinking about that. I was thinking about that.
Like this, where again, going back to that, remember the capstone where you have a 30-foot radius where if you're not cursed, you become cursed, and then if you are cursed, you take damage. If we say it's not a curse as in a spell effect, but a curse as in this is a condition I can give you, right? So these are effects that you can get along with the condition. But then you could have something like this where it says you make this 15-foot cone, any creature attacked by it becomes cursed and is slowed, but any creature already cursed would take the damage, right? So you can have these like interplays where your whole point is to curse people.
I do like that. I do like that.
So that's, I think that's where I'm getting caught up, is maybe this whole, maybe the approach should be more of all of these are different effects you can do, but the curse is actually a condition. These are all just marks, like again, Hunter's Mark, like you've been cursed by me. And if you have been cursed, like if you haven't, there's one effect. But if you have been cursed by me, I have additional
conditions affect itself, because each condition has to have its own effect. Like the curse condition itself could just basically be you have disadvantage on saving throws against future curses from the source of this curse. You know, so like whoever cursed you, whenever they whenever you have to make a saving throw in the future from them, specifically for like a cursed spell, like you have disadvantage on that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of like what else would make sense for being cursed. Like what else could you apply to that condition? Because so when you're grappled, your speed becomes 0. Like that's the effect of being grappled. Like what would the effect of being cursed be? Because these would do additional things because you were cursed, but what is cursed itself doing? And that's what I was thinking.
I mean, being cursed would make you susceptible to
future curses.
Well, it would make you susceptible to like the higher levels of curses, right? So again, this one would curse you, but if you're already cursed, you take damage. And so the effect of the curse is that you are weakened against this type of magic, right?
And so that's kind of why I was like, because a lot of the times you're saying if you're cursed, you're gonna have disadvantage on these savings. Just make that the cursed condition. When you are cursed, you have disadvantage on saving throws. And
just saving throws, just in general.
I mean, sure. I mean, like I would say like from the source of being cursed, just like from the source of your fear or something like that. Yeah. But other than that, yeah, I think
that would start to pull. I think that would pull a lot of these together, and you would start to see more dynamics. Because again, using the curse as more of a condition also makes it seem like that's your goal with this class. You're just trying to get as many people inflicted because you have things that if you're cursed, I can do damage to you. Because that's also a brand new dynamic, right? If they're not cursed and you curse them, like the whole point is to get them cursed so you can damage them. But let's say you can't get to that point, right? You're still a wizard. But if you curse them, the curse also comes with debuffs for the rest of your party. So you curse them for yourself so you can do damage, but you also curse them because it debuffs them for the rest of the party. And I feel like
that would make all the difference in the Jinx cantrip, just if you're applying the cursed condition, because that in and of itself is such a valuable mechanic to have.
That could just be one of the baselines.
Yes,
I'm just gonna low level curse you just to get you on the condition.
Get you in the cursed condition,
and that could be one of the spells you use outside of combat. Jinxed is just the out of combat way to get someone under the curse condition.
Yes, and it's subtle enough. Like you could do it you can do it with all of the components, or you could like do the subtle spell type stuff. Like you can do it where people don't know, like using your what's that ability called that he has in there. But yeah, no, I definitely like that. I think
that there's something that
and we know Hecate is not afraid of creating conditions. He created the permafrost condition with his Ice Monarch, which was phenomenal.
Yeah. So I think maybe that's where I'm having an issue, is like if we looked at this more of the curse as an overall condition, that if you don't have it, getting it on you renders a debuff, which helps the party. But if you're already cursed against me, now I have more control over you. I can do damage to you. Like, it's almost like I had to get this extra layer of weakness on you before I could do anything. And that's a new way to play a wizard, right? That's like it would just be a new, unique way to play a wizard, because you basically have one extra step to go.
would you say this cursed condition lasts for, again, a lot of the low level stuff until the start of their next turn? Or would you say it lasts for a minute? And is that minute save ends? Like, do they get a chance to save out of that every single time?
Right.
Or are they stuck in it? Because I definitely like that condition being almost like the infection itself.
Yeah.
You know, like being the thing that
definitely can't be permanent, but you also don't want it to last. Because you want it to have like a good balance of in combat and out of combat. Because if it only lasts for a minute, out of combat doesn't really help.
Yes.
Right. Especially if you're, trying to slowly do something over the course of, a day. But, if you were saying like, I could understand like you are affected by the curse, I could see it as a once you have the curse condition. It lasts as long as you are within like 90 feet of the caster, or 24 hours. So as long as you're away, so if I curse you and leave, it's on you for 24 hours. So if I come back, you're still affected by me. But after 24 hours, the curse is gone, or you can have it lifted by, remove curse. But as long as you're within like 90 feet of me, it's just active. So as long as we're in combat, it's always active. But the moment you leave, well, you have 24 hours before it drops off. So if I find you again, so for roleplay purposes, right? Like Jinx, I can just do that, and I can be like, okay, for the next 24 hours, I'll find you again, right? It's like that's the roleplay time frame. Is like that I can curse someone, and within one day I can still get all the benefits. But in combat, I mean, again, 1 minute's basically all of combat. You know what I mean? Like, so realistically, unless it's only a couple of rounds, you might as well just say it's all of combat. So 24 hours really isn't that much more hurtful, but it really helps the role play of cursing people.
Yeah.
Because I really feel like a minute just doesn't do much if you're trying to curse someone.
And I'll say this is where I feel like it would make sense to me. You can only, like, I feel like it should be something that you can save out of, but only if you know you were cursed. So if you're not aware of it, it just sits on you. Like this cursed condition will just sit on you. But, like if you're in combat or something like that, like I feel like, because again, imagine you're a player and this happens to you. Like, okay, I get cursed by this thing. Am I just stuck this way for 24 hours and I have like no recourse to get out of this?
Right, yeah.
So I would at least, like, if there's like a way to like go about finding out if you're cursed or whatever, like notice symptoms of you being cursed, maybe some perception check or some insight check on whatever's happening around you, maybe, like depending on how relevant it is, you know what I mean?
True. Yeah.
Maybe detect magic will, like, if you accidentally cast detect magic, you could potentially
at least know that you have a curse aura.
Right.
That definitely, that would make sense. And yeah, from a player's point of view, but I mean, again, from the player point of view, it would just be, yeah, you're affected by that for 24 hours, or you have to go find out how to remove it. Like that's just a plot point.
Sure.
Because again, you're only really weakened against the person that cursed you. So if you don't find them for 24 hours, as long as you stay away from them, the curse goes away. And then because the idea is the curse condition is only making you susceptible to the higher versions of these curse spells, like the damage output. So as long as you get away from the person, it'll eventually drop off. But as long as you're in the fight with them, like as long as they're closing distance, you're basically, for the rest of the fight, you are cursed. That's not the worst.
It's not the end of the world.
And again, because all you're doing, especially if it's a boss battle, like again, let's go BBEG like we always do, right? Let's say I curse you, I'm the BBEG, I curse you at the beginning of the battle. It just means that you have to be more careful about spells I throw at you. You just know that you're the only target. But guess what? If I were a regular BBEG and you're the wizard, aren't you my main target anyway? Like, you know what I mean? Like certain situations where the BBEG always has a target on the party, right? The BBG will always find whoever he wants to target. This is just saying that the BBG is going to choose it based on who's cursed. It's just another selection process. And because the BBG would probably use the mass curse, he tries to curse the whole party in his first move. Only 2 people get cursed. Well, guess what? Those are his new 2 targets. So it's kind of a lottery. Who's going to be the BBG's target this fight? Because it's not going to be just the glass cannon. It's not going to be just, the cleric. It's going to be who failed his curse. So that can also give, from the DM point of view, could give some spiciness to a BBEG battle, because literally every time you roll this out, you don't know who's going to get cursed. You don't know which one of your party is going to be the one that the BBG is going to focus on, because they're the one that failed the saving throw. So there could be some unique dynamic there as well. If we were going to go with that curse mechanic, I think 24 hours isn't a bad idea.
Okay.
Because again, we're only talking about a curse mechanic that makes you more susceptible to the curse spells.
How do you feel about if somebody saves out of the curse condition, they're immune to it for 24 hours?
Yep, I like that. Because then you just can't spam it on the same person. I don't mind a 24-hour, because I mean that's pretty on par with all of other conditions like that. You know, anything that you can get, you can save out of, you get 24-hour immunity for, like charm and everything.
But then it would really suck if everybody in battle saved out of your stuff out the gate, and then now, is it you can't be affected by the same curse or any curse?
I would say that it's like you can't get affected by the curse of the curse condition, but all the spells still have their effect. You just can't like gain the condition, right? So you'd still be able to get like the effects off. They'd still be the spells. You're just not gaining that. So your spells would never do damage against them, but you're still debuffing. So
what about like your capstone ability?
I think like the capstone, you could add in language that says the capstone can overcome anybody who previously has saved out and is immune, isn't immune to the capstone kind of thing. Like I could see that.
Okay.
Because again, if you're using that capstone, it is your last ditch, right? It's like your one time, like if I haven't cursed you yet, because remember, if you're not cursed, it will curse you, and if you are cursed, it'll damage you. So it's that last ditch. If you ain't cursed yet, fuck, this is gonna curse you, right? It's like, even if you've saved against me, this is my one last chance to make sure I do it. So
interesting. Okay.
Yeah, another interesting option. But okay, so other than that, though, I do like that we're seeing a little bit of a mix though with the spells, and we get a little bit of damage output too. It's not just debuffing. I did want to see a little bit of damage output and not just debuffing.
Sure.
That can be kind of sucky when you're just a support character.
Yeah.
All right, so next one we get is Weakening Ray. It is 90 feet. You shoot a ray of cursed energy magic towards a single creature within range. Make a ranged spell attack against one target. On a hit, target takes 2d6 necrotic damage and must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, it is cursed, having disadvantage on all attacks until the end of your next turn. On a success, it takes half as much damage and is not cursed. So I do like that, like you have the half damage when you save out and you're not cursed. Like those are pretty consistent. So the things that I'm noticing too is one thing I would probably keep consistent is like the damage type, since it's all cursed. Like this one's necrotic, the other one was psychic. It seems like it should all be the same type, like all psychic. Like it's kind of weird that this one would do necrotic damage. I'm not really sure where that's coming from. It seems like with the curse and the idea of so far what we've read.
I feel like this one's specifically trying to affect the body. Like imagine like there's a curse that's trying to affect your mind and a curse that's trying to affect your body. Like I kind of get that. It is weird to me that it's evocation and not necromancy if it's going to be necrotic damage. I've never seen a non-necromancy spell do necrotic damage like that.
I do like having I do like having the distance on it though.
Definitely.
And this one just gives them a disadvantage on all attacks. So yeah, Weakening Ray, that would make sense that, they have disadvantage on attacks.
Yeah.
Okay. So that one does make sense.
I'm here for that. There might be a little bit. Oh, there you go.
And higher levels, you can increase it for 1d6 for every slot above first.
Sure.
Okay. Let's see. So Curse Speech. This lasts for 1 round, range of 60 feet. You chant in an ancient language, throwing your voice out with magic. All creatures within 15-foot radius, centered on a point you can see, must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, they become cursed and confused for 1 round, as if under the confusion spell. On a success, it is not cursed and knows where the sound came from. You can cast a spell at a 3rd level or higher. The duration increases by 1 round for every spell slot above second. Okay, so this is interesting because you're basically throwing your voice to a location, and then anybody within 15 feet of that location becomes confused.
So yeah, your thrown voice is basically so instead of my voice coming from here, it comes from over there, and then everybody within that
spot. Yeah.
So
you can throw it up to 60 feet away, and then anybody within 15 feet of that spot is affected by it. And I don't know what the confusion spell is.
I'm looking at that right now. It's a spell assaults and twists a creature's mind, spawning delusions and provoking uncontrolled actions. Each creature in a 10-foot radius sphere, centered at a point you can see within range, makes a wisdom saving throw. An affected creature can't take reactions and must roll a d10 at the start of each of its turns to determine its behavior. Okay. And it has one of 4 options. On a 1, the creature uses all of its movement to move in a random direction. Roll a d8 to determine the direction. On a 2 to a 6, the creature doesn't move or take actions this turn. It just sits there and wastes its turn.
Gotcha.
On a 7 or an 8, the creature uses its action to make a melee attack against a random determined creature within reach. If there is no creature within reach, the creature does nothing this turn. And on a 9 or a 10, the creature can act as it normally would.
I like that. Actually, yeah, no, I kind of like this as an option. Having a confusion debuff is actually really beneficial in combat.
It's wild that is a larger radius than the confusion spell. The confusion spell, no, okay, that's probably why. Because the confusion spell lasts for a minute up to concentration. This just lasts for a round.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you can increase it per round. So I like this one, actually.
It's half the level. Changes. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. No changes.
I'm cool with that.
Solid.
I'm cool with that.
All right. So we get Illusion Curse next. This is concentration up to a minute. You whisper forbidden dark words upon a single creature you can see within range, which is 60 feet. It must make a wisdom saving throw. On a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, it becomes cursed with one of these effects. 1, it will see any item it's holding in its hand suddenly burst into flames, throwing it 10 feet away. 2, you designate one creature looking and sounding like another creature, and it will see that creature as the other creature.
Wait, one more time?
So you designate one creature looking and sounding like another creature, and it will see that creature as the other creature. So like you make one creature think that another creature is something different.
So if I'm the caster, I can make you see me as something else.
I think so. That or my ally or something. Yeah.
Got you.
It sounds like you basically change what they see.
Okay.
On one other creature. Or 3, you have it see any difficult terrain you can imagine, having its movement slowed as if it was in difficult terrain.
Okay.
Okay.
That's kind of cool.
And then at the end of its turns, the target can make a wisdom saving throw to end the curse on the success. If you cast a spell using its 3rd level or higher, the duration is up to 10 minutes. If at 5th level or higher, it's an hour. 7th level or higher, it's 24 hours. And if it's 9th level, it lasts until dispelled.
That's exactly how Bestow Curse reads as well.
Yeah. And realistically, most of these I feel like should read like that. Like most of them should have that, potential permanency. So this one's kind of interesting though. For an illusion spell, I like the idea that they won't touch their weapon, and I like the idea of the difficult terrain. Making one creature look like another one, maybe it's just written kind of clunky, but I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure what this would actually do. I mean, it could be maybe written as in, you designate one creature, and you choose 2 creatures, and they no longer see each other as allies, or like you make one creature look like an ally or make it look like an enemy to another creature of your choice. So you choose one target, and that target sees one other creature of your choice as an enemy or an ally.
Gotcha.
So I can tell you, see me as an ally. Or I could say, hey, he's your enemy now. Just you make a target, and then they see one other creature as either ally or enemy.
And I kind of like that because it kind of goes into, I would say it kind of extends a little bit into like the charmed section, just because it feels like you're but I do like the idea that you're using illusion. You're using what I'm hoping are pictures from that person's head. So like, if I'm trying to get you to see me as an ally, we're just gonna pick whatever you would see an ally as,
whether that's
and
me as your race, whether that's someone that you know. I'm gonna project an image that you are trusting of, whereas your enemy, I want to project an image of something that you don't trust. So I kind of like that better, right? Because then it's like it's a little bit clearer how you can use it. And yeah, it sounds better. Plus, again, I like the idea of being able to do both ways, not just, I like the idea of it sounds better for DMs and players to say ally and enemy, because then it's easier for everybody to just get on board with it instead of saying like you can make it look like a certain thing. It's just more of that. Do you want it to be friendly to you or angry against someone else? Would you allow, if it mattered to the caster, to choose if they knew multiple ways, i.e. like say you could, in order for you to see me as an ally, you could see me as either one of your family members or one of the members of the guard, like, and I specifically want to pose as a guard member rather than. I think it's too much power, because now you're basically not just illusioning, but you're basically disguising self. You now have knowledge that, like, there's so much in that control that I think, for spell simplicity, just saying ally and enemy, because then you can just basically say he's going to be friendly to you or aggressive to the other one, right? Like, it makes it pretty easy for combat. For second level, I'll definitely say I agree with that. I think adding too much complexity not only makes the spell more convoluted, but it then gets into a lot of like, well, what is it actually doing? Are you reading their mind? Do you have, extra knowledge? Are you doing anything extra to convince them, or is it just you're making them feel good about you? So I think like just an ally enemy situation kind of goes along with this, because it goes along with, again, you're basically making their weapon look like an enemy because it's on fire, right? You're basically giving them a visceral reaction. I will say that is the disarm that you were looking for, that they were originally looking for. Because throwing it the tempted away is totally justifiable in this situation, and especially because it's a little bit more costly, but it's very good. I like. And then again, you make them see difficult terrain and they'll react as if it is difficult terrain, right? So that's why I say, like, if you make it you can make them see one other creature as an ally or enemy. It's the same reaction as you get with difficult terrain. They're going to react to what they see and follow suit with it, instead of it being affecting them. They're just going to think that they have to react that way. Hecate does make the point that not necessarily all allies are friendly, right? Like, theoretically, you could have a member of your party that pisses you off, but they're your ally. So you're not going to hurt them, but you're not necessarily going to be nice to them. Yes. And absolutely. So you don't necessarily gain favor, but just because they're an ally, they won't attack you. So that's in combat, right? I was also looking at like the roleplay aspect. Let's say, both of us, we're both characters and we're talking to the king. Mm-hmm. And, I've done something before. My name precedes me, blah, blah, blah. The king's fine with me, but he's like, I don't like you. You're a dirty druid, or, I don't like monks that can't handle a weapon, or I don't like spellcasters, I don't trust magic users. But then you can just be like, huh, or I could be over here like, oh, this isn't going well. He's an ally. You know what I mean? You could use this curse, if for the next 24 hours, you see him as an ally. Like, doesn't matter if you like him or not, but then that whole conversation would be like, I don't like you dirty druids, but whatever. In this particular case, we're working together. I guess we have to, like, it's that whole thing of, you don't have to gain favor. They don't have to do niceties to you, but they're going to be more amenable to the situation. So that could be your role play thing. Interesting. I kind of like that. So I feel like that could be an alternative, instead of saying you designate one creature to look and sound like another creature for another creature. It just, I like ally enemy, because then you don't have to worry about what they look like. The DM can just be like, cool, he's going to treat you nicely. That's fair enough. And that's definitely an illusion spell that again, it's the charm spell, but it goes both ways. Because charm, you only get like friendliness. I kind of like the idea of being able to turn them on someone or make them like you. I kind of like that duality. Especially in combat. I think that's very cool. Oh, it's huge. Like, because I mean, you could turn them on their own enemy, or just stop them from attacking you. Like, if you're the glass cannon, just be like, stop, just do anything else. Just don't attack me anymore.
I'm your freaking buddy. You clearly don't want to attack me.
Yeah. So and again, like I said, good point. I do like the idea that ally doesn't mean that they're gonna do anything for you. They just probably just won't kill you.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with that. And I do like the extension of the time frame though. That's always again, a good touch. Creature curse. This one's 60 feet, concentration up to an hour. Target a single creature within range. Must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, it becomes cursed by you, causing it to start to become paranoid and see a creature everywhere as if it's being hunted by it, such as seeing mimics or a hungry wolf on a success. So this sounds like more like Phantasmal Force.
Kind of.
Where it's like you basically make them see their biggest fear and they run from it. That's kind of what this is feeling like. And then you can increase, so this is just like the last one, you can increase the time frames. This really does make it seem just more along the lines of the Frighten spell. Again, more roleplay heavy because it's not really under the Frighten condition. It's just in general paranoid. So this puts a lot more work on the DM to figure out what does that mean? Like what does paranoia end up doing to that particular target? Because it doesn't have a lot of mechanical basis. It just says becomes paranoid thinking that it's being hunted by, whatever it fears. So it's like, what does that do in combat? I'm not really sure. Like
I would mechanically put them under the frightened condition for this if they were to fail. And I would also say that like
I would make it more like a distraction. So instead of it being frightened, because it's something that only they can see, so it's not like targeted on you. You're not there. So there's no one thing for them to go away from, right?
Yeah.
But I wouldn't mind it being like the distracted condition where all attacks on them are at advantage because they're constantly looking over their shoulder. So they can't properly defend themselves because they literally think a bigger threat is right behind them.
I mean, see, I was going to try and compel action.
1 hour is a long time though. 1 hour is a very long time for that.
Oh, wait, this is for an hour?
Concentration up to an hour. So it's like, it's interesting to make them paranoid, but it's asking a lot on the DM to justify what that means consistently. Because if I use it on one guard and make him paranoid and he leaves his post, but then later on I use it on somebody and they don't leave because they are paranoid that, they lock up and stay there. You know what I mean? Like, how do you make it feel good when you're interpreting what does paranoia do to someone? So again, it's one of those times where it doesn't need a big mechanic, but I would like to slip in a small mechanic, like to just help the lore and justify what is actually happening to this person other than their paranoid. But I do like it. I do like the idea of getting under their skin and making them uneasy. I just feel like we could add a small amount to help players and DMs visualize what's actually happening. Because I could see, some DMs be like, yeah, they're paranoid, but that doesn't change how they do things, right? Yeah. So it's definitely more of a roleplay heavy, but I wouldn't mind making this, because if you're paranoid on the battlefield, you're distracted. I kind of wouldn't mind seeing some sort of battlefield distraction, because paranoid can be done in a million ways, roleplay wise. But what does paranoia look like in combat other than distraction? You know what I mean? That's the only thing I can really think of. But otherwise, I do like I'm liking this combination of like illusion spells, psychic spells. Like we're getting a nice mix, which again makes this character feel versatile and not boring.
Yeah.
Command curse. Okay. 60 feet. Duration is 24 hours. Target a single creature, commanding it to do a single task. It must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, it becomes cursed and charmed by you until the command is completed within a day. The charmed creature regards you as friendly acquaintance. You give it a command that doesn't cause its death and can... so this basically is like suggestion. It can't self-harm or harm another. If it's 10 words or less, they will do the command as precise as possible without realizing it. Then immediately after the task, they will scream as loud as possible, falling unconscious for 1d4 hours, not remembering what it did.
What?
That's hilarious. I love that. Wow. However, if you give it a command that is 11 words or more, it will do the command, but in the most roundabout and unnecessary way, and the target will know who casted the curse. On a success, it doesn't become cursed or charmed. When you cast it at higher levels, you can target an additional creature for each slot above third.
So I like playing around with that 11 word thing. Because maybe I want you to do it in the most roundabout way.
Yeah.
Like
I could have a lot of fun, and then DMs can have a lot of fun with that too.
That's kind of wild.
Yeah, it's basically just like a modified version of like, I think it's suggestion. Is the spell that I'm thinking of. But I do like this. No, this is feeling more like a curse. Like again, this has that feeling of curses don't have to be permanent, but this is way more of a curse and less of it just a spell effect.
So I'll tell you this, when I heard the name, the first thing I thought of was somebody being stuck under the command spell for a minute.
Oh.
Like, so every turn I can say a word and you have to do that thing. So it's like almost like, granted, now it's just your action that I basically have control over, but still, that might be too powerful for a 3rd level spell though. Yeah, that might be too powerful for a 3rd level spell. Because let me actually look up the command spell. You speak one word and command a creature you can see within range. A target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or follow the command on its next turn. Spell has no effect if the target is undead, if the target doesn't understand you, blah, blah, blah. Okay. If some typical commands are as follows. So approach, the target moves towards you, the shortest, most direct route, ending its turn within 5 feet of you if possible. Drop what it's holding. Flee.
I like this one. I think this is good. I think the 10, 11 word.
I definitely like that.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of fun to be had with that one. This might be my favorite one so far in terms of like the collection of new spells. This is probably my favorite one so far. Forbidden Curse Famine. Concentration up to 10 minutes, 90 feet. You invoke one of the 4 forbidden curses, famine, causing a black horse symbol to appear on your target's body that is affected.
I will say I like that this one's the only one that actually has material components.
This curse targets a creature's hunger, forcing them to eat whatever you want, however, never being full. Choose one creature that you can see within range to make a wisdom saving throw. If it fails, the target becomes cursed and wastes its turn trying to eat what you choose, taking 66 psychic damage. At the end of each of its turns, the target can make a wisdom saving throw or continue to keep wasting its turn eating whatever you choose, taking 1d6 psychic damage at the end of each turn until successful. And then you can increase the damage. Interesting. Okay. It's a very fascinating idea. It's definitely...
So the question I have is, are they actually physically consuming something and just never feeling the sensation of being full? Or
like, yeah, if you told them water, it would be like they would just continuously drink it because it's not saving them. Is like how I see that. Like they're going to continue, they will do everything they can to consume as much as possible, even if they are full.
That could kill somebody.
Yeah. That could definitely kill somebody if you have that kind of rule set, right? You could just say they throw up and they can't continue to consume.
Yeah.
So you're basically, so this one's actually really powerful though, because the issue I'm seeing here, so that's basically you shut someone down completely for 10 minutes and continuously do psychic damage to them. Because they can't do anything and they're taking damage.
They can save out of it every turn, which is the only reason why, like, I feel like there's some semblance there. Like, because if it's the very same is true for whole person. You can't do crap when you have helpers. Now, granted, that only lasts for a minute, but you can save out of it, right? So,
I think for this one, I don't mind it. Honestly, I think the thing that I personally have a problem with this, and there's no real like justifiable reason. I think it's a little too additive for me, is the fact that you're choosing. I kind of like the idea of that you just cast them with famine, and it's kind of up to the DM, but I would just more rule it as they will spend, as long as you concentrate, they will spend their turn attempting to consume anything. So as in, if they have rations on them, they will consume those first. Like they will consume whatever is available, and then if they can't consume anything edible, then they will go to the next nearest thing. So like maybe they'll just drop their weapon, get to the ground, and start shoveling dirt in their mouth. If there's water nearby, maybe they'll start drinking. But I think when I read this,
would you say this could force people to consume magical items?
Yeah, I look magical components. Like I just look at this as when I read this, I don't mind the idea, but what I keep coming back to is like, and maybe this is just the way I play D&D, but like I kind of don't like I don't want to call them like cringe, but I'm not a huge fan of the overt like parody play. Like I just don't like things that like break it so much to where it's like, okay, we're just not really playing a game anymore, we're just goofing off, like gag characters and all of that. So it's like when I look at this, I'm just like, I want you to eat your dagger. Yep, just bite the metal. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's a point at which it just kind of feels too comical and less like what's actually the magic happening.
See, that's kind of why it makes me feel like they're gonna try to eat nothing. And what I mean by that is like maybe there's an illusion, maybe they're just spending their time. Like the idea is for them to waste their time, not for them to eat anything.
That's why I just like the idea of saying that you cause this to where they will begin to eat anything consumable. So if they have it, like if you've chosen that they have it, but if they don't, it's still like they don't want to eat their armor, they're not going to eat a shoe, they're not going to eat their dagger, but shoveling dirt, going to a water source, a puddle, going to their buddy that like there's a gang, right? And the buddy has a backpack. Can you imagine the enemy just rushes over to their buddy, rips open their buddy's backpack while in the middle of combat, and just starts eating the rations?
I do like it. I just feel like it adds so much more to it. Not only are you're making them move, you're making them open things, you're making them use items, you're making,
and it's
like,
all DM discretion of how are they going to go find the food source. But my only thing is I don't like that you're choosing what they're trying to eat. I just like the idea that you are forcing them to put everything else to the side, and they need to consume. Similar
to how you made the point about not getting to choose what the person looks like in the other one.
Oh, the ally enemy?
It's just vague. It's just ally enemy. I think that's closer to what this should be. It shouldn't be, I'm gonna get you to waste all your valuable items. I'm gonna get you to burn through all your resources. Like I don't think that's what the spell should be about. I don't think this should be a way to like gimmickly get someone to screw over their entire inventory just because it's theoretically edible. I think that it should be focused on what it was meant to do, and like
their time.
And so like again, if it needs to be something illusory to make more sense, so you're not trying to eat a dagger or do something stupid like that or make it a meme, like I feel like that would be a little bit easier of an approach to help make sure that it does feel like it's something that's realistic and it still accomplishes the intended goal without adding a lot of other, I feel like, potentially abusable uses.
I only think it would be abusable if, again, I think it's only abusable when you let the player choose. If I could say you're forced to eat your own items, but when you give it to the DM of what's available, if you chose them to just be bandits and they don't have food on them, and then he's not a magic user, like just have him eat, like the idea that he would just eat what is the nearest edible
right?
thing
But again, like
mouth.
I'm always thinking about what if you're using this on the players, right? Like the same thing should be true like across the board. Like, hey, if I have healing potions on me, theoretically those are edible, consumable items. If I have, maybe I was gifted some food that has some magical properties in it, like, am I required to eat that? Am I required to use these resources?
I guess like a save versus like the most expensive items on you. Like I wouldn't say that that's like the DM wouldn't I would not say that the DM should be forcing you to use your most expensive items. But as an option, I don't think that that's a bad potential downside to something like this. Like I don't think, again, using it against the players, I think forcing you to use a health potion when you shouldn't, that's not the worst thing. Now, forcing you to use all 6 is a shit situation, but forcing you to down one of them when it's, not the best time is one of those things where I can see in the right situations, it sucks, but as long as it's not abused, as long as I don't make you eat all of your potions right here and now.
And again, it's like how when you're balancing this between the DM and the players, like how do you balance that? Like how do you set it up so where the players don't feel like they're always the one getting screwed because the DM always gets to choose, oh, the bad guys never have anything on them, but you guys do. You know what I mean?
But that's the honor system with a good DM. I mean, that could be almost anything, right? Like there's tons of spells out there the DM could fudge the numbers on.
I don't think there's a lot of spells that could be used that way. You know, just say, hey, the bad guys never get affected by this, but you guys always do, because I know what you have on you.
Though, is it's not meant to force you to go through your inventory. It's meant to burn your time. I'm just looking at the idea of what else would they be doing to feed themselves, right?
And I get that. That's why.
And the idea behind it's not the DM to tell them what you have to eat, but like if you're a player, right, and you're starving, you would eat your rations first. And then you have the next edible thing, which is your health potions, but you're smarter than that. You're like, I can't really do that, but I need to feed myself. I could eat, a sock instead. Like, I would still believe that you have control over yourself, but you don't have control over the hunger. So you are compelled to eat what you have. You would be compelled to eat your rations, but I would totally justify that you're not forced to eat.
To me, that goes back to what you were talking about earlier. It feels a little bit too much into the weeds, like you got to figure out what I am or I shouldn't, or it just feels like there's too much decision making happening on what is or isn't allowed. Too many potential arguments breaking out at the table about like, oh, that's not fair, or oh, do I really? And if you can just focus it on hopefully what it's intended to do without adding more elements to it, I feel like it would embody what it's meant to be. Maybe the spell itself creates an illusory morsel of food that they begin to start trying to devour constantly. So they don't have to physically go anywhere. They don't have to
just
do
keep
anything.
On with the illusionary
They're just like sitting here trying to eat this thing, and they're feeling like they physically like feel something, but it's just
you just want it to be more of an illusion. And it depends on which direction you go. I kind of like it being real. I kind of like it being tangible, where they're actually consuming things. Again, in lore purposes, you cast that on someone at a bar, and they just start going crazy trying to eat you cause a commotion by them trying to eat everybody else's food. I could see there'd be because again, you do that in role play purposes, they just look crazy. But if you make it to where they have to consume the actual goods, I could see the role play, especially for a DM, being a lot more fun. And like you said, you could get pedantic, but I just wouldn't add in anything that you are required to consume everything you have. I think it's the ideology of you're hungry, so find something to sate you. And if you're smart enough to not use your health potion, if you're like, I'd rather shovel dirt than eat my health potion, then cool. You're smart enough to realize that you'd rather eat not food. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's not so much of a compulsion that you have to eat consumables, but the idea is that you have to sate hunger. And so you can't shove a dagger down your throat to consume hunger, right? You can't stop hunger by consuming a dagger, but I can consume dirt in the mindset of removing hunger. That's where I was going with the ideology of, as a DM, I would definitely make them like burn through their rations and, even eat like maybe one of the spell components if it's like a mushroom or something. Like, not necessarily they are going to consume everything that is considered edible in their inventory.
Interesting. So Hecate says this wasn't supposed to be a comical, but it was supposed to be a representation of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse spell.
Well, yeah, I caught that with the famine and the horse symbol. I caught the 4 horsemen reference.
Yeah.
But again, when you say that you make them eat whatever, or they're going to try to eat whatever you want, it becomes. I can't imagine that this isn't going to become comical. Like to be honest, like there's no way you say it basically says they're going to try to eat whatever you force them to. That's begging you to basically tell them to eat anything that's not edible. You know what I mean? Like it just doesn't.
You can just change those words to any edible thing.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. Is like the way that it's written, I do take it kind of as a gag situation, because I don't really I don't find most players would try to find the most logical,
practical.
I think that I would eat your battle axe, eat your armor, eat your helmet. That's what players are gonna do. Like I have a feeling that's what players are gonna do.
I mean, again, you're depends on your players for sure. If you're at a table where people aren't trying to act like children, then probably not. But if
I mean, this is D&D we're talking about.
Sure, but again, you have different levels. You know, there's definitely some people who, again, you know, like, yeah, you're there for jokes, but like, you're not gonna disrupt the game for a joke. So if you're trying to do this for disrupting of the game, then again, if you're hoping not, then you have to ask yourself, do these people belong at my table?
Yeah.
Like is always the case. So, you know, the end of the day, you know, if you're playing at a decent enough table, I don't think that this is in and of itself a problem. I think, you know, if you got a bunch of weird rules lawyery people saying, oh, I'm gonna make it, just tell them no, you know, at the end of the day. So
that's why my call is just to remove that it's your choice and just put the ideology behind they're just
I just feel like that
insatiable
changes
hunger.
way too much about the spell and puts like way too many other things on the table that can change again dramatically how the spell works, which is that small change.
I think this but again, different approaches, right? Like it depends on how you and your gaming groups and your dynamics would work. So, but it is the idea behind it is, I think we both agree with, is nice though. Like the family concept behind it is good.
Very much so. Very much so.
All right, so next one. Okay, so this was the last. Okay, that was third level. Okay, so the last two. So Command Curse and Forbidden Curse were third level. Everything before that was second level. So now we're getting into fourth level curses. Because we did say something about the level of the curse, right? Wasn't there a previous ability that said it was dependent upon the level of the curse you cast?
I know.
I could have sworn one of these was based on wasn't it didn't one of them say it's based on the level of the curse that you cast, it will affect something different?
I'm trying to think. I don't know. I mean, other than how long the curse lasts when you upcast it.
Weird. I could have sworn we had read something where it just mentioned like there was a count based on what the spell level was. But maybe I'm wrong.
I'm not sure. I'm not seeing I'm looking through. I didn't see it in the infectious impractications or evil eye.
What am I thinking of then? What did I read? Weird. I don't know. Was I talking about Evil Eye? Is that okay? You can cast a curse spell equal to your efficiency bonus on a target that's range. Oh yes, yes. Okay. Thank you, Hecate. Yes. So with Evil Eye, it's you can cast one of the curse spells if it's equal to your proficiency bonus with a bonus action. Remember? So Evil Eye, as long as you cast a curse spell equal to your proficiency bonus on a target you can see as a bonus
when it
action.
says equal to your proficiency bonus, you mean when the curse spell's level?
Yes, that's what I read that as.
Okay, so that word, I did not, when I was reading through this stuff, I did not at all make that connection because I did not realize that had anything to do with the curse spell level. That was what I made the connection originally, is because it's because that's the idea. If you only have 4 proficiency points, then the max you can cast is a 4th level curse as a bonus action. So that's why that's why I wanted to bring up the so Hecate, do I have that right? That's what you meant, is Evil Eye can only cast the curse spell equal to in level however many proficiency points you have. So that way, if you have only 4 proficiency points, you'd only be able to cast a 4th level curse spell with a bonus action. Yes, that's how it is. Okay. So that's why I wanted to make sure, because I mean,
depending on how many proficiency points you have will depend on how,
to be honest,
is effective.
You get access to 5th level spells right around the time you get access to the 4th level of this. So like your proficiency bonus hits 4 the same time you get access to 5th level spells.
Oh, that's not. Oh, yeah. So you're basically just one behind them. You get the bonus action ability for one spell
you get
level.
5 at 13. Where are you at 13? Although at 13, you finally have access to 7th level spells, and your proficiency bonus is only at 5.
I'm okay with that though, because again, this is because Evil Eye gives it to you as a bonus action. I'm actually okay with that.
Yeah, so you'll never get anything above 6th level spells
As a bonus action.
As a bonus
With
action,
Evil Eye
and
only.
you'll only get that at 17th level.
I'm okay with that because again,
Right
with
when you
Evil
get
Eye,
access to 9th level spells. Wow.
yeah, with Evil Eye being, you know, as good as it is with the bonus action and everything, actually I kind of like that. That feels like a good spread. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't want Evil Eye to cast anything that high, you know, like I wouldn't want it to be able to cast a 9th level spell.
Right.
Okay, I just wanted to keep in mind of like imagining when we can cast these, right? With Evil Eye. Obviously, we can cast these as long as we can cast these spells. But I was trying to keep in mind like, how does Evil Eye work with these? This one's interesting. Cursed Word Halt.
Okay.
That's a very interesting idea. So concentration up to a minute. You utter a curse word that halts the movement of a creature. Choose a creature within range, and it must makes a Constitution saving throw or becomes restrained. On a success, it's not restrained. As a bonus action on I'm assuming on each of your turns, you can inflict excruciating pain on the creature restrained by this effect, taking 4d8 psychic damage. At the end of its turn, the target can make a wisdom saving throw to end. So save ends on every turn. And then if you cast it at 5, you can increase by 1d8 for every spell slot above 4. So for 1 minute, you can basically hold person and inflict 48 psychic damage every round as a bonus action. So as long as you're concentrating for 1 minute, you can just bonus action damage on this person while you're holding.
That says restrained.
That is restrained.
Restrained says your speed becomes 0. You can't benefit from any bonus to your speed. Attack rolls have disadvantage. Attack rolls against you have advantage, and you have disadvantage on dexterity saving throws. Now, old person is paralyzed. Paralyzed says you are incapacitated and can't move or speak.
Right. So wait.
Attack rolls against you have advantage. Any attack that hits you is a automatic crit if it's within 5 feet, and you automatically fail both strength and dexterity saving throws. So that's a 2nd level spell.
Yeah. This is 4th. I'm wondering.
I like the damage.
I don't mind the damage. I'm wondering if it's just too long because imagine expending that much damage out for 1 minute. Imagine you got this off ideally and it lasted for the full minute. So
that to me would make it worth a 4th level spell slot, because other than that, you're doing less for me than hold person is, and you can save out of it just like you can in hold person. So it could potentially only last me for 1 round, and I'm using a 4th level spell slot for it. Like I would have to say that damage has to be.
But I mean, for the damage is fine. I just don't know about for a whole minute. That just sounds.
That's what I mean.
That sounds so long though. I know it's a 4th level spell.
Let me I don't think anybody's lasting the whole minute. That is 10. Was it 6 for a minute in 5th edition or 10? I feel like it's 10. I don't remember.
Yeah, probably 10.
Whatever. So 10 rounds, 10 saving throws.
I mean, they're most likely
they're probably going to make, unless they're absolutely,
unless you have disadvantage on saving throws for
Constitution. There's not a lot that affects Constitution saving throws, to be very honest.
That's true.
But there are some creatures that are kind of low on them. So yeah, I don't know.
I mean, at least they also have the ability to defend themselves. I mean, they're not completely restrained, or they're not completely incapacitated.
And they can theoretically still attack and do different things. They disadvantage on it, but
I mean, I guess
Good
with the
morning to
saving
you
throw,
as well,
yeah,
Hoylepa.
it just a minute seems like a long time, but it is a 4th level spell. I mean, 4th level, at that point, yeah, you are really needing to throw some damage around. So, okay, that... Yeah, I guess with them being able to continuously be able to like still defend themselves and still actually be able to do stuff, they basically just can't move. Is really all they can't do.
Yeah.
They can't move, and you're being able to target them specifically with damage. So, yeah, I guess that works. Because it is concentration, so it's not like you're going to be doing much else.
Yeah.
And you can lose concentration in plenty of different ways. And like
Very
you
much
said,
so.
with 10, with 10 rounds of saving out, I mean, they're best going to get 3 or 4 rounds probably before saving.
Yeah. And while that could hurt, depending on what you are, again, if your hit points are, say you got 100 hit points, how long do you think it should take for me to take somebody like that out?
That's a big depends question. Who are you? Who are they?
Yes,
and
yes.
like if you're level 1,
but you at the very least have 4th level spells, so
You're
that
what, 7th
means 7th level. Yep. So you're at least 7th level. They got
you're dealing with things that are pretty hefty. No, I guess that math works out. It just sounds like a lot, but
I'm curious what other sustaining damage 4th level spells there are. Oh.
And I'm trying to think of any of the other spells around that area that do just like instant one amount of damage too. And I'm trying to think of like how much does that actually put out? Like any AoE spells of that level.
Right.
Those tend to put out a pretty decent amount, especially because multiple. So when you really add that up, this is pretty isolated.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess it's not that bad. Okay, so next one, diseased affliction. We have a 1 hour duration on this one. So you create a diseased curse that lashes up to 5 items, foods, or animals. Okay, so you can pick up to 5 items, foods, or animals with this curse. You designate a single type of creature, then all creatures of that type that come into contact with that cursed item, food, or animal must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, it becomes cursed with a disease of your choice for 1 hour. Brain rot. The creature's mind becomes infected with a raging fever and migraines. The creature has disadvantage on intelligence checks and intelligence saving throws. Spasming body. The creature's body starts to have seizures. The creature has disadvantage on dexterity checks, saving throws, and attack rolls using dexterity. Or muscle throws. The creature has disadvantage on strength checks, strength saving throws, and attack rolls using strength. Creatures who are also immune to diseases are still affected, but have advantage on the saving throws. On a success, they become immune to disease for 24 hours. And when you cast a spell as a 5th slot or higher, you can designate additional creatures for each slot above 4. Interesting. So this is very similar to the previous one that we saw where...
Real quick, when it says additional creatures, do you think that means item, food, or animal, or different creature type? Because it says a single creature type, which is, I'm guessing, aberration, fae, humanoid. So when I get to add another one...
You designate an additional creature type. So it's you designate a single type, it's that. So you still always get 5 items, food or animals, but you can designate more types of things that'll get affected by it. Like you said, like a fae versus...
What? Yeah.
So interesting. So this is kind of like an expanded version of the other one where it was like targeting yourself and then anybody that touches you. So this is kind of like a more limited version of that, which would make sense because that's like more of your capstone feature.
Right.
This is a what is it, 4th? Fourth level spell. So it makes sense that you would want to have it limited based on like a creature type. Interesting that it's like 5 items, foods, or animals. That's a very interesting like spread of things, but I guess it's just really to kind of help
however you want to
lore aspect of like,
if you want to put it in somebody's food and get them that way, if you want to, maybe they have like creature companions or a mount or something like that you can hit it with.
Right.
Now the question would be, is the creature potentially affected by it?
Oh, like the 5 creatures, like the 5 animals?
Yeah.
I mean, because they're animals, I mean, the brain rot, the muscle spasms, like, would you really know that a sheep has a migraine?
Would I know that my horse
Has muscle spasms?
Is having muscle spasms and having the issue with its strength?
That just comes down into, again, like, but this isn't affecting their strength more as it's affecting attacks with strength and saving throws. Like, because then you get into the pedanticness of, is a saving throw visual? Like, can you see someone failing a saving throw?
So this is disadvantage on strength checks, strength saving throws, and attacks using strength. So that's like, can I see you struggling? Like, if you're in the gym and you're trying to like push up weights, can I see you struggling? Can I see you, I mean,
that's one way to look at it. But again, like you're saying, like the horse, like maybe if you put the horse through strain, you could see it. But that's where it's like, it depends on like, how do these things really manifest?
Sure.
And do you, as a DM or as a party, role play through, like, if you have disadvantage on strength, do you role play out, you look fatigued or you look weakened? Or is it just you straight take the mechanic, right? Like, if I'm not making a saving throw, it doesn't look different. And that's really upon how do you role play those
I'll
things?
say for my games at least, a lot of the times you don't recognize what you want to role play until it matters. Like, there's some stuff it's like, I don't want to have to role play this every single freaking time, but if it matters, I would love to be able to say, hey, I noticed that thing. So it's like, no, I'm not always, freaking out when my horse gets tired. But like, if you narrate at a certain point, like, hey, you've been riding your horse for a while, they're getting kind of tired.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that makes me feel like I recognize when my horse is getting tired, when my horse is like kind of reaching its limits, right? And if I imagine I see that's what's happening, I'm recognizing that, and I'm like, you shouldn't be reaching your limits. Like, we just got started. Like, we've only been out for like an hour, and you're already acting like we've been riding for like 8-9 hours. Like,
that's really dependent upon the DM intending for that to be like your clue, right?
And
like that would really fall into the DM knowing that, hey, I have to.
Which is the original question: is do the creatures get affected by it? So if they get affected by it, this is how I'm imagining you're going to see that occur. If they're not getting affected by it, then they're just going to be your horse, and it's not going to matter. Right. But if it is relevant enough, now, if you're just trying to use it to say, oh, I noticed my horse is X, Y, and Z, or whatever the case may be, probably not. Like, maybe they're just carriers. Like,
well, and then again, you get into more of the how great is that? Like, you could tell them that your horse looks tired, but is that really the red herring you want to give them to go down that path? What's the likelihood they're going to find out that the horse is cursed? You know what I mean? Like, you tell someone that their horse is tired, maybe they'll rest for the night, maybe they'll feed the horse, but is it really going to lead to,
I'll say,
like, the outcome? Like, is it beneficial for the DM to throw out that clue in a way that the party is going to come to the right conclusion, or is it going to be more muddled?
I'll say as a player, depending on the experiences that you have, which I feel like a lot of people get a lot of similar ones. A lot of the times when you recognize something abnormal is going on, one of your first instinct is, I'm pretty sure magic is involved. And so a lot of the times, if you're going to investigate, is magic affecting this horse at all? Is magic affecting my creature at all? I feel like that's a valid place to start, to give them an arcana check to see if you might be able to tell some things off, or maybe somebody uses detect magic to
I think that just goes away from, like you were saying before too, that goes away from the spirit of what this is really trying to do, which is be an infectious tool. Like, I think by the time you would role play through even figuring it out, the whole point was you're already infected because you're on your horse,
which is why I think that's the way that my question came out in the first place is because if what you're describing is accurate, then the horse shouldn't have any symptoms. He should have 0 symptoms, and he should not even be an issue. So we're not going to the horse. We're not trying to figure out what's going on this way. We're just,
that's what
it's
I'm saying.
just being what it is.
I don't think the ideology behind whether or not the animal you chose to be infectious is affected by it. I think that's kind of just a moot question, because it just goes into the, I don't even think we need to answer that question, because it gets too,
I would say it would be very important for me to answer that question, because if it is, I believe it has, again, like you always say, words have meanings. It has significant implications if it is. And so if it is, then I want to be aware of that, so that I can be aware of how this spell works, how it functions, and other things that I need to be aware of because of those implications. But if it doesn't, then I need to make sure, hey, that's not in my mind. I'm not thinking that that's gonna come back and bite me in the butt later. Oh my gosh, I cast this on the BBEG and he found out that his horse was cursed, and so he's now coming after, whatever the case may be. Like, there's certain things that I can be aware of to know whether it's necessary or not, that I feel like it's very valuable to make sure is clear when I'm looking at what I can and can't do.
Yeah, I don't think that when Hecate wrote this, I don't think the idea was that it was going to be discoverable from the source.
Very possible.
I think that's definitely
very possible,
because it just doesn't seem like that's really, it seems like that would be adding way too many layers, like we're talking about. It just adds too many layers to assume that the DM would then have to let them figure out how they got cursed before they get cursed. Like, there's so many layers to that where I don't think that was the intent. It sounds like the intent was just, these are just
I don't disagree, but yeah. I definitely would want to know.
Let's see. Okay, that's just the creatures that are immune. Okay, so that's just the 24-hour immunity. Okay. What was that? That was a 4th level. Okay, so now we're getting to our 5th level curses.
Beautiful.
It's so many. 17 of these. Jesus.
Yeah, I know. He did work.
Okay, so Nightmare. This is up to 4 days. Chant a passage of cursed phrases. Target you see. So a target you've seen and know its name. Okay, so you have to have seen them. You have to know their name and is on the same plane of existence as you. Intelligence saving throw. Disadvantage. They're having disadvantage if you have something personal of theirs or an organic material of them on a failed save, becomes cursed, taking 5d12 damage, and plagued with nightmares for 4 days, unable to take short and long rests. At midnight of each
and long rests.
So at midnight of each day, it can make a saving throw to end the curse or continue taking 1d12 psychic damage. So they're also not getting any of their life back, by the way. They're just taking damage without getting life back. On success, it takes half damage, and the target is aware it was the target of a curse and is given a brief glimpse of the user or location the user targeted it. And then at higher levels, you get more d12s.
So the 5d12 is just the initial, and that's 1d12 after that?
Yeah, every day. 1d12 every day, 5d12 right up front, and you're not getting your health back. You're not resting. So you're not getting any, you're basically like, so again, from your point of view, like there's a lot of lore or a lot of like role play you can do with this, but throw this on the player. Like, again, like what you were saying, like, turn this around and put it on the player to have this. I mean, you have remove curse, which would probably be an option for the players.
Yeah. I mean,
it's like, see, things like this are kind of weird because I don't mind like some like lore obstacles, but sometimes it feels like this one you have to know the creature's name and be on the same plane of existence, but you also have to have seen it before, right? So it's like you have to have seen them, so you know what they look like, have to know their name, have to be on the same plane of existence, but then you can have something of theirs. Like, all these are cool things, but it does get a little complex when you're trying to figure out how I'm going to use this. Like, again, just wordiness, like just trying to cut down like the wordiness of
it. It does feel like this would be more of a situational spell to try and do this to somebody very pointedly, very purposefully, very intentionally. Like, hey, we've been collecting stuff for like the BBEG, or this particular rival of mine, I've had it out for him for a while, and so I know that I'm finally going to come meet up with him in about a week, so I'm going to cast this in preparation, so he's going to be stupid tired when we finally meet up.
And that's the thing, is like things like this are very much more like this thing seems more like a plot-based spell, because this really won't help you in combat. And there's a casting time of 1 minute anyway, so it's not going to help you in combat.
Yeah.
It's definitely all for roleplay. But if it's all for roleplay, except for that exact situation where you know you're going to go up against this person, I'm kind of wondering what the damage is for. Because if the roleplay is just to mess with their head, not make them sleep, and get rid of like, some of their, resets. But unless you're actively going to, it's like, basically, unless you know you're going to go fight them, I don't understand why the damage.
And I would say you're right. I would say that this is specifically in preparation to go do something like that. So it's like, hey, if I was fortunate enough to get a piece of your hair, or if I was fortunate enough to learn now, I don't know if this matters, but would you say this has to be their true name?
Oh, yeah.
Or it could just be any name?
I would say true name for 100%, which would make this way more powerful. And that's where it's like, this is nice, but these are the kind of things that I have in High Point that are like, they're one-time High Point specific. Like, so like you can go find something like this and do this in High Point, but it's not like a mechanic that you just now have to do. And that's where it's like, I like to keep those things. I don't mind situations like that to exist, but it's another to just like let you be able to do this.
Yeah.
And when I see this, I'm just like, in a whole campaign, how often would I use this? Like, it feels like if I'm not going to be fighting that person, the damage doesn't really make any sense, and I'm really just utilizing I'm messing with this person's head, and we're gonna get some benefits out of that. So, or I mean, I guess if you're trying to kill somebody, like if you know an NPC is already hurt, and then this could do them more damage. But yeah, it definitely seems more like a plot spell.
Maybe you were fighting some dragon or something like that, and it started running away from you.
Oh,
right?
so then
you have a piece of like maybe one of its scales fell off during the battle, and so now you got. And theoretically, if you knew its name, you could
and then
finish
go after
it off.
and then go after it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So there might be some application, but I definitely see what you're saying.
Yeah.
It feels a little bit more niche.
I don't mind it. It's just that, again, when I look at it from the prism of trying to be universally acceptable to almost anybody, it's like this feels a little bit more like the plot needs to be ready for this. Like you have to have you have to have given them the BBEG's name. Like you have to really have set the players up to be able to use this to its best effect, which isn't a problem. It's just not normal for a spell, but this is a brand new kind of build. So
when you read the at higher levels, do you see that as its daily damage or an initial damage?
I look at that as the daily damage.
Daily damage. Okay.
Yeah, it didn't say, but I would assume that means like the daily damage.
Okay, I would agree with that.
So yeah. So again, not a bad spell, just definitely more specific to making sure that the DM has given you the right tool sets to use this. Otherwise, it feels like if you don't have a very specific target, it kind of just feels like I don't know what benefit this would do if I'm not going to go up against that person. But I do like the idea of inflicting nightmares, though. I do think that that's kind of a cool concept.
I very much so.
Ooh, Cursed Light. Ooh, okay. Range 120 or 150 feet.
Wow.
You shoot a cursed arc bolt of lightning, hitting up to 3 different creatures. Each creature targeted must make a dexterity saving throw. The target takes 1d8 lightning damage and 1d8 necrotic damage on a failed save. I probably turn that into force damage.
That's 4d8, right?
4d8, yeah.
You said 1d8. I was confused for a second.
48 lightning damage and 48 necrotic damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful. Each creature that failed is cursed, having their movement halved and disadvantage on melee attacks until the end of their next turn. And then you can up the damage. So it's basically like an enhanced lightning spell. It's interesting that it does necrotic damage though. You would think like maybe like lightning force, lightning thunder. Like
I get trying to associate curse with necrotic, but I do feel like force would probably be a little bit more fitting here.
And how do you feel about you arc and then you get to hit creatures? But whenever I think of like lightning hitting creatures, I always think of like chain lightning.
Yes.
So how do you feel about this as just a 3 arcs of lightning to any 3 creatures, or how do you feel about it should be like you target 1 creature and then you can jump to 2 others within a certain distance?
I
mean, it is a 6th level spell though, so I'm getting why it should be able to target more than 1 creature. I mean, you think about like even magic missile isn't this high of a level, and it can target, you know, up to 5.
Yeah.
Not nearly as much damage.
Sure.
But I'm thinking like 6th level, like the chain lightning limitation would kind of suck to like have to have them all within like 15 feet of each other.
I mean, I especially because this is so high, because what level is chain lightning?
I want to say 4th.
6th, actually.
Oh, wow.
And so chain lightning, you could actually be within 30 feet of the first target.
And this is 150 feet of all targets.
Is that how you read that?
It says range 150 feet. You shoot a curse bolt, arc bolt of lightning hitting up to 3 different creatures.
So
I see that as it's a range of 150 and 3 different creatures. I see that as 100, any creature within 150 feet, up to 3 creatures. They don't have to be near each other or in a straight line. It doesn't specify that.
So then theoretically, are these 3 separate bolts?
That's what I was asking. That's my question to you is how do you feel about this basically being 3 bolts that go out to 3 different people versus having to at least chain enemies?
I will say I'm okay because so I'm gonna rechain because I think what you're talking about is just chain lightning.
Exactly. That's what I'm like, trying to figure out, like how we want to ask it. Like again, for a 6th level spell,
I like the fact that this is different. I like the fact that it's almost like imagine, I don't know why I have this picture in my head. Yes, that, but also like the fact that Ghostbusters, how they have like the little but they're all shooting at different targets.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like Palpatine, he's mostly going after one. I mean, I'm sure you
but it's not like one bolt. Yeah, because I know that chain lightning is like literally just from one person to the next. And that's why I was just trying to figure out.
Yeah.
Because it's the same level spell, but this really just targets 3 individual people with up to 150 feet, right? So.
Yeah, and this is chain lightning is literally 3 people. So this is just basically, although.
So they're nearly the same spell, just separated by how you can attack them.
Yeah, and one is 10d8, and this is splits up
48 and 48.
Yeah, so it's a little bit less damage, but you get a little bit more flexibility when it comes to range. So you know that suits well enough.
Okay, so probably not that big of a deal then, especially if it's equal to chain lightning. So realistically, it is about the same damage. It's slightly different targets.
And even if I would change the damage type of one, I do kind of like the fact that it splits the damage type in case they're like resistant to one.
Yeah,
or something like that.
I don't mind the split. I just think necrotic was not the direction I would have taken it.
Sure.
But I agree with you. Having the split damage is really good, and just changing up basically how chain lightning works to still get 3 people, but they don't have to be within a certain distance of each other.
Yeah,
that's fine. Like that doesn't. What's the distance on chain lightning?
150 feet.
Okay, so yeah, so really it's just a modified version of chain lightning.
Yeah,
isn't really that big of a deal. Well, says could be an interesting BBE class. The party is hired because they're unknown, so a plot point is to protect their identity to defeat the BBEG.
Oh, interesting.
So yeah, no names, like not knowing,
having aliases or whatever.
Mm-hmm. So this one I actually really like. This one actually does make sense, though. I'll just say it doesn't really like fill me with curse. Like I don't get curse from it, but again, we're talking more about a curse energy, a curse element, not so much like a curse infliction.
And I think that's also probably why they went with necrotic, because I can imagine this like creepy black lightning that's got like
that totally makes sense why we're getting a lot more necrotic damage.
Yeah.
Okay. Spider Curse Plague.
Wild.
Lasts for 1 hour. You summon a small swarm of spiders, numbering up to 10. You imbue any curse spell that targets a single individual that's 4th level or lower upon the newly summoned spiders. They last for 1 hour and have a stat of a regular spider. You can command them individually or as a group to target a number of creatures within range. They have advantage on their first attack. Once bitten, they must make a wisdom saving throw. On failed, they become cursed by that spell for 1 hour and have that spider transform into a symbol that appears on their body. On a success, they have advantage to the cursed spell for 1 hour. When you cast a spell using 7th, or the number of spiders increases by 10 for every spell slot above 6th. So essentially, you're just making more mass curse. This is just another way to do mass curse.
I mean, I kind of like the spider vibe for it, because like,
I will say it is the most mass curse though, because all the other mass curse that we were getting were like combat oriented. I mean, this is up to 10 people, just 10 people, right? You upcast this, that's 20 people. Because it's a swarm of spiders that you can individually go out and get other people. So just considering the amount of mass that this has, it definitely has this is definitely the role play mass curse. Whereas we had the abilities from the actual subclass be the combat mass curse. But I do kind of like that really the spiders don't get to do anything else. They really just get to infect people.
Yeah, they just run around, they bite people, they get them infected.
I am starting to wonder though that with some of the ways that these things work, like what was the other one?
No, it says you can, but those spiders can carry any curse spell of 5th level or lower.
Yeah. So can you imagine? Oh, everyone being famine
or 4th level or lower.
So I'm thinking command curse is the worst one. You send out 20 spiders, bite a bunch of people, and then you just say 10 words to a whole crowd of basically zombies that are going to listen to you.
Bro, and that lasts for 24 hours.
Well, the spider bite only lasts. Well,
no, command curse lasts for 24 hours.
Yeah, so you could literally have 20 people just at your bidding.
So
I'm just saying, like, again, you can't make them do a crap load of stuff, but this is.
Can they save out of that?
Yeah, wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
But yeah, it's interesting. There's a lot of interesting combinations with stuff like this. But again, this really isn't that bad because it's just another way to do mass curse. That's all really it is.
I mean, yes, but
another way
that's
to do mass
like
curse.
You getting to do this 10 times with a 6th level spell.
Yeah.
Or 20 times
with a 7th level.
God bless America, man. Like,
30 times with an 8th level. 40 times with the 9th level.
I mean, granted, yes, it's just the one spell. Like, you have to choose one spell, but casting that one spell over and over. God bless America.
Yeah. So it has potential to be abused, but not in a game-breaking way. Just, it's abusing. It can be abused for sure.
Wild. I might change it from 10 to 5 per spell level. Maybe.
Yeah, I legit don't mind that. All right, so a 7th level corrupt land. Concentration up to 10 minutes. You unleash a torrent of curses upon the land in a 30-foot square, starting from a point within range. So not on you. I don't know, for something like this, especially if you're gonna like do like an infection thing, I think it should start centered on you. Like, it's bubbling out.
I kind of like the idea, like maybe even you just like kneel down and touch the land and it just kind of like oozes out.
Anything like this, I usually prefer it to be centered on you, not at range. But that's just me. So for the duration, these curses turn the ground into an area into difficult terrain by shaping it roughly. All creatures that start or move in the area when you cast the spell must succeed a saving throw based on the curse you choose or become cursed. So this is a mass curse on top of a difficult terrain spell.
And like every time they move in there, like even if they save the first time, they still have a chance to become cursed the next time, and it's harder for them to get out.
That's rough. But 10 minutes, okay. So rotten mist, a creature's flesh decays by a disease-like mist coming from the ground that the creature must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, the creature has disadvantage on Constitution checks and vulnerability to all damage. Interesting. Screaming Lights Curse. A creature is bombarded with wisp-like lights. As they hear loud screaming from the lights, the target must make a wisdom saving throw. On a fail, the creature is blinded and deafened.
Okay.
Swirling Shadows Curse. A creature is swarmed by shadows, seemingly hundreds in all directions, causing confusion and lost. The target must make an intelligence saving throw. On a failed save, the creature has disadvantage on intelligence checks and intelligence saving throws, and the creature behaves as if under the effects of the confusion spell during combat. And as an action on your turn, you can change the curse to a different one. A creature that fails can make a save at the end of their turn. If the target fails 3 of these same saves, they are permanently cursed by that curse and can't make any more saves. Only a greater restoration can break this curse. On a success, they are not cursed. And at higher levels, using a spell spot of 8th level or higher, the duration increases to 1 hour and doesn't require concentration. Using a spell slot of 9th level or higher increases the time 24 hours, and the radius increases to 50 foot.
Wild.
That's a lot.
So when you hear you're vulnerable to all damage, how do you feel that interacts with immunity and resistance that already exist? Do you think
it's just one knockdown? So if you're resistant, you're normal. If you're immune, you're resistant. Oh, but I can also see an option of you can't undo immunity. But basically, it's just it's a peg down. If you're regular, you're vulnerable. But if you had resistance, now you're regular.
Okay. So you remember earlier we were talking about Constitution saving throws. Like this gives you disadvantage on Constitution saving throws. So that would work. That would work in high tandem with this. And if you upcast it and you don't need concentration on it anymore, you can do other stuff too. And then Swirling Shadows Curse. It's basically you're under confusion again. And
intelligence. So it's like very situational. You'd have to definitely know which one to do.
But sure. I do like the fact that you can change it. So it's like, oh, this one would be helpful now.
Yeah. Which is interesting because you really don't really see that with normal spells. Like you can see that with like usually like class feats, but having a spell that you can change halfway through.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's a 7th level spell, but I'm trying to like reconcile. Does that make sense to be able to cast a spell and then just decide I want a different effect with that same spell?
I will say I think it makes sense here because of how they're talking about it. It's the land that's doing it,
right?
And so the land has different effects that it has. So like one will be a mist, one will be a light, or the other will be a shadow, you know. So like those things can theoretically hit you at different times, and they're all present at the same time with this curse being up. So I can see an argument for that, but
I mean, it's only 30 foot too, so I mean, that could get a lot of enemies, but
theoretically, 2 turns you should be able to get out of there.
I really think that my biggest change, I think maybe it's just specifically the way I imagine it too and envision things. Something like this, I don't mind it how it is. I just think I would change it to it has to be centered on the caster instead of it being ranged. I think that would just be my biggest change. Is you can do this, but it's centered on you, not up to, I mean, how far away? I mean, I feel like 120 feet away is just a little OP for this. Maybe that's my only, I mean, I know it's a 7th level spell for sure, but this just seems like it's one of those, it should spread from you.
I do like that. At the very most, I would reduce it to 60 feet. So within walking didstance of its outer edge.
That's fair.
But I do kind of like the idea of it sprouting from you. Like,
I wouldn't even mind it increasing like to 50 feet from the get-go as a 7th level spell. Started at 50 feet centered on me, and then increase it to say 100 feet or something like that. Like, I don't mind the idea of it being able to be bumped. I just think that the range, I think, is where I would prefer this to be from me instead of from a range.
Question is, how does this spell's wording talk about friendly fire? Which might be the reason for that.
That's true.
Because
it says all creatures.
Because spike growth is like that for a reason.
Yeah.
When spike growth happens, you don't want to be in the middle of it because you're gonna have to get out of there.
Yeah, I would assume that this wouldn't affect you, but yeah, that's kind of the idea. Because it's you know, again, it's all kind of like the illusionary ideology of it. So yeah, this one just says all creatures, so this would affect your allies, which I kind of like that. I do kind of,
and theoretically the caster, because if you cast fireball on top of yourself, you still having to save from it.
That is true. That is true. This doesn't say that the caster. So yeah, so that helps balance us out even at a 7th level spell, because I'm not a huge fan that all. I think friendly fire is an important mechanic to keep in certain situations, and I just don't like the idea that I just don't like the idea that the party can never do anything wrong. You know what I mean? Like that idea behind you know, I know you guys are all professionals, but really you guys can't make any mistakes like towards each other. Like just the idea that friendly fire isn't available is something I'm not a big fan of. So I do like this when you can make a mistake, right? Or when you have to make the hard decision and be like, sorry, bud, but it's more important.
This needs to happen right now.
Yeah, it's more important that you get hurt now than we all die.
I will say that makes a little bit more sense why they're trying to raise it somewhere else or not under their feet. But, you know, honestly, just aesthetically speaking, I do like it spreading from it. Yeah.
And how many other like AoE effects are controllable by the caster to where you can choose, you know, how many allies are not affected by it, right? Like there are some spells that are like you can choose who doesn't get affected.
Spirit Guardians, yeah, you can say, hey, this many are unaffected by these things, and you know. And
for a 7th level spell, I wouldn't mind that verbiage. I wouldn't mind that level of control that, you know, if it's centered on you, your allies aren't affected by it. I don't mind that too much. I do like the friendly fire, but as a balance, I'll take ranged with friendly fire. I'll take it, but as an alternative balance, I'll take no friendly fire centered on the caster. That's the balance there.
Sure.
Because you only need ranged to get away from friendly fire.
Yes.
But if you remove friendly fire, then it absolutely should be centered on the caster. So that's, I think I would be okay with those balances back and forth. That's, you know, just as an alternative.
Legit.
All right, another 7th level. We have Forbidden Curse Conquest. This is a 1 hour duration, range of 300 feet. You invoke the 3rd of the 4 forbidden curses, Conquest. Okay, so this is, I guess, another form of like the Horseman, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Because this is the 3rd of the 4. Causing a white horse to appear on the target's body that's affected. Conquest, would that the white horse? I thought that was Death. I thought Death had the white horse.
Wasn't Death the black horse?
Or no, he has the. So wait, so there's no Famine had the. Or is it Pestilence that had the white horse?
I swear one of them had. I don't know.
It's been a minute since I've looked them all up. Okay, so choose one creature you can see within range. Make a Wisdom saving throw. If it fails, the target becomes cursed and is charmed by you. While the target is charmed, you have a telepathic link with it. As long as the two of you are on the same plane of existence, you can use the telepathic link to issue commands to the creature while you are conscious. No action required, which it does its best to obey. So it's basically like a permanent command kind of concept. While the spell is in effect, the cursed target can infect one creature with the curse it can see and talk to. The creature must make a Wisdom save. If it's being touched by the cursed target, it has disadvantage on the save. On a failed save, it becomes charmed as well and can infect another. On a success, the creature stops the spread of the curse, becoming immune for 24 hours. It becomes ill for a day. And then if you cast it higher than this, you can increase the duration up to 4 hours or 8 hours with the 9th level spell. So basically this means that I can essentially, for the duration, have like everything I can do. I can basically have permanent command on them. I can just constantly command.
So it's lightweight, like Dominate Person almost.
It is, but this one allows you to continue grabbing people. They can get another person for you, and then that person can get another person for you, and then that person can get another person for you. You forgot to add the 5th level spell, Forbidden Spell. Oh, we missed one.
Did I miss one?
Yeah, there's one called.
I might have missed putting it on here in the first place.
Yeah, it looks like we don't even have that 5th level one. There is one that we're missing.
Was that might have been in the new update, because I don't know if I remember that on the original.
If you send that over in Discord, we can read that one as well before we finish up.
I think I might have it.
Yeah, this one is really interesting. I think I like the idea of being able to consistently command them. I think the infectious part, even for a 7th level spell, I think the infectious part might make this too OP.
It does feel like a lot.
Because I'm basically able to command someone over and over and over, and then they can go get me another person to command over and over and over.
I get what you're trying to do. Cap it at 3.
3 people?
3 people. Like, and then as you upcast, it increases that cap.
Yeah,
you know, like that's
that.
fine. But like, just
even one other person, because that's still like that's a lot of mental gymnastics. Again, for me to justify how the magic works there, I can justify dominating somebody and then one other person through that person, but I couldn't really justify continuing to make connections.
Yeah,
I feel like if anything, those connections would get weaker. But then you get this whole weird mechanic of what can you really tell each one to do, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I like that. I would say cap it either max 3 or even just one additional person. But I feel like that's what's making me hesitant. Is that's very powerful to basically have an infectious domination. Because like you're right, it is basically dominate person.
Yeah.
But then you can have more people dominated. That might be a little bit much. But otherwise, I like it. I do like the idea of dominating. We have an 8th level curse, Trinity Curse. Casting time is 1 hour. The range is 1 mile, and it lasts for 7 days.
Casting time is an hour.
Yeah.
7 days. Okay.
So you create 3 curse totems that are placed at points in a triangle formation within a 1 mile radius. To create each totem, you will need a dead humanoid head for 1, a Trent's heart for another, and a hag's eye for the last.
Wild.
Each totem will become invisible once the curse is placed upon it. However, they will exude a nasty aura within a 5-foot radius of it. A dispel magic or see invisibility spell will show the totem upon trying to find it. Once all totems are placed, you can cast one of the following curses that will last a week within the location.
Okay.
So you say basically you make these like triangular points, and then that creates a barrier that you can cast these spells in. So Anguish Curse. Within the curse area, all creatures start to become drained of energy and start to lose the will to live. All creatures must make a Constitution saving throw each day. On a failed save, it gains a level of exhaustion and can't benefit from their next long rest. If a creature dies by this curse, they are reborn as wights, hunting the land, longing for a life they once had.
Okay.
Feeble Curse. All living beings within the cursed area must make an intelligence saving throw each day. On a failed save, their intelligence drops by 3, and they're only able to talk in gibberish. If a creature's intelligence drops to 0, they become brain dead and not able to move or talk. False God Curse. All creatures who are religious and non-religious are affected by this curse. They must make a wisdom saving throw each day. On a failed save, they will start to worship a being you created. You are able to create the name, face, symbol of this false deity for them to worship when casting this curse. The more they fail, the stronger the belief. After 4 fails, they become devoted acolytes who will do whatever is asked of them by this deity. You're able to form a telepathic link to all devout acolytes, becoming the voice of the false deity. Creatures who succeed on a saving throw will feel lethargic and not be affected for that day by the curse. At higher levels, when you cast a spell at 9th level, all creatures have disadvantage on their saving throws.
Wild.
So first off, I'm going to say this is not. There's a lot going on here that I don't like. This this feels like a 9th level spell, for one. Just the massive amount that you can do. 100%.
Each one of those is a choice, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But again, once you place your totems, you can cast one of the following curses that will last the week. So once you place your totems, you choose one of these curses and it lasts for a week in a 1 mile area, up to 1 mile.
Is this theoretically 8th level?
This is an 8th level spell.
So I will say the material components for this help.
100%. I do love the lore necessity.
Because number one, you doing some fucked up shit to get this.
Yeah.
Like you gonna have to give me a lot of excuses if you're claiming
I think the Trent will be the hardest. A hag at this level, by this level, I don't think will be as much of a problem, and a humanoid head will be super easy. I think the Trent's going to be the hardest issue.
Sure.
But no, I do agree that the fact that it actually requires really good in-game game like exploration to get the items,
and
I'm totally
it's
fine
not
with.
like exploitable. You can't just like, yeah.
But I do feel like it's a 9th level spell just on the severity of what it can do and the length of time. And for me, like the Anguish Curse, that one I think I can get behind the most. The Feeble Curse is very disruptive. Like that's so devastating.
It's akin to the Feeble Mind spell,
but on a scale of a town. This is everyone within a mile radius. That's an entire town in some cases.
Now, do they all make the saving throw?
All living beings within the cursed area must make an intelligence saving throw each day, and on a failed, their intelligence drop, and intelligence drops by 3.
By 3?
By 3 every failed save.
Interesting.
And then they become brain dead if they get like that changes literally so much. On top of that,
so what's the max it can go down? By
7 days, by 3, 14.
7 days.
Or 21. So basically anybody who fails every day, there's no one that's living. Everyone's brain dead if they keep failing. And then on top of that, you have the Anguish Curse, which again, they become drained of energy, constitution saving throws, and they get exhaustion, which again, 6 levels of exhaustion, you die. So at the 7th day, if you're gonna so Anguish Curse will literally kill an entire town. The Feeble Curse will just eradicate any intelligence in a town. And the False God Curse, for high point purposes, I don't really want to go. It's not undoable, but that's the kind of shit that people do when they're ready to elevate. Like when they want to actually become a god, that's the kind of shit people start playing around with. To have a spell that does that, I wouldn't be able to allow it in high point, not because it's too broken, but if a mortal spell did that, the gods would be way too fucking busy. Because literally that's basically what happened with the original wars, like the War of Power. That's exactly what was happening. There were too many mortals with godlike power. And that's exactly what the gods didn't want. So any mortal that had this, the moment you did this and turned any of those followers, gods would be up your fucking ass so quick. You'd have paladins and holy warriors up your fucking ass in this area. So again, for high point purposes, it wouldn't make sense to be a spell. This is something you can do in high point, but it's something that you do to adventure. It's like one of those things I said, it's a one-time thing that you can do, but I don't have it as a consistent mechanic that someone can hold on to.
Yeah.
Because something like that, False God Curse, all
I mean, don't get me wrong, I
change.
like the idea. I like what's being presented here. Like,
I just don't know if I would appreciate it as, I just don't know if I can accept it as a spell. That's more of not a reproducible spell. That's like a one-time ritual thing, right? Like you do this to gain power, but as a spell that you could just do, like I could just go do this again.
Yeah,
that's a lot. Again, and the size of that. I mean, a 1 mile area, that could be so many people.
I'll say for both 1 and 2, I would want to find a way to scale it back some. Like at the very least, scale it back a little bit. Maybe for the Feeble, instead of 3 points, it's 1 point. You know what I'm saying? For the Anguish Curse, actually, I'll say maybe it's 2 points, because that at the very least that will
14. That's about half of a really intelligent person.
And every 2 points, you're losing something. You're significantly losing a point of your modifier. Like your modifier is going down by 1 every single time. So you're literally feeling it. Anguish Curse, drained of energy. I mean,
because not only do you get the level of exhaustion, but they can't benefit from their next long rest. So again, throw this on the party. If you're in this circle, there's no more long rest, guys. Sorry, you don't get anything. No more heals, no more spell slots. If you're in this circle and the BBEG has you here, you're fucked. You're absolutely fucked.
I'll say, yeah.
Like, again, like you said, when you flip this onto the players, once you're in this zone, the game's over. Like unless you save out. But if you're, and that's great. Like you have 7 days to save out. But if this is like the campaign, right? Like that's very difficult for the players to be inside of. And then when you throw this on the DM, like again, someone like me, this would be hell for you to literally throw this on a town in my world, and you make the entire town feeble-minded. That is so disruptive. Like there'd be no god that would allow that to happen. You know what I mean? Like the balance of the entire like ecosystem would be chaotic if someone could just walk around and just take hundreds of people out silently like that, right? Because people wouldn't know what's going on. It's every single day. It just gets a little bit worse. And by the time anyone knows what's going on, it's too late. It's just, I mean, even throw this as a plot point, as like the BBEG's final like attack, and you have to go find the totems. That would be one thing, but yeah, I don't know if I could justify this as an 8th level spell, especially with what it's doing, right? Like it's too effective to be 8th level. If we're gonna say that this is a valid spell, I have to say that this is 9th. I mean, you're talking about changing people's faith. You're literally talking about taking power away from a god. That can't be anything less than 9th.
I will say
the other two I can go with
itself, I would say needs, because while again I love it so much, like what it can do is wild. Like if you're talking about
mass dominating all those people too, because they'll do anything for the god that they believe in.
Because here's the other thing, it's like, imagine there are paladins and clerics and people who they are is based upon their faith, and you are coming in and completely changing that. Like you can be changing way more than just, you know, some religious perspective. Like there can be
the whole classes. Like you could basically oath break a paladin
in an instant. Like it could be wild. It could be absolutely wild.
You could force alignment change. Like if you use alignment harshly, you could force alignment changes, because if your god is a good god and they were vice versa. So I would just say that as is, it definitely can't be a 8th level spell as is, but for me, and at least for High Point, this causes so much disruption. Like again, I can understand that most games that are like isolated into just like a one shot, it's not that big of a deal because it's just a thing that happens. But on a larger grand scale, this is asking a lot.
So is your mindset more of make it more expensive, or this is too powerful to be in a player's hands? And not too powerful, but like the more accurate terminology would be more too inappropriate.
Yeah.
For a player to have.
It's both. It's as is. It's definitely has to be a 9th level spell bare minimum to even consider the level of what it can do. For me, I would definitely say that this is a 9th level spell. But
is that strictly because of 3?
Yeah. Well, 3 and 1 and 2 are basically it's basically mass death. Like think about Power Word Kill as a 9th level spell, and that's one person that you can instantly kill, but they have to be under 100 points. Feeble Curse and Anguish Curse can kill someone in 7 days, regardless of how level they are, how much life they have. Like literally, Feeble Curse, if you fail for 7 days, there is no intelligence modifier that you can have that you'll survive.
Is there anything in here that stops you from leaving the town? Or from leaving the 1 mile radius?
Well, Feeble Curse, they're only able to speak in gibberish, and once you get to a certain intelligence level, they wouldn't be smart enough. Then there's the case of just because you lost intelligence doesn't necessarily mean that you'd be smart enough to leave right away. Like again, it's that whole, it gets worse, but by the time you really notice, holy shit, something's wrong, it's too late. Like your exhaustion level. How many days before you realize, wait a minute, I'm not just tired, like something's wrong. And then do you have the will to leave? When your intelligence goes, how long until you realize you're becoming stupider? Because you're becoming stupider, right? And then that last one, why would you leave? Your god's here. Your brand new god that loves you. It doesn't say that you can't, but there's nothing that implies why you would.
With the fact that there are an entire town's worth of people, I'd say the likelihood that somebody will save out, i.e., or realize the truth and be able to share that knowledge with other people. Like, yes, not everybody necessarily would, but out of the people that would save and would figure it out, is there a decent enough chance that somebody would say something and try and evacuate people and try and save people.
I mean, if you wanted to put that in like the plot line, especially to enrich it, you could.
Sure.
But let's face it, realistically, that's like someone running around a Safeway and being like, the meat's all rotten. Are you really gonna immediately leave the store? It's one of those just, yes, you could absolutely justify it, but that's also then what.
But imagine somebody's running around and talking about zombies.
But here's the problem: no matter what, that you could do that extra work to do that, but I should not be forced as a DM to put that much extra effort because of a spell. Like that's basically like you're right. You could do all of that, but for me to give my player just the use of the spell, I have to go out of my way to be like, I have to justify how to save an entire town.
I'm trying to just look at it objectively for what it is right now and just see what points can be. I do agree and I understand that like overall this is not necessarily the solution to make this work, is to like put all this extra work, but I am just trying to massage and look at, okay, where are the limits of its power? Right? Because yes, it is very powerful. Yes, but when you look at power word kill, there is no escape, there is no save, there is no protection. In this situation, you have 7 days to potentially do something. So I understand that we were talking about in the spell before this about, a little bit of balance. Like either you give it to me, what was it? We said something. Either you give it to me touch and I can save my allies, or you give it to me range and it affects everybody, right? Like that was the kind of like balance that we came to with that. Like I'm just looking at this and trying to understand, what are we looking at is the balance for this? I don't
see it. Personally, I feel like even as a 9th level spell, this is honestly, this exact concept is why High Point has the War of Power. Like it's literally things that I was doing, trying to basically find ways to have unique, spells and unique ways to, play in High Point. I got to a point where I just realized like stuff like this just doesn't have a place. Like you said earlier, it just doesn't, in my opinion, this doesn't have a place in players' hands. This could be one of those, you can put it in the plot line and it's something that they could do once as part of the story, but this is not something I think is appropriate to be constant.
When you say something, do you mean strictly on this scale or this flavor period? Now, what I mean by that is like, is it possible that there's a version of this? Because like if Hecate is trying to create something that has this feel, is there a path to achieve that feel and put that in this place, or is it hey, this feels so dangerous that it might be worth reconsidering?
I think the problem that I'm having is like, it's not the space. Like for a 9th level spell, being able to cover that much area, I'd be okay with. But the problem is again, my biggest issues is the amount that you can affect with how much you can affect. So it's not that you can have a mile radius area or, a mile big area. That's not the biggest issue. But considering that Anguish and Feeble can kill people, and then you expand that to how many people you can kill in that space, that is the disruptiveness that to me.
So if we made them less deadly, or if we made them non-deadly, if we made them less than lethal,
the point is no, I don't think that this, it would be,
and that's kind of the question I'm
to
eventually getting to, is it's like,
it would have to
the end of the day, the mindset that you're approaching it with is this is a very dangerous road to travel, and it might be worth looking at different ways to accomplish a similar feel, rather than trying to rework this in a way that is
like if you were to give me a 9th level spell or even an 8th level spell that you still set up with the totems, and anybody within that has a permanent 2 levels of exhaustion, fucking fine. That
When you say permanent, like you can't sleep
as
it off?
long as you're in that area, you can't take away 2 levels. You will always, as long as you're in that mile, you'll always have 2 levels, no matter what you do. Like that's, I can get behind. Something that affects that many people and that big of an area, even that long. But the fact that 2 of these 3 things bring you to death is just far too much. But again, having a big spell that says, hey, I want everyone to have a bare minimum 2 levels of exhaustion, and you could even add something in where if they gain a level of exhaustion in a certain way, they can't get rid of that one either.
So imagine if you know, there was like you lose certain points of intelligence, or your intelligence becomes a 6. You know, but see, that's where I'm talking about is like, but see, if you were just to do the anguish curse, like as its own standalone curse, again, 2 permanent points of exhaustion while you're inside the zone, that'd be cool. Cause that's even like a campaign plot. You have to go into this town, but as long as you're in the town, you always have 2 points of exhaustion. That's just like a condition while you're doing this part of the campaign, right? Again, flipping it on the players. That could be kind of cool, but that would just be it, right? It's not like there's other options. It's like, that is a good curse spell. But you know what I mean? It's like both Anguish and Feeble Curse are not just so powerful, but then you also get the options, right? It's like this spell is just doing so much, affecting so much, both roleplay wise, lore wise. I just think overall as it is, this is just so much to give to a player. I think it's too much for a player to have. As a ticket to hold on to and just use as whenever they want. I would much more have this, like, again, I don't mind this as like, there is a spell scroll in my world that does this spell. And if you find it, you can use it. But it's like, it's a, you know, it's a plot point. It's a one-time thing. These kind of things I think can exist in D&D as those interactable items, like a one-time uber spell. There's only one in existence. And if you cast it, it's gone. I'm totally fine with that. But as just something this guy's walking around with, and at any point, again, not at any point because he has to get all of the items, but just the idea that this level of magic exists for a mortal to know and walk around with, I feel is too dangerous, is too powerful. Do you think that there is an amount of expensive it could be to make it more okay?
Fundamentally, no. But I think this is just coming down to how I run my balance of magic between mortal and immortal. Like, this is just on the levels of, again, and again, so much bias because of the backstory of High Point and all of the iterations I've gone through. But literally, this is a great example of a spell of exactly why I put in the War of Power in High Point. This was exactly what the gods in High Point stopped from happening, from having mortals be able to walk around with this type of knowledge and just this ability at their whim. Like, again, not at their whim because they can't just do it just because, but mortals knowing this kind of power, but not having the same restrictions and not having the same rules and not having the same, you know, reasons like gods do. Again, all gods have, like, you know, their control, their spheres of influence. So without having that, it's like you have power, but you have no responsibility. That's how I feel about this, is giving players this. It's not even so much like it's an imbalance of the game, right? Like, these specific things don't really hurt the gameplay, right? This isn't really going to stop the BBEG fight, right? This isn't really going to do anything there, but on a fundamental level, it just doesn't sit well with me that if I look at the grand lore of everything, there are just people who have this much power. And at their whim, they can just annihilate hundreds of people, or just, hey, God, I don't like you. Me and my wizard buddies, we're going to go to every town that you have a church in, and we're just going to turn all of your people against you. Like, realistically, that's what you're saying that mortals could do. You can get all of the greatest wizards in the world, all stack them up with this spell from a spell scroll, go to every church that from a certain god, and then just all your people don't believe in you anymore. Bye, God. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I mean by, like, when I expand the idea, that's what High Point tried to stop. That's what Zenith and the other gods tried to stop, was not that one person was going to upend the world, but the simple fact that mortals without restraint could have this level of power is what they couldn't handle. Because all gods have some sort of checks and balances, right? They have somebody watching their back, somebody more powerful than them ready to strike them down. With mortals with this kind of power, they didn't have that. Mortals didn't have the same, like they had rules, but if you're more powerful on the mortal scale, no one fucks with you. But on a god scale, there's always someone more powerful than you. So it's that whole thing of, well, do we want to continuously come to the mortal world to slap down these, you know, mortals with too much power, or do we just limit power? So that's what I did. Like, I wrote that into my thing because I was giving my NPCs too much, and it looked like this. And so maybe there's just biasness because I look at what I was doing and I specifically designed my realm away from stuff like this. But
I do get that. Yeah. I as is fairly consistent for me, I'm always playing the devil's advocate, and I'm always trying to, if nothing else, understand the intent of the author. Because even if this feels exactly how you're talking, it came up about in their mind for a reason.
Oh yeah.
And there's something that was trying to be created here. And so when I go down the mental rabbit hole of how I investigate what it looks like now, what the potential issues are, everything you're talking about, everything that you just mentioned, everything that you just brought up, totally, that is exactly what I'm trying to investigate when I ask the questions that I ask. I'm asking those questions so that I can figure out where those limits lie. If it's just a certain piece, like when we talk about it's so easy for that to get lost in the fray, what it actually is referring to, because it isn't just the whole spell in and of itself. It is a certain piece of what you feel like this goes outside of the bounds of. And
because like I could see this being very accessible to the average player, because these kind of things,
what I'm talking about,
affect
most a lot of what we're talking about is specifics about, you know, you're talking about being able to go remove churches from God's houses, right? Like, and doing all kinds of, like, imagine if those things weren't on the table. Imagine if those things weren't obstacles for you. Like, if we're looking at what we can truly accomplish, like, by this spell and what it does, are we limited to the way it looks right now, or are we, you know, and this is a lot of the mindset that I have when we do a lot of these community creations reviews, is like, a lot of the times when we give these suggestions, these ideas of what we think things could look like, it's just us shifting the face of what was originally created a little bit to suit, you know, what we understand to makes the most amount of sense, because we're trying to, you know, wrap our heads around it and put the actual idea into practice. And so that's my mindset when I'm approaching it. It's not like, okay, yes, I realize that there are problems with it, but like, where do those problems end and the good inspiration begin? Like, what can we take from it? How can we value what's here? Because I definitely feel like there's something to be said for what each individual wants to bring to the table. That's really the only reason I investigate as far as I do. Like, I definitely agree with you, and I understand that there's a lot here that can cause exactly what you created your war for, and that's what we got to pay attention to as DMs. But, you know, if you do want something, like, let's see how.
All right, so how many more do we have? We should be at, we're finally in the last one. All right.
I did post the fifth one that I missed.
Okay.
Which is actually one of the horsemen. It was the second horseman. It's in the admin chat for us.
Let me read that one. This was all the way back to 5th. So Forbidden Curse War. A range of 120 feet, concentration up to an hour. You invoke the second of the Forbidden Curses War upon a point you can see, causing a red horse to appear on the creature's body that is affected. All creatures within a 20-foot radius centered on a point you can see must make an intelligence saving throw. If failed, the target becomes cursed with bloodlust and madness, attacking all creatures nearby using all actions, abilities, and movements to do so. It loses all reasoning, having its intelligence drop by 3 and its speech becoming gibberish. At the end of each of its turns, the target can make a wisdom saving throw Ending the curse on a success, but having 3 levels of exhaustion. Oof. The spell has no effect on constructs or undead. And when you cast it at higher levels...
So it's a wisdom save, but it drops your intelligence?
Yes.
Okay. I will say a lot of these have had wisdom saves. I think there's room for some of them to be maybe charisma, maybe intelligence, but it's not necessarily a point to harp on.
I like the effect. I like the bloodlust. I like them attacking, like not attacking their allies, but attacking mindlessly, just any creature within a distance. I like that. I think my only issue is 3 levels of exhaustion just out the gate feels really harsh.
What is the 3rd level of exhaustion?
What I would like to see, because this lasts up to an hour, but kind of like how we've talked about, it's like a save ends, right? And most times you'll save out after a few rounds. What I wouldn't mind this being is, what if you gained a level of exhaustion for every round or every 2 rounds you're affected by it? Because if it lasts up to an hour, right, and then you affect a target, what if the longer they're under the effect, they keep gaining exhaustion? So it's not just like 3 automatically, but it's like, you know, they get 1 round of no exhaustion, then the 2nd round they're under the effect, they get 1 level, 3rd round they get 2 levels, 4th round they get... So they keep
maybe it caps at 3?
Or it could cap at 3, because I like the idea of exhaustion. 3 just out the gate, especially if I save right away. That's just rough.
Yeah, I will say there are so many times where when they save out of it, like nothing happens.
Yeah,
and unless it's just half damage.
That's why like an exhaustion, like a point of exhaustion for every round. Because if you think about like the verbiage, right? They're using all actions, all movement. They are basically exerting every ounce of them to attack the nearest thing. So that kind of tells me like every round you're basically pushing yourself far beyond you need to, because you're just saying I need to hurt something, right? So it's like after that round of me doing everything I can to hurt, I've pushed myself beyond my means trying to do that, right? I hit it harder than I needed to.
Sure.
I ran faster than I needed to. I'm literally pushing myself in ways that I shouldn't be, in the armor I'm wearing, with the weapons I'm using. So I think maybe, that's my only thing, is like 3 levels of exhaustion, especially like if they only save after 1 round, 2 rounds, or 4 rounds, it's all the same level of exhaustion. I kind of just like the creep. I kind of like the idea of the longer they're affected by it, the more exhaustion they take.
I'm not mad at that.
And then every 2 rounds, because it lasts for up to an hour, but I wouldn't want them to die over it. Like I would rather them pass out.
That's why I was talking about putting a cap on it, because if you don't put a cap on it, you're gonna die.
That, or like I was saying, like if you get to 4, then you pass out, and then they're just incapacitated, right? Like something like that. But either way, I think the bloodlust is brilliant. I kind of have been wanting something like that with the rest of these curses.
I feel like it doesn't need to last for an hour. I feel like a minute would be fine.
Concentration up to an hour.
Like, I'm not sure like what scenario having this out of combat would be valuable, which is really
even up to an hour though. Like no matter what, in what situation would you really want to watch someone fight to the death for an hour straight? Like, you know what I mean? Like, like at what point would someone be able to continue fighting for an hour?
Yeah.
Great. So a minute does sound, even 10 minutes. You know what I mean?
I mean, like I said, I can't imagine it going much past.
Well, and it is a air radius though. So if you put this in a hallway and sat there for an hour, anybody who walks in the hallway would get bloodlust.
Wait, this is
because it does say it's concentration up to an hour, and you invoke a second of the four curses upon a point you can see. All creatures within a 20-foot radius centered on a point you can see make the saving throw. So I don't know if that's only when you first cast it, or if it's any time during the hour that they would make the saving throw and then become bloodlusted. So there's your lore. If it lasts in a area and anybody who enters it can be affected, there's why you would want to do it lore-wise. I still don't know why you would want to do it for an hour, but maybe it's because you're sitting there waiting for someone to pass by, right? Maybe you're waiting for an ambush or something.
Interesting.
But it's a casting time of 1 action, so I don't know why you'd be waiting. You know, it's a very interesting time frame. So maybe 10 minutes, maybe 1 minute. And I would just be curious if we could see the creep, the exhaustion creep instead of just automatic. That's that would be my only.
I could see
for this
10
one.
minutes if you wanted to set this up before combat and you're like waiting for people to arrive. Or waiting for like an ambush to happen or something like that.
Yeah.
And theoretically, I could see the same principle for an hour, but again, that's just a long time to be waiting around or just trying to be setting something up. But it's mostly just going to be in effect during whatever combat you're about to get into. So
yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, I could see the lore being that. All right, and then we have our final 9th level spell, Forbidden Curse Death. It's 120 foot range, instantaneous. You invoke one of the most powerful of the forbidden curses known to man. You target a creature within sight. If it has been cursed before by all forbidden curses, it becomes cursed with death, causing a pale horse with death riding it appearing on its body. Otherwise, it makes a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the target becomes cursed by death, having its body slowly deteriorated over 1d4 days. While on its last day alive, it has a death apparition appear hovering over it that only it can see, taunting its last day alive. Its visual is of what it thinks death would look like. It can't be attacked or interacted with by any means. While the apparition is hovering over the cursed target, any creature within 60 feet of it must make a wisdom saving throw or become cursed by death as well. On a success, they take 20d8 psychic damage and are not cursed to death. This curse can only be broken by a greater restoration and a vial of blood of the one who invoked the curse or a wish spell. It's a lot that goes on with these. Like these kind of get complicated in ways that are unique.
I love the idea that there is a cursed series. Like there are these 4 horsemen in curses that you can use in tandem for a feature, but I'm not 100% sure exactly. So it's saying
basically what I read this as is if a single target if you've been able to target a single creature with all 4, within the other 3, and then finally with this one, they don't save. Otherwise, they have to make a saving throw. And to me, the effect is the same regardless. Yeah, and that to me feels kind of bad because not bad for the enemy, but bad for the player. You mean I have to have successfully hit it 3-4 times, and then it doesn't have a save, or I can just go straight to this and hope that it it's weird that
I
have
feel
to
like
3 spells to undo
if it
just a
hasn't
save.
I feel like if it hasn't been hit with all 3, then it should just have a different effect. It
Exactly.
Should just be like damaging or maybe
how about this? So how about this? If it's been affected by all of them, it gets into this deathly throes, right?
Sure.
It's the target
You're
becomes
gonna
cursed
die.
by death. It's deteriorating over 1d4 days, so it's going to die in 1d4 days.
Yes.
Totally fine if it's been cursed by all of them, because that is such a capstone. I'm totally fine with that. You earned it. You fucking hit him with 4 different spells.
And
they're dead.
One of them's a 9th level spell.
That's my point. I am totally okay with that part, but I don't think that if I didn't do all of that, it's just a save. No. Here's what I'm thinking. If they haven't been hit by all of them, because they had to hit by at least 3 others, right? So this is the 4th one they would have been hit by, right? So I'm cool that so if they've been hit by all the horsemen, they're going to die in 4 days. If they haven't been hit by all the horsemen, they will lose. They automatically are losing a death save for every horseman they have been cursed by. So there's 4 horsemen, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're talking about this 4th horseman. So we're going to ignore the 4th horseman.
Sure.
Because the 4th horseman is the one that's enacting this last cursed. So if you got hit by the 3 others and then I hit you with this 4th one, you're dead in 4 days. Like, it's just guaranteed. But let's say I only hit you with one of the other horsemen and I hit you with this guy. From here on out, as long as you remain cursed, you have only 2 death saving throws. If I hit you with 2 horsemen and then this guy, you only have 1 death saving throw left. Like, so you automatically are losing those death saving throws.
So you only ever get the 1,
because you've already
or
lost
you only
the
ever
other 2.
Get 2.
Like, yeah, the idea is death horseman. If you got hit by everyone, he's going to take your life, because guess what? The other 3 horsemen took all your death saving throws, so you're automatically going to die. But you could do the option where instead of saving to do the same exact effect. I kind of like the idea that death just takes a saving throw from you. You just don't have a death saving throw anymore.
So is the one you just read, the third horseman, or no, the second horseman, the one
from that you posted in Discord?
Yeah.
War.
Is that the only one that's an AoE?
War, 20-foot AoE, and then Forbidden Curse Conquest.
Is it single target?
Third horseman, choose one creature, yeah. And then let's go.
Forbidden Conquest was 7th level.
Forbidden Curse Famine. This curse targets a creature's hunger force. Yeah, so they're all one creature except for this one.
So here's what I'm saying.
But this one's also a creature.
So
they all of the forbidden ones only target one creature.
What about except for the one in the Discord?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. That's the only one that's AoE. The war one's AoE. The other ones are single creature.
Think about the most ideal situation for this. You hit everybody. You spent all those other curses. This thing just dies. But it takes 4 days.
Which definitely is more roleplay than combat.
So we're thinking like this is probably not going to be a in combat spell.
I would assume so, because it doesn't really read like it's going to be something that you're going to try it. Because again, the thing it does is it kills it in 4 days. No matter what, it doesn't do anything instantaneously. All of it is kill. It just doesn't do anything instantaneous. It's all going to slowly kill you over 4 days. So this really isn't even, and that's why it's weird that it's a casting time of 1 action. You think at that point it would be at least a casting time of a minute, because it's really no point in casting this in combat.
I'm also thinking,
which is why I think the death saving throws make more sense, because then you could cast it in combat and still benefit.
I really like the death saving throw idea, but it just feels like even if you've succeeded on the other 3, just that one person dying, that's it. Like that. Like if this goes off ideally, okay, you're dead. Yeah, you may have had more hit points than Power Word Kill could kill.
So what about this then?
But
what if we get rid of all of the 4 days? What if it was literally just the death saving throws? What if it was when you cast this, for every other horseman that this creature was the target of, they have lost a death saving throw. So if you got all the other 3 horsemen and then you cast death on that character, they have no more death saving throws. They don't die immediately. But there is like the concept of there's no death saving throws. Once you are at 0 hit points, you are done.
Well, wouldn't that be the case if they got hit with the first 3?
Not necessarily if they like saved out of it after the fact.
What do you mean? So like,
well, the other thing wouldn't have necessarily killed them.
If they failed the first 3 horses and then went to 0 hit points.
No. The taking away of the death saving throws doesn't happen until you cast this. When you cast the death curse, you're saying how many have you been hit by? Remove your future death saving throws.
Got it.
So they're just basically like grabbing onto your death saving throws, and then when you cast this one, he takes away your saves.
Okay.
So for all of his brethren that attacked you, he's ripping away your death saving throws. So from here on out, you can't come back. You are literally going to die.
And so
that's not really good, because I mean, how many DMs do death saving throws for enemies anyway?
I mean, it depends on how important the enemy is.
Gotcha.
Very much so.
Because I rarely have ever heard of a DM actually doing death saving throws for enemies. So it's like, would this really even mechanically benefit DMs to use it that way?
I'll say there'll be definitely times where they're in combat and an enemy will go down and one of their allies will try and pick them up, or one of their, like, depending on like if they're significant, like if they're like a minion, like I don't care about you, like you're just dead, like, you know, and I'm fine with them recognizing that. But you know, I mean, there are times where like just telegraphing something as a DM, like leaving the body on the map, you know,
like, could be enough.
It was wild. Like one of my players, they tried to help me out by like taking the bad guy off the field, and I had to be like, no, leave that there. I left that there for a reason, you know? And I'm like, sometimes that lets them know that something is up, but that's not always the end of the world.
Yeah. So yeah, it is interesting. I think the 1d4 days is it really forces this to be, I mean, I'm not upset that we have a roleplay based spell, but for such a high level spell, especially like a capstone to a whole subclass, it's very interesting to have this particular one feel so roleplay heavy. I wouldn't have minded earlier ones being more roleplay based, but the capstone for a 5th edition game that's very combat heavy, I have a hard time understanding why this is the capstone spell.
I'll say I do kind of understand why they wanted it to be a little bit more infectious, because that to me feels more 9th level, like, but I kind of like your idea about having the infectious part being losing of death saves instead
and this
of
could also be an AoE. Like when you summon death, it could just be anybody that's within a 30 foot that can see the death apparition. They lose their death saving throws for every horseman that they've been attacked by. So it's like everybody. So it's like you just summon death in the room, and anybody who's been affected by the horseman permanently lose those death saving throws.
And see, that's why I asked how many of the horsemen were AoEs, because I think it would be so cool if all of them were AoEs.
So more people could be affected by it.
So theoretically, this could happen to like 10 people. But like it would be hard. It would be hard to get all 10 of them to have failed.
But yeah.
But like I really like that idea.
Yeah, I feel like with this one, it's either, it takes too long, and it's really just only attacking one person. So it's like, it feels like this one was designed for the BBEG.
Yeah.
Or a really important NPC that you're supposed to take care of off screen. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not going to be the major fight. It's going to be something that you just take care of to produce the plot, which isn't bad. I just don't know if it should have been, I mean, I wouldn't have minded a 6th level spell that helps push the plot along. But a 9th level spell, it's like I waited the entire game just to move the plot. Another gaming session. That's how I feel. It's not a bad spell. It's just that at the end of the day, from a player point of view, I got my final spell just so we can go from one gaming session to the next. Like didn't help me win the gaming session. It just feels like it's going to push us from the second to last gaming session to the last gaming session, right? But it's not going to be used in the last gaming session. And I feel like that's not really a feel-good capstone.
Sure.
So, again, not a bad spell. It's just weird that this was this was the last thing I got.
Yeah.
It just didn't...
I mean, I will say it does... I don't know. That last one did feel very powerful. I was going to say this felt like the most powerful of all of them. But again, like we were talking about before, the other one seems very... it just as is, it seems very, very 9th level, very powerful. So... yeah,
I do like the idea that it plays off of the other ones. So like, I wouldn't mind this even just being death, where it does, like, can you imagine like you call this out and it casts power word kill on an enemy of your choice, and then on top of that you could do the whole thing of, beyond that one enemy, any other enemy that has been cursed by its brethren also has power word kill cast upon it. So it's like it'll cast power word kill on one enemy of your choice, but any enemy it sees that has all 3 of its brethren attacked it, it will also cast power word kill just automatically. So that could be kind of cool. It's basically like a free power word kill on one enemy, like it's a normal power word kill, but if you were so lucky to have anyone else in visual range get all of the other horsemen, they're just also going to get it targeted by it. That's not...
Imagine if it was like a dragon's breath weapon kind of range.
Right? Because I like the idea of the visual, right? Like you see the apparition of death, and if his 3 brothers touched you, you succumb to death. That's what I mean, right? Like you finally saw the final apparition and you just lost it.
Oh, anybody with the mark of the horseman.
Yeah.
They all get those marks.
So if you could say that when death comes out, it'll cast power word kill on one target of your choice, and anybody with all 3 horseman marks within visual range will also succumb to the spell.
Imagine those horseman marks burning up, and those are your death saving throws, and like that.
Then power word kill stops.
Yeah. Wild.
I'm just saying, like there's way more here. There's way more benefit here. So I know that we've went way too long, guys. This has been over 5 hours. I'm surprised if anyone's even in chat anymore. Hecate's still here.
We got
That's
the people. Hoylep is here.
I know we went way long. I mean, 17 spells is a lot to go through, man. That could have been an entire episode by itself. So there's a lot going on here. I love the idea. I absolutely want more of this. I know we talked a lot about balancing, and I think a lot of that comes from like just how we look at the verbiage, how we look at the words, and how we balance powers. But overall, I really like this idea. There is quite a bit that I would have to change in order to truly adapt it and be able to have it usable in High Point, but there's a lot here that has very good value. There's definitely the inspiration point. This does make me rethink how I want to redefine curses in High Point, because I've always had a mindset of it, but this really makes me want to truly sit down and redefine what actually defines a curse. Like, I really do feel like this begs the question, what is curse and what is curse magic? So there's two things right there that it's going to make me take away if not using it. As a DM, I find it complex in a clunky way, and I don't mean that as an insult. It's just there's a lot going on here. But for someone for a DM who really likes to, I don't like to micromanage, but I love to just be in the know of what's going on with my players, what their ideas are, what their goals are, where they're trying to take their characters, what their idea for their character build is. I try to have all of that in my head so I can build a better interactive world for them. This would present a very big challenge for me because there's a lot of nuance to remember in my style of DMing to make this applicable to my world and to make a player who would feel like they're actually living through the world with this player and not just reacting to it. Yeah. So I think there's more effort on the DM with this kind of build than there is on the player. And that's where it's like the complexity and the clunkiness just are in the fact of it's a lot for the player to remember what they can do, but there's a lot of nuance that's going to be required on the DM at any given time to take why did it take us 5 hours to talk about all this? Because there's so much nuance. This wasn't like you can attack them for this much damage. Is that balanced enough? This is if this, then that, but this, if that. And it's like,
I think it was a very ambitious project to take on, specifically with curses, because kind of like we were talking about, like it's really hard to define what exactly that looks like and how you implement that something like this
series of spells.
And Hecate mentioned it earlier. He was saying 5th edition doesn't have anything for that. So
no, it's all new uncharted territory, and did great trying to. I mean, it's not perfect, but did great treading into uncharted territory for sure. I'm not mad at any of this. Like there's some things that I think I wouldn't even call most of this unbalanced. I think it's just more approach of storytelling. I think a lot of this comes down to approach of storytelling than it does like mechanical balance. So I'm confident in giving this a 7. It has a lot. I mean, normally, like with as much as I would change, it probably would have fallen down to probably a 5. But with the inspiration point and just the sheer ideology of what it makes me like rethink in terms of what I have to do for High Point, yeah, no, this definitely deserves a 7. It has work that it can be done in terms of what I would want to use for it, but I think it's usable. I think it's definitely, it's a good template, if anything. Like I definitely think that as is, it could use a little bit of polishing up for a universal approach to almost any campaign, maybe just some language change ups. But I think the idea is workable for anybody. I think most DMs and most players could work this idea in with little trouble. I think it's just some of those details of the what does this mean and how does the DM have to take it into account in order for it to be enriching for the player.
I feel that.
So there are challenges, but it's not bad. Like that's all I can really say. There are challenges in using it, but it's the right direction. All the ideas are there. It's fascinating. It's brand new, and I love it. I just thank you for the submission. I'm always hesitant on like rough reviews, you know what I mean? Because I'm like, I don't want people to think that it's just like we're tearing them a new one, because it's like it's all opinion, right? It's not about being right or correct. It's just another viewpoint for you guys to to take into. But seriously, I could take amazing work. I love the concept. I love that you dove into curses as its own unique thing. There's just some areas that I have harder time following in terms of like the way that I would build up my story.
Sure.
But that's it. It's a great idea. I want to see if you do any other updates to this, even if you don't want another full review, at least post any updates you have in the Discord, like in homebrewing, because I want to see where you take this if you do any changes later down the road. I really want to take like I really do like the evil eye thing,
Right?
like the bonus action for casting a spell is pretty dope.
I even like that they're subtle and they don't know who cast it on them.
That's so clutch.
I feel like so often you get trapped behind are you sure you want to do that? They're gonna know you did it. And like I get that needs to be a consequence, but having something that you can use to get yourself through that, I think is very cool.
Yeah, no, I really do like. It's basically like the subtlety of it. So 100%. Yeah, I am so happy with that. Thank you so much for the submission. Thank you for sticking around for 5 hours.
I know,
to listen to
wild.
that. All right. Well, I don't think we'll have any more preamble or any outro updates. I think we're just going to end it there. It's already past midnight. It's been well over 5 hours. That's a community stream right there.
Wild.
Hecate, thank you so much for the submission. Hoilepa, Cosmic, thank you guys so much for hanging out and keeping us company. I know Soul's no longer here, but Soul Collective, Big Dungeon were here. I know Aki was here. I didn't see Lucifer tonight. Mind's Eye was around.
Yeah.
And Pokédiner was even here as well. So thank everybody for hanging out, showing up. We do appreciate it. And you just listening to our rambles. We will be back on Friday talking about we decided it earlier.
Did we just we're gonna do that one?
Yeah.
I put it in
Was what Soul was talking about. I think Soul brought it up.
Yeah,
earlier.
I think I put it in the topics.
Yes. So this Friday we are going to talk about the real life applications of magic. So we're going to basically be talking about if you had to choose one cantrip, one first level, one second level, one third level spell to have in real life,
Slay.
what would you have? And that's going to go not just into our selections, but we'll probably have a whole talk about like the realisticness and usability and versatility of magic in the real world based on D&D's rules as written. So join us on Friday for that. Otherwise, I hope you guys had a fantastic weekend. I hope you have a fantastic week ahead of you. We'll be back on Friday. Otherwise, yeah, hope you guys have a great week. And yeah, hey, pay attention to TikTok because we're still doing the Based on Nothing Else series.
Oh, definitely.
And it's been going phenomenal. So I want to hear what you guys have to say. So join us on TikTok. Join us on Discord. Discord links in the chat. Our social medias links are in the chat. Again, thank everybody so much for hanging out. And we will see you guys on Friday. Cheers.
Deuces, my friends.